Here we are. It is finals day, finally in Portugal, and Will Marlow once again reigns supreme. They won every ECN trophy that we put up in Portugal, but they're going to have some challenges today. Awerish and Gorka. That's going to be a cracking first semi-final. And Punjab CC on debut. They're the Smokies, so it's going to be a big day of action. 4 teams still here, ready for ECS glory. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal, and it starts right now.
Well, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world as the camera. Now, if you want to know how the cameras are born, first thing in the morning, and you see it right there, that was the early scenes from Portugal, but it is Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandy for the European Cricket Network, and we are getting into the finals day for Portugal. We're starting with the first semi-final, match 45 on the calendar, and it's Awerish versus Gorka 11. I can tell you the news from the toss a little bit earlier on. Gorka 11 winning it, and they have elected to bat first in this crunch match. Both these teams, they've only lost one match along the way, so they're 8-1. You can see how much success they've had. And there'll be only one spot in the final up for grabs as well. The winner of this game will play either Marlow or Punjab CC in the final later on today. It's day 12 of 12 here in Portugal. You can see some of the key players there. We'll go through that as the morning comes to fruition as well. You can see slightly overcast skies today. And there's been a little bit of rain around, but it's more mist than rain. And that has been a bit of a pain for everybody concerned this morning. But the good news is the cover's off and we should be starting on time. In fact, we will be starting on time. So it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Do have some bad news as well. Unfortunately, Corey Rutgers, who is my regular commentary partner here in Portugal, he's been taken ill today, so he won't be joining us. But Corey, I know you're watching from the hotel and certainly hoping you're feeling better. It's nothing too sinister, so don't worry about that. But yeah, Corey, it's in everyone's best interest that he takes the day off because I do want him up and firing, as we'll be in the Netherlands, which is Corey's home country, in fact, on Monday. So we travel there tomorrow. So Corey, wishing you all the best. And we're all thinking of you here as part of the European cricket family. And we're starting with a very, very interesting match. And Awerish versus Gorka 11. This could easily be the final, really, but just the nature of the draw and the fact that Gorka 11 had a slightly inferior net run rate to Marlow, who are another really strong team in this tournament. And that is the reason that these two will meet in the semi-final, where they were top of Group A and Gorka second in Group B. It'll be Junaid Khan start the day off. It's semi-final number 1. And wow, he goes up and away. First up, it's an uppercut, and it's going to come down, and it is going to be 4. Yeah, I mean, this will for sure be 4, and I think they've given it up already. Badenhorst, it was good effort. Slightly slippery conditions, like I said. And this I thought was a bit of a risky shot. It's Gamire, he kind of swats at that one like he's swatting a fly, but he swats it up. And he's actually a bit fortunate, gets over the infield. Badenhorst, good effort from him. You can see he's already over the line at the point that he's touching the ball. A good start to the day then for Gorka 11. Junaid Khan just a little bit short. Yes, it's overcast, but also slightly slippery conditions. We've had a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly as far as the weather's gone here in Portugal. Once again, short and cut away. This time I have got protection there. That's Mabeen Tariq that does the fielding. So, yeah, very, very good morning to you. And I guess it's useful if a lot of people are able to jump in the live chat as well. Keep me company for this first innings of the day. And I'm sure we'll have some well wishes there for Corey, who unfortunately has been taken ill today, if you've just joined us. But as far as Junaid's concerned, he's pitch it up here and see if he can get any swing. He is a genuine swing bowler. Once again, it's short. This one kind of moves away. Yeah, the wind, not really a factor at the moment. It's a kind of eerie feeling. With a lot of cloud cover, and like I said, it wasn't so much rain as it was mist this morning. We were travelling to the ground, so it wasn't like heavy rain. It's just moisture. And somewhere between fog and rain. But anyway, it's cleared. And we are underway. This one's just outside the off stump and just inside the wide line. So Gorka 11. They'll be wanting to have some success after they've got a bit of a rivalry with Marlow, no doubt about that, in ECS cricket. And also between Gorka and Oerash. So I think a lot of it is good-natured, but certainly you got two teams there desperate to win this game and book a spot in the final. This is a little bit short worked away, so this time he gets a bit straight. Junaid, just a couple of loose ones first up. You can understand maybe gripping the ball wouldn't be super easy in these conditions, but that will be another boundary, a second for the over. This time it's Imran Khan that gets away. Imran Khan is a player that we haven't really seen the best of him in this series with the bat, but we know he's a very talented player. He's an all-rounder. Seen him playing for Portugal in the European Cricket Championship last year as well. He's certainly one player I always enjoy watching. Good fielder as well, so let's just see if he can get going. That'll be a good one for his confidence. He found a way to run himself out for a duck this time yesterday. Didn't cost him too much. As I know that Gorka have a pretty strong batting lineup. Last ball of the over. This time, Imran Khan slices up in the air. He's a little bit concerned. In fact, it's Nippo going back. Not sure if he gets a finger on this or not. It's a slippery Nippo. That almost is able to chase that one down because he did turn and go quickly. In the end, it's just out of his grasp. And that will take us to the end of the first over. So 10 for no loss after one. Once again, if you're just joining us, very, very warm welcome to you. Wherever you're watching from around the world. Trabon's asking for a weather update. I'll tell you right now, you're looking at it right there. We've had some light rain. I would say it's been really light. It's been a mist. That's probably my best description of it. So there's a bit of moisture hanging in the air, but obviously we're out there to play some cricket. And conditions not too bad. Green Shields, his first ball, and he was getting to swing around corners yesterday. Bowled really, really well in the quarterfinal. Both these teams got here after winning their quarterfinals yesterday. Gorka 11, they dismantled Friendship CC 139 to 62. In fact, they bowled out Friendship CC within the 9th over, but that was after batting them out of the game. So you can see why they would want to win the toss and bat first up this morning. That's what they did yesterday morning. As this one is cut away, and that's a really good stop. An excellent stop from Mubin Tariq. I thought that was going to slide away from him even when he got a bit of a hand on it. He was able to keep it in play. I mean, these are the stops that are the difference for me between the teams you still see here, particularly these two and Marlow and some of the teams that fell by the wayside during the group stage. This one straightens a bit for Green Shields. So these conditions, it's a bit funny because, yes, there's cloud cover, so you'd expect some swing, but I also think the condition of the ball, because of the moisture, might kind of counteract that a little bit. The ball can get a bit soggy and really not as smooth, I suppose. It kind of affects the lacquer on the ball, the brand new ball. This time outside the off stump, just inside the wide line. He's going to sneak in. So you can see the movement. And Conrad, he does get that natural outswing movement. I think he can swing the ball both ways, but I think that is his natural swing. Yeah, but the wind's kind of switching around all the time. It's not too strong at the moment in any way. Don't think this is coming back enough, but you can see he is getting that movement. And you can see that I think that Imran Khan, he thinks this is going for a wide. And so he leaves it, but then it comes back and he just kind of gets a bit deer in the headlights about this. So it's a good decision from the umpire. Also, kind of wry smile between the bowler and the batter as he says, well, you did me there pretty well. So Imran's had enough. He goes up and away, and it's going to be into a pocket of space. In fact, it's all the way. Maximo, the first one of the day. And it's a pretty good shot by Imran Khan. He's a bit of a wild card in this lineup. He hasn't fired very often with the bat in this series, but you can see from that he's got a bit of swagger about him. And it was Conrad that had a little bit of a moral victory the ball before, but that time it was Imran Khan. And that certainly finished that over with an exclamation point. At the end of 2, it's 18 for no loss. And that gives us an opportunity to have a look at what we're going to have today. And I know that we've got the 2 semi-finals, and we'll have the bronze final and the big final a bit later on. Some more exciting news today from European cricket, but this first ball from Gamire is blasted. And this is a really good shot, and he times it well. Suman, he just goes with the movement. And so 4 runs given. So pretty good power play now as we head into the last over of it. And yeah, let's have a look. We got Warish versus Gorka 11 first up, and then Marlow Punjab CC. Then we do have the bronze final later on, and the final later on today, 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 Central Europe, and 8 p.m. in India. So today we will find a champion in Portugal. Combination of 2 weeks of really exciting cricket. This one is called wide. No real complaints from Junaid. See where this intersects the popping crease. I mean, it's a 50-50 call. How hard on wides, that's the nature of it. Oh, this is a really good shot. There's a bit of swagger at this from Gamire. It goes up and over the offside once again. Maximo! Look at this. He's not been afraid to go after these. That kind of back foot in the air. Bit of the do-si-do about that from Suman. He looks like a man on a mission. What a good shot for 6. So, yeah, Junaid, I think probably the issue with him so far is the length hasn't quite been right. He's been a bit too short. He's allowing those kind of shots. This is better, but this is also pretty good from Gamire. It goes up and over again. That's gone all the way as well. Maximo! Well, super Suman at the moment, and you can see why he's so dangerous. I think as a batter, sometimes you do have the instinct the next one. The correction will be made. I think that one hits the rope on the full. Immediately called 6 by the fielder. Andrew Batchelor spotting the square leg umpire, just blowing a kiss. Oh, I did not see that, Andrew. You got an eagle eye this morning. Might have been Tyrone Peters. He's at the bowler's end now. This time, Gamire times this and times it pretty well. And it does get stopped by Stoneman, who got in a bit of a tangle down there. Did the right thing. And I think he's fine here. I don't see any rope movement. He's fine there. I don't see any rope movement there. Then he leaves it alone. I think that'll be okay. Good fielding in the end. Not the prettiest bit of work, but effective. Junaid, just a couple to come. Can he make an impact on this semi-final? This is a straighter delivery. Maybe that was across the seam. But, yeah, I mean, plenty to watch out for today. I'll get your thoughts about the makeup of this top 4. I know that a lot of people are split about their alliances and their kind of favourites for today, because it is really hard to pick. Last ball for Junaid. This first one is the last one, I should say. He's just played out for 1 to Badenhorst, and it's the end of the power play. It's 38 for no loss. So let's see if they do go back to Green Shields. I've got an instinct that they maybe won't. But also, let's see how the spinners of Warash are affected by these conditions, where it is a bit slippery. It's difficult to hold on to the ball and kind of get that side spin. So that was a pretty expensive over in the end, wasn't it? It went for 19 runs. And they are going to nippo here, so they are tending to spin. I think they are finger spinners, so often They will handle the moisture a bit better than their wrist spinning counterparts. So here we go. And over number 4 into the power play. This is just driven down the ground for 1. So pretty good start for Nippo. I think it makes sense. I mean, Greenshields, if he has a really good first over, then I think you'll see him bowl out. But I think that tell this game just needed a change of pace, didn't it? So this will be a chance to see Imran Khan facing up to Nippo. Oh, this one hits him on the back pad, maybe just sneaking down. Well, Nippo with the big claps. And Nippo, he is a really wily customer. I feel this is a good decision. I think it was just sneaking down, and Nippo, I could just tell by his body language. See, that actually hits the front pad, the inside. Look, it's really close, don't get me wrong. Don't think we have time to count the claps, but I'll let you rewind that one back. I think it's a good call. Oh, this one, a bit of an inside edge onto the body. This would have been pretty close as well. So you can already see the impact that the change of pace is having on this game. Got to say the umpiring has been first rate in this tournament. Someone like Nippo, will keep the umpires busy as well. So once again, ties up Gamire. And I think this is a sign that we're going to see some more spin. I think we'll probably see Mabeen Tariq next. He will be turning the ball into the right-handers. That is the only difference as well, I think. And I think these two have also shown they're happy to go offside and go offside often if that's where the ball is. And that's exactly what Gamire does here, but it's higher than it is long. It should be taken, and what a good catch that is. And it's the pup that's done it, Alex Macy. Well, for once, he stays on his feet. And have a look at that hair flowing in the morning breeze here in Portugal. And the pup's done it. What a good catch that is, and it ends an innings of a very dangerous player. It's Gamire, who is the first wicket of the day. He'll go for 26, and Nippo gets the breakthrough. It's been a pretty good over. The change to spin has worked, and Macy comes up with the catch. He is a guy that I've got a lot of time for. A former New Zealander. He is in the right spot, and he takes a good catch above his head. So it's the first wicket, and is 40 for 1. Still pretty good contribution from Gamire, who goes in the 4th. 2 4s, 2 6s for him. A pretty good strike rate, and it brings another powerful striker of the ball to the crease. Mohammad Adnan coming in at number 3. So one more ball on this over. Adnan doesn't wait around, takes one off the stumps, and it's Carlo Butchimatsa who will field it. And Nippo. It'll be the end of the over, and it's 41 for 1. If you want any evidence that the bowler is taking this seriously, look at Nippo. Not just a full pitch punch. He is down, and he's can't believe that Adnan got any bat on that, but he did. And so he's off the mark, and this is where we'll be going over the next few weeks. We're in Capella in the Netherlands, and I mentioned that Corey, if you just join us, he's off sick today. He's not very well. It's nothing too sinister, but I think there's in everyone's interest that he just took a day off here. So I know he's watching, but we'll be back in the Netherlands for more ECS action before we head to the Bulgarian and the Romanian tournament. So 1 week each there, and then we'll have 4 weeks in Sweden, 2 in the south, 2 in the north. So certainly hope that you can join us for plenty more action. Mabeen does come on. This one, he has a good look at it, and he's gone. So Adnan does miss the second one, and he's given LBW. And it's a lot of side spin from Tariq. And look, here, the only issue was if it was doing too much. It spins a lot left to right. Just watch him spin it out of his fingers here. And then it impacts in line with middle, maybe a bit middle and leg. And Tyrone says, yeah, I think that one's hitting. Yeah, it's not an easy decision. Maybe it's an umpire's call for me. I mean, it does pitch a long way outside off. And yeah, Tyrone was satisfied. That was more likely to hit the stumps than not. And you can see Adnan a little bit guilty. He's running away straight away, thinking, And he didn't want to give the umpire a good look at it. But, I mean, we'll never know if that ball would have hit the stumps or not. The umpire is in the best position. And he was of the opinion that it was going to get summer leg stump. So it's the second wicket. And Adnan only makes one in the semi-final. It's 41 for 2. An immediate success for Mubin Tariq as well. He's a really good young player. He's been a wicket-taking machine in this series. It's a very warm welcome to everyone in the live chat as well. And I hope you're well. Keep me company here in the first innings of the day. Vishwakarma, the left-hander, comes out, and this is a pretty good matchup, I think, to have Tariq, who will spin the ball away from the left-hander. So after a strong start from Gorka, Whereas just working their way back into this game at the moment. This one's a little bit shorter, and gets through the infield. And Faf du Plessis does the fielding. Faf du Plessis, pardon me. Faf Stoneman does the fielding. Hello to Faf du Plessis, former South African international, if you are watching. I don't think Faf Stoneman will mind me saying that perhaps Faf du Plessis is a slightly more well-known cricketing Faf, but I think you'll appreciate the comparison as well. Tariq will bowl now back to Imran Khan. This one, it goes with the spin, hits it hard, hits into the gap. It'll be 4 runs. It's a little bit too short that time from Mubin Tariq. This is well-executed shot. Imran Khan, like I said, he's a bit of a wild card, I think, at the top of the order. He hasn't really shown us his true potential. He's been overshadowed a bit by probably Gamire and Mohammad Adnan in the top 3, but this is his opportunity, and what better time than in a cutthroat match. Only one of these 2 teams will make it to the final later on today. The other will have to play for bronze. This is the kind of front of the hand ball, kind of arm ball or carom ball from Tariq. He was pretty clever with his variations, and it's one thing to have the variations, but I think also controlling them, that's critically important. This time a little bit short, but wasn't that short, but it will be long off the bat. Maximo, 16 Khan. This is actually a really good shot. I said it was short, but it's actually the good footwork from Imran Khan that makes it look shorter than it is. It's pretty much on a good length. And just because that spin is coming in towards the batter, he's able to turn on it. And he gets 6 to finish the over. So a lot happening in the first half of the first innings of the day. It's 52 for 2 at the 5 over mark. Gives me a good opportunity to say hello to a few people in the chat, like Andrew Batchelor, who says, "Get well soon, Corey." Well, certainly, I would echo those sentiments. And also to Jeff Maguire, who's watching from Northern Ireland. Good morning to you, Jeff. Hope you're well. I know that we've got some of our other viewers, I'm sure, lurking in the background. But I want to say a quick hello to Shrub on as well. And to everybody else. I know that it's going to be a big day of action here, day 12. And I'm Rio, as just mentioning, yeah. His Nippo is of Bangladeshi origin. And so, he's playing for Portugal and playing for the Portuguese national team as well. There he is right now. But Nippo is certainly one of our favourites. He bowls a full toss here. And I don't think he's going to get away with it. Well, Conrad, he just found himself the wrong side of the line there. Well, lucky he wasn't pulled over in the USA because he was definitely failing the test. He couldn't stay the right side of the line. But you see, I think the ball was winning the race anyway. Just didn't get the right route to the ball. Skates off the surface. It wasn't a good ball from Mohammad Siraj Nippo, though, to be fair. This next one is just edged into the pads. So, Vishwakarma is the new batter, so you'd expect him to take a little bit of time to settle. Does have the one boundary already to his name. Theoretically, I think the left-hander would be a better matchup for Nippo because the ball's turning into him. You saw what Imran Khan did last over to Mubin Tariq. It was right-hander to right-hander, so theoretically, you'd expect the left-hander to be a bit more comfortable. That's also because if the ball beats the bat, sometimes they've got their body as a second line of defence. But Nippo's been pretty clever. He's bowling away from him here at the moment to the right of screen. This one is a bit straighter, though. Good keeping down leg side. Path Jaunjat, I think he's a very solid keeper. I think that he is pretty analytical about his keeping. I like having conversations about him, about his keeping to him. He's always asking questions and trying to improve. That was a really good take, blind take down the leg side. This time, it's quick and a bit straighter, and it's out. So this one is pushed away. And if you want to know the cricket IQ of Nippo, he just moved Button Horse right there. He moved him about 3 metres to his right, and this one was hit straight to him. So Vishwakarma can't make the most of the matchup. His left-hander getting left-hander, and Button Horse did the rest. But, well, put that wicket down to the clever field change that Nippo initiated there. You saw he just kind of waved Brendan around, and he barely had to move 2 or 3 steps to his right. Still does well to hold on to it. There's no easy catches in these conditions. And so it will be another wicket. Vishwakarma, who's a pretty good striker of a cricket ball, he's gone for just 5, and it's 57 for 3. Hello to Neville Russ as well in the chat, and everyone else. To Arup Das, who's enjoying it, and to Cricket District. Well, we've got some pretty exciting news regarding that later on today. Stay tuned. It's a big day for European cricket. This will be Fakrul Hussain, who will come out now, and he's another good hitter. Nippo has been excellent here, but he'll just have the one more ball now. And let's see if they go back to Mobeen Tariq. If Imran Khan's on strike, who did get after him a little bit last over, didn't he? Got a 4 and a 6 and took him for 11. Nippo, it's his last ball, and it's not really connected, but Greenshields once again can't quite get to the drop zone in time. And so it will be the end of the over. And so Fakrul Hussain will retain the strike. He's off the mark, and the score after 6 is 58 for 3. 6 over check-in time. Often from here, I'm thinking the 2 ball, it's pretty good. Pretty good kind of target in the last 4 overs. If they were to do that, they'd get to 106. This morning, I'm not so sure it'll be as high scoring. I think there's a few reasons for that. I think partly that the ball gets a bit heavier when it takes on water and runs across the outfield, so it's harder to hit it further. So yeah, maybe 100 is a bit better than it was yesterday. I guess time will tell. Carlo Buchamatsa is going to bowl, so they are going to make a change here. They don't stick with the off-spin of Mobeen Tariq. There could be another reason for that as well. As Carlo, pretty good first one from him. This is the first time we've seen him on the field in the ECS. He has been involved in an official capacity before. I suppose bowling 1 over spells gives you a bit more flexibility. So, for example, it makes it more likely if Buchamatsa has a good over here, you can bowl him a second. If you hold him back to the 9th, you can't. He's bowling over number 7. Remember, Conrad Greenshield still has an over, and I'm pretty sure he'll have the last one, right? So, pitched up and pretty good, just going down the leg side, but a dot ball. So by bowling Buchamatsa in the 7th, then he can bowl 9. You can bowl the off-spinner Mobeen Tariq in the 8th, and you can bowl Conrad 10th. And the other thing is, gives you the flexibility of using Stoneman as well. So, you potentially can still go different bowlers 7, 8, 9 and give a slightly different look using Stoneman in one of those overs. As this is driven, and it goes to Nippo. That's smart cricket as well. I think that he just points, saying you just watch it. And I think that probably Hussain is saying, well, why don't you throw it if you're so tough? But I think I like that. Hussain, this is good from him as well. He's back up, he's ready to run, but he gets a quick no from the striker who knew that he nailed that straight at Mohammad Siraj Nippo. As Butchie bowls one on length, and this is hit away to the leg side, but it won't carry the fielder. And it's a good catch by Faf Stoneman, who stands his ground. It just wasn't quite the contact that Imran Khan wanted. So he's the other set batter, and now he has to go in the 20s. He ends up with 23. And like Gamire, he contributes 2 4s and 2 6s. He falls in the 7th to just a slight miss hit. So Carlo Buchamatsa, it's the kind of ball that could be hit out of the ground. But that's the thing with that challenge length. is if you don't quite get it, you may present a catching opportunity. And once again, I think it could be the ball being a little bit heavier, just not carrying as far. And again, you don't really have that wind carrying it over that leg side boundary like we have had it sometimes during this tournament. So 59 for 4. And it has been a very good comeback when you consider they were 38 for no loss after the power play. And in the last 3.4 overs, they've only scored 21. So it's less than a run of ball pace in the last 3.4 overs since the power play ended. So Butchamatsa gets his first wicket. And he gets a second straight away. And it's going to be Walid Imran who comes and he goes as Carlo gets it just right. It was full, it was straight, and it crashes into off stump. And so, disappointing for Walid Imran. And doesn't get much shorter than that. And just like that, the Butch is on a hat-trick. Well, I said he looked like Richard from Guess Who earlier this week. We know exactly who he is right now. As Walid Imran just plays down the wrong line there. Well, Butchie is up and away. There's a lot of feeling in this one right now. And Awarish, after a tough start, have to say, they're ahead in this match. It's 59 for 5. A disappointment for Walid. And Awarish, they are buzzing at the moment. They have the hot hand. And Butchamatsa will get the chance to go for his hat-trick against Manjit Singh. Last ball of the 7th, and a hat-trick ball. It's not as straight, and Manjit takes off. And I think the established batter, now the established batter, Fakrul Hussain, even though he's only faced 3 balls, he says, well, you stay right there. I'm going to face up. 7 overs down. The score is 59 for 5. Let's see what the supercomputer was predicting as they fed in all the data. Both these teams, you see, only losing 1 game so far in the series, but it predicted a narrow win to Gorka. 103 to 95. Well, that 103 is looking a long way off at the moment, isn't it? Because they're still 44 runs short of that with 3 overs to go. But I guess what it does say is there's not too much between these teams. And Warish actually have been scoring quicker than Gorka. But having said that, I think Warish did play in Group B where the boundaries were slightly shorter. So I think that probably explains that as well. And you see Gorka only conceding 74. Another indication that they were able to defend runs a bit easier because they had a bigger field and it is easier to protect against those boundaries. So now Miguel Stoneman does get the 8th. And now it gives you a lot of flexibility. I think now you can go back to Carlo Butchamatsa in the 9th, probably Greenshield on the 10th. Don't know if we'll see Tariq again. So that's also the benefit of this Awarish bowling lineup, that they do have a lot of options. And I think the fact that they didn't lock in Conrad bowling a second over, it allows them that flexibility to kind of manage their bowls in this way. And Miguel Stoneman's been pretty good as well. And he's a similar kind of bowler to Carlo Butchamatsa as well, who had some success in that last over. He'll bowl pretty full and try not to get onto the legs of the batter. This one's taken off middle stump, just pushed away by Hussain. Yeah, now Gorka, after such a good start, they're kind of in the danger zone, aren't they? I mean, over from Carlo Butchamatsa only went for 1 run, a single run, and he picked up 2 wickets. So Miguel Stoneman trying to carry on the good work. Haven't had a boundary now in 12 balls. This one would have been a wide. That's it's a single for Manjit, but I think he'll be kicking himself when he watches that one back because he would have had another delivery to go at. And there's the pup, Alex Macy. Well, fielding's a confidence game. I know he spends 1 or 2 hours every morning on moustache maintenance. Certainly paid off this morning. Had the wax off the fingers by the time he had to take the catch early on. This time, Hussain's had enough, and so he goes down the ground and he gets it. Maximo! This is a good shot. He goes walkabout here. And Miguel, I think he just bowls a little bit shorter to counteract that, but I think that Hussain, he was wanting something he could get under, and he gets it. Still a very good shot. Not an easy one. He had to get it right out of the middle. Pretty much did, so it takes Walker 11 up to 67. Neville's got a good question, and we'll come back to that in a second. This has worked away on the leg side. Manjit wants 2, and he's going to be sent back. Probably not the time you want to lose a run out either. Slight boundary change after 1 week. It was measured, and and it was kind of slightly longer, not a lot longer, but a bit longer than kind of the guidelines. So just thought the end of the group was a fair time to do that, and it stayed that way for the rest of the tournament. This will be gone. And he hits him full, and he hits him in front of middle and off. And Manjeet, who did have to strike the next ball after he was sent back for the 2, and he'll be sent back now to the dugout. He just plays all across this. And it might be a slightly slower ball from Stoneman, as he gets it absolutely right. It's full, it's straight, and doesn't get a lot more plumb than that. That is crashing into middle stump. So Warash continue their barnstorming comeback here in semi-final number 1. And that is now a 6 wicket to end the 8th over. It's 68 for 6. Although there was the Maximo in the 8th, they still only are able to manage 9 off the over. Walker 11. So after the first 3 overs went for 38, now the 5 overs that have come after that have only gone for 30. So only run a ball pace. Walker 11 after winning the toss and electing to bat. They made a big score yesterday in the first innings of the day, but slightly different conditions. And I don't mind the decision to bat first. I think whatever they get here, they're going to be defending it with everything they've got. I think no matter what, it's going to be a tricky chase for Warash. They are going back to Tariq here, and he's going to bowl the 9th, and it's going to start with a boundary. I've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised that they have gone back to Mubin Tariq. Not that he's a bad option, but just that Carlo Butchamartsa, you imagine that he will, well, you thought he'd get a second over, and now with Greenshield still to come, not so sure that he will. He took 2 for 1 in the 7th. And an ideal start for Hussain, who's a real spanner in the works of this Warash comeback at the moment. This one does spin back a long way. You see Tariq. I do like him as a bowler. It'll go for a bye in the end. I mean, this looked like it was heading for a big wide. And then it really spins hard. Look at this. And he bites back off the surface. Just not able to gather it. I think he was expecting it to spin back that far either. This is well located by Tariq. It'll just be a single. Hello to Lost in Saigon, who said, great medium pace bowling, lots of disguised balls. Yeah, last 2 overs I think have been excellent medium pace from Butchamartsa and Stoneman. I suppose the other thing, it's good to have options. I mean, it's a good problem to have. Mubin Tariq's been really good at the end of innings as well, so certainly not a bad choice here. I'm just a little bit surprised because Butchamartsa was on a hat-trick very recently. This next one is going to be a boundary. So Hussain enjoying the spin of Tariq here, and he gets this one into the gap and he gets 4. Gets a pretty good shot, has to go fetch it. It wasn't a bad ball really from Tariq. And this one splits the fielders and it'll be 4. So yeah, lots of swerves and curves in this game so far. First semi-final of the day. It's a pretty good one. Hits the bat though, I think, and it'll just be a single. We said that this over hasn't been disastrous. At the moment, there's 11 off it. And still 1 ball to go. This is where I think that the fairly new batter, Roshan Singh, who's the keeper for Gorka, he will just have a go at this. It looks like the rain's just picking up here at the moment a bit as well. This one, a bit of an under edge. And so it will be the end of the over. Roshan will retain the strike. So that's 9 overs down, 80 for 6. It doesn't come off the 9th. Again, I've been critical of all of the decision making, but we'll see who gets the 10th over. You feel like it would either be Butchamartsa or Conrad Greenshields. Normally Greenshields, it's hard to see him not getting 2 overs. So we'll go to the last now. So tell me who your money's on at the moment. I certainly think it could be a very even contest. And who would you bowl here in this last over? That's the question. Do you go on past history in this game, or do you go on past history of the whole tournament? You know, there's no right or wrong. And it looks to me like they're going to stick with Stoneman. So, yeah, Conrad has decided to stick with the youngster. Well, again, it's a vote of confidence in him. He's spoiled for choice here. Could go with Butchamartsa or Stoneman or himself. And they've said, well, Stoneman took a wicket with his last ball. He's doing the job. Let's keep him in there. First ball, swung and missed, so working so far. The other thing I'd probably say is we know that kind of Greenshield's had a bit of a scare last night with his knee, where his bat jammed into the turf and his leg twisted slightly awkwardly. So the other thing is maybe he thinks that with some other options, perhaps it's smart to use someone else, but yeah, not something I was expecting. Here's Stoneman. I think this hits him outside the line, so that's why it won't be out. They will scramble through for a leg bye. So with the LBW rule, the ball's got to hit you in line with the stumps in this circumstance, you see, and I think it hits him just to the left. Just. Not by much, but I think it's a good decision. You could pretty much see the stumps on most of them. So just the one run. Just got to swerve a boundary here. If you can do that, then you're chasing something kind of mid-80s. I think you're pretty comfortable if you're Warash. Similar kind of chase as they had last night, but quite different conditions. This one. Oh, no. Yeah, not going to get a run here. This has come up off the arm, and I think it's gone into the side of the head of Hussain. Well, no one likes to see this. He's on the walk. And yeah, that's no good at all. No good at all. And once again, we said it many, many times. You know, we like to see the protective equipment getting used. See, that's top edge. And you might say, okay, I'm probably not going to get too many bounces from Stoneman, but that can still happen. There's plenty of ways that you can be hit. And yeah, that one just gets him on the cheekbone. So, I mean, he's up and about, so that's a good sign. Lost in Saigon saying helmet is vital. Yep, I would agree with that. I mean, certainly not what you want to see. It's good to see everybody out there with some concern. Didn't knock him off his feet. Maybe, you know, like, get him in a kind of stronger spot than rather a weaker spot. But, yeah, like I was saying, he's up and he's talking. That's also a good sign if he's talking. And so I think they might be working. Maybe they were suggesting, look, you know, and could be we've got to get the helmet. So they're getting one now. Miguel Stoneman also very quick to go over and just to apologise. I suppose it's not his fault. In fact, it was a bit self-inflicted from Hussain because it did come up off either the gloves or the arm. CJ Sharp agreeing as well. I think they gave him Krup Patel's helmet. It was just way too big. It was kind of the helmet for someone who had a head as big as a beach ball. So they've had to go and try and find one that is a little bit more regulation sized. And they don't even get a run here. So FanCode is going to be facing up. And yeah, I think this is very, very sensible. So, well, Sam Houghton as well, advocating for wearing a helmet. Look, I think we're going to see it more and more. I know there are some issues in some places getting helmets that fit and getting supply, of course, to developing cricket nations. But I think the way things are going, hopefully that kind of an incident is something we see less and less of. But the good news is he's out there and he's able to continue his innings. So, I mean, that is good. And you know, I think the arm did take a little bit of the sting out of it, but still hit him at pace, didn't it? So we are going to go down to the last 3 balls of this one. Stoneman still has another bouncer he can use. This one is going to be a comeback from Hussain, who whacks this one away to the leg side boundary. Well, it's maybe the breaking concentration going against Stoneman there, because this is a bit ill-directed from him. You see, it's the first one really, which is outside the stumps to the right-hand side of the stumps, and Fakhru Hussain, he turns on it and he gets 4. So, yeah, obviously going to have a slightly slippery ball. You can see there how the rain has become slightly heavier in the last 2 or 3 overs. And now, well, looks like, was that a no ball signal I saw there? Maybe they're calling for a new ball. I certainly didn't perceive any reason it should be a no ball. Maybe it was, oh, it is. It's a no ball plus 4, and I think it's for the fielding. I think it's for the field being an illegal field because there were too many outfielders. So, I mean, these are runs you don't want to be leaking at the end of an innings. And that means that this next one's a free hit. Probably would be anyway for Hussain. He misses. So, in the end, they get away with it to an extent. But yeah, I think maybe after that break, obviously the field getting set, it wasn't legal field because they had too many outfielders. I think, as it's mentioned in the chat right now, I mean, kids are now wearing helmets, as standard, so they should be comfortable going forward. Couple to come for Stoneman. As this one sliced away on the offside. It's going to be another 4 mid-off up in the circle. We have seen that quite a lot during this series because sometimes it has been a hits into the wind, but you can see in the background no real wind at the moment. So Hussein, well, he's been knocked into action here, hasn't he, in the last with a couple of boundaries. And so we'll go to the last, and Gorka have gotten to 90 now. So it's going to be a very, very interesting chase between two highly skilled cricket teams. Here's the last ball of the first half. He just strangles himself. They're only going to get one here, I think. Bath will run it back. So it will just be one extra run to finish the innings. And Gorka 11, they're going to finish 91 for 5 after winning the toss and batting first. I think they wanted to put the 3 digits up. And nice work by Macy as well. As he runs over to Hussein just to say, I hope you're okay and well batted. So, again, good sporting gestures between these two teams. But I think this is the kind of match where there's so much on the line. It's not always easy to keep your composure. But Hussein saying, yeah, I'm all right. Well, he's a pretty tough nut. That's what you say. And it's certainly something we don't like to see. But it does happen from time to time in cricket. And let's start with the very beginning. And it's Badenhorst that had to try and chase that one. It was up and over. And then Nippo, it was a good chase from him, but he couldn't quite chase this one down. And early on, Gamire and Imran Khan looking pretty good. Both hit 2 4s, both hit 2 6s. And that power play was worth 38, including a magical third for Junaid Khan. Stoneman, well, you can see there, a bit of moisture making things difficult, but you can't fault the effort from the Irish bowlers and fielders. And you can't fault the appealing from Nippo. He probably knew that wasn't out, but certainly didn't stop him asking pretty hard. And here was the pup. He was in play. And all the practice with the chew toy obviously paying off as Macy was able to hold on to that one. Nippo, he was certainly bowling pretty well. Mabeen Tariq, he got the decision there. They got Adnan for 1. So getting Gamire and getting Adnan soon after, that was important. Imran, he did impress me with the way he went about his innings, although he wasn't able to go on with it. I think that'll disappoint him. Vishwakarma just was able to nurdle one round the corner. Badenhorst did the rest. That was after a clever, subtle field adjustment from Hamsiraj Nippo, who is a real character. You see there, he was just warning the batter, don't run, because I'll get you. Speaking of getting you, it was Butchie that came up with 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries, and that one completely did Walid Imran, very first ball. But it was Hussein that had to try and pick up the slack. That was after he lost Manjeet to a plum LBW. Miguel Stoneman coming up with the big wicket, and then he comes up with a big hit as it just skewed up off the arm, I think. And luckily for him, he was able to continue. Concern from all involved as he then donned the headgear, and it worked. Well, there you go for all of you that are apprehensive to wear a helmet. You saw that after that, Hussein did come up with 2 boundaries when he donned the headgear. So another good reason to protect yourself and your upstairs region. And he ends up top scoring with 27 off 16. Just gave him a little kick at the end. In fact, 23 came off the last 2 overs, but they didn't use green shields in there. So, I mean, that's something that maybe they'll reflect on as well. The openers were pretty good with 20s, 26 and 23 for Gamire and Imran Khan, respectively. And they end up with 6 extras in the innings, so they didn't give away too many. I thought maybe we'd see a few more than that in these conditions. And with the bowling, Nippo was the best of the bowlers for me, 2 for 9, as he came on at the end of the power play and shut the gate. In fact, there were 38 off the power play, but then he only conceded less than a run of ball. You can see Greenshields only bowled the 1 over as well. 2 wickets for 1 for Butcher Martz. That surprised me, he didn't get a second over. Mabeen Tariq did take a wicket, but went double digits in economy rate, and Stoneman chipped in with a wicket as well, but his last over went for 11. So plenty to play for. In fact, it's the biggest prize, and it's a spot in the final against Marlow on the line. When we return, it will be Warash, the hosts chasing 92 for victory. See you very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're having a great morning. And we'll see you soon after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. It is Portugal and it's finals day. It's a great combination as we are into day 12 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, and we'll see who will be the champion by the end of the day. And you mentioned a little bit of weather around today. It's drizzle. That's what it's telling me it is, and that's exactly what it is, but it's only drizzle. Actually expecting a maximum temperature of 20 degrees, currently 16, so it's not so cold. It's just a little bit damp out there, and you can see that, but it has been the kind of conditions that you know, the cricket will continue. And we actually saw a bit of this drizzle in the first innings as well. And in the first half of this one was Gorka 11 winning the toss and batting first against Werash, the hosts. Gorka 11 putting on 91 runs in their 10 overs. So Werash are coming out. They need 92 for victory. Both these teams have had a lot of success. They've won 8 of their 9 matches in the series so far. But yeah, kind of tough conditions for all the players. Not impossible though. So let's see who thrives. It will be Brendan Badenhorst, who's opening the batting for Werash, who's come over recently from South Africa. And another South African connection at the other end in Francois Stoneman. With Green Shields at 3. There's the whole top 3, in fact, that come from that part of the world. Here's Abdus Samad, who was very quick to spring into action yesterday to provide some emergency massage relief, but he will be opening the bowling here. And I'm really happy to have a guest commentator joining me for this innings. That's a pretty crucial innings in the day as well. That's because Corey Rutgers sending you best wishes. I know that he is struggling with a bit of an illness today. Nothing too sinister, but you know, he has decided to take the day off. So missing you, Corey, but we're doing our best to go on. And of course, at the end of the day, we'll know if it will be Marlow that will defend their ECS trophy they won in September, or if it will be a new champion. As Samad gets ready for the first ball of the chase, and it's short. Badenhorst hooks, and he hooks pretty well. There's no one back at fine leg, and it's going to be 4. So a really good start to the innings. As Samad maybe slips slightly here. He digs it in. I don't think it was that intentional, but Badenhorst, he got in pretty good position, and he ends up getting a 4 to start the innings. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and joining me, it's the first time that this person has ever joined me, is ECM Project Manager, umpire, scorer, absolutely everything, I think. It's Meta Dab. Meta, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone.
And
happy to be here.
I'm super happy to have you here as well. I mean, you are one of the busiest people in European cricket, so we don't often get you in. It's a good opportunity, I think, just during this innings. And yeah, so firstly, I have to say congratulations, because you did make your umpiring debut during the week in a pretty tough game involving Werash, and had to umpire Nippo, and you had some decisions to make, but congratulations. I thought you did really well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was definitely very, very nervous before it.
Here we go with Samad again. And once again, he bangs it in. I'm not sure if the first one of the over was called. I'm not sure if it got over the shoulder. But this one, to me, was actually a little bit higher. As we'll check this one out on the replay. Badenhorst. Yeah, that for me probably is over. Maybe that is the one for the over. And again, the umpires have so much to think about. We'll talk about umpiring a little bit, because that's the thing you've done most recently here that obviously has gotten a bit more attention. And it always looks easier from afar, but when you're the one that has to make the decision, it's completely different experience, isn't it?
100%. My respect for umpires has grown so much after going out there myself, especially when it's filmed. The added pressure is incredible.
Yeah, of course. As Stoneman will face up for the first time here, and he uppercuts, and he uppercuts really well. Well, that has flown away. Maximo! Big hit from Faf. Well, that's a really good start for him. This one just exploded off the bat. It was up, and away, and it does go all the way. So again, the power play is so important. It's kind of middle of the road target, I suppose. What do you think about the... we'll go back to umpire in a sec, but what do you think about the conditions today? Do you think that favours the batting team or the bowling team? We saw the first innings a bit lower than average.
Just being out there in the first innings as well, the vision is definitely impaired. Like, as a batsman, it's definitely harder to see the ball.
The better delivery from Samad. Yeah, that's something I didn't think of. It's the actual visibility. I talked a little bit about the ball getting a bit heavier. Maybe the outfield is a bit slower. But yeah, actually just seeing the ball in the first place, right?
Seeing the ball is actually definitely harder, because it is such constant drizzle.
Here's Samad, last ball of the over. Well, it won't be. It's down the leg side. Yeah, I mean, umpires have so much to think about. I mean, you've got Tyrone Peters who's out there. He's always trying
That's
to
a
stay
great
mobile.
wide signal.
Yeah.
It's a little stretchy one.
Yeah, but here's the thing about Tyrone. One thing that really impresses me is his endurance. And now I think he's into week 6 of umpiring in this pressure-packed format. So I think he's done a very good job. But all the umpires really, I think we've seen a really high standard. I think as something, sometimes when I don't hear a lot about the umpiring, I think that's a positive because it means it's not really a factor. But that's the end of the first over here at 12 for no loss. But congratulations. I know that you had a lot of well wishes in the chat, and hopefully we get to see you out there in the middle a bit more this year.
Yeah, thanks to our YouTube community. It was really, really sweet reading all the positive comments. I was touched.
Speaking of positive comments, Kirsty Redhead's in the chat saying, morning Vinny, morning Meta. Lovely to have some more girl power on the commentary. Going Meta.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Kirsty. It was really cool to hear you in the commentary as well over the week.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a shame with the Knights getting knocked out that we haven't had any more baked treats from Kirsty because I'm a big fan of that. So, hello to all of you that are watching around Portugal, of course, but of course we have plenty of viewers around Europe and all around the world. European cricket is an unprecedented project. As Fakrul Hussain has recovered from his knock upstairs, and he will bowl over number 2. Maybe he wants to give a bit back, but this one will go towards the boundary off the bat of Bardenhorst. Once again, he starts and over with the boundary, ill-directed from Hussain. And this is nice. Sometimes it's not all power, it's just a little bit of touch, and this one uses the pace of the bowler as it runs away for 4.
Yeah, he was bleeding quite heavily, actually. He had a proper cut at his jaw. It looked really brutal, but he said he's just happy it didn't really actually hit his head, just the side of his cheek.
And it came kind of off his arm or off his gloves. It looked like maybe took a bit of sting out of it, but still it was a nasty blow. Better ball, but better shot as well. This time it goes straight at Madukatapa, and he will not be able to hold on. Will just be 1. Again, slippery for the fielders as well. So, I mean, there's pros and cons for fielding and batting. I mean, you say batters can't see the ball that well. Same with the fielders. I think the slippery ball, barehanded, not easy to catch. And at the moment, that's a pretty bright start by Werris, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I thought they would have to chase a lot more, to be honest.
It looked like it early.
After seeing the first 3 overs, they were 38 after the first 3, and I was like, ooh, that's going to be a high score, but they pulled it back massively.
The next 5 overs, they only scored 30. So they scored run a ball. And then, the thing is at the end, I'm surprised Greenshields didn't get a second over. They ended up conceding 23 in the last 2. So there's kind of a bit of a counter-attack.
I was confused that Carla Buccimaza didn't get a second. He was 2 for 1.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well. But I guess they're spoilt for options, Werash. This is cut away, but straight at the fielder, so they won't get a run here. Yeah, I mean, Carlo was on a hat-trick and didn't take it last ball the over, but then we never saw him again with the ball. They decided to go to Mabeen Tariq in the 9th and Stoneman in the 10th. But, I mean, the thing that surprised me probably even more is that Greenshields didn't get a second. He's been one of the premier bowlers so far in the series, but maybe something to do with that slight injury that he looked like he might have sustained last night. It's just worked away, and they will allow the single here. So, yeah, I mean, chasing a target like this, I think you have to approach it like maybe you're chasing a few more. I think I like the idea of trying to get 110 here and give yourself a bit of wiggle room. Sometimes, especially in finals, you see batters being a bit too careful and actually running themselves into problems in these kind of chases.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these chases between 80 and 100 are always tricky.
The last ball of the over, push and run. They will get a single here, and this will end the second over. It is 20 for no loss after 2. Gives us a really good chance to have a look at the program today. We have semi-final number 1 in progress right now. It's Werash versus Gawker 11. Werash finished top of Group B, Gawker 11 second in Group A, but only on net run rate. And then Marlow versus Punjab CC. That's the one that you do feel the Marlow are clear favourites in semi-final number 2. But we haven't really had a genuine upset yet in the finals, and often we do see 1 or 2. And then later on we'll have the bronze final and the final. So how do you think about that Marlow game and Punjab CC?
I think Punjab is really struggling with injuries.
Yeah.
They would have benefited from having a week off like Marlow had.
Yeah.
I know some of their best players are just having a few injuries, a few hamstrings that are hurting, a few shoulders.
They look banged up, don't they?
They do.
But having said that, they got the job done yesterday, and especially if they can go with their batting. I mean, I think they're certainly the 4th best fielding side left in this tournament because the top 3 are all very, very good. That's a nice way of putting it. But I think they can perhaps bat their way out of trouble, but they need one of the 2 of their guys to really go well and hit a bunch of boundaries. Someone's coming on in the 3rd for his 2nd over. As he comes in now to Stoneman. It gets a little edge, and this will run away, and it'll run away for 4. It was a good effort down there from Walid Imran, but there's just too much pace, and it takes it for 4. So another boundary to Awaresh. They are making a pretty good fist of this power play themselves. I mentioned that Gorka did get 38 in the first 3. At the moment, they've mowed it up to 24 after 2.2. Yeah, hello to a lot of people in the chat who are popping up to say hello to you. If you'd like to say hello to Mita Darb, who is our ECN Blue Crew project manager, also made her umpiring debut this week, and a really crucial part of our European cricket family. Let us know. And a few are popping up. I say that Rahel Khan is popping up from Sweden.
Oh, hi, Rahel.
And
Nice
good that you're
to see you in the chat.
Yeah, good to see you tuning in.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see him and Albis Army playing in Stockholm again. I was at first about to go to the Malmö series, but I am now going to Stockholm as a scorer, actually, not as a project manager.
You actually got so many skills. It's crazy. You're like one of those Swiss Army. I know you're German, but you're like one of those Swiss Army knives, really, that you can pull out for any job. And this one is hit through cover. It's hit really well. When this was smashed by Badenhorst and just blasts through the infield. So Badenhorst is one of these guys. He just keeps getting better and better. And before the fielder knew it, that was past him. It was past the rope as well. So the good start continues as Badenhorst moves to 15. The score up to 29. Got to say hello to Amy as well in the chat, as well as Jeff Maguire, CJ Sharp as well. And Bruno Diesel Cavalieri, he's in the chat as well. Saying good morning. Very nice to have some more beauty in our beautiful commentators. Well, Bruno is the kind of guy. He thinks everything's beautiful, though. He's a beautiful man himself, isn't he?
He absolutely is.
No, we do appreciate all the hospitality that we've been shown in Portugal. Drives this one a little bit inside out, but does get one Badenhorst. He's looking confident at the moment. Good opening partnership, this. And hello to the robot, who's saying hello to Rahel. And again, Albis Army, certainly one of the teams that stole the hearts of I think
absolute fan favourite.
Everyone. Yeah, because also their emphasis on youth, and just to see, the videos of all the Albis Army juniors when they qualified for Championship Week, it was something really moving. This one's moving as well off the bat of Stoneman, who pushes and runs, and does get a single. Finished a pretty good power play for Warash. They're 31 for no loss after 3. That's probably another thing. If you hit the ball at an infield, you're not really expecting a clean pick-up and throw to hit the stumps in these conditions. So I think that's smart running. And, okay, so we're talking about favourites. We've talked about your umpiring. We've talked about a little bit about Albis Army and Stockholm. Is there any way, because you've been all around Europe doing this, and you have been doing this for almost 2 years, including ECL, almost 3 years, right?
3 years, yeah.
So are there any favourite places you like to go, or any experiences or teams that stick out when you think of your European cricket journey so far?
Not only saying this because I'm here right now, but Portugal's always been one of my favourites. I was lucky enough to be there in the very first one in 2020, and the hospitality here is outstanding. Where else do I love to go?
In Portugal here, we're literally in the backyard of that house you see there. That's Paolo Bucciamazz's house, and all of the crew here in Portugal, I have to agree with you. They are wonderful how they look after us. Here's Mohamed Adnan coming on for over number 4. So just worked away by Stoneman, who's been pretty hard to displace during this series. And they're going to go for a second here, but a good throw might have him in trouble. But he slides in. Well, that's really good running. And, this is clever, I think, because it is a bit slippery to run off the pitch. It is artificial, so I don't actually mind this. And that's a bit of baseball style, where you slide into the catcher when you're trying to get home. But, again, he took the most direct route, and he comes back for 2.
He is a really, really good runner. He's extremely quick between the wickets. Incredible.
He even done the keeper's job there, because he ends up with the ball and then tosses it back to Roshan Singh. Yeah, man, I don't think anyone realised exactly how big European cricket would become when we kind of started televising cricket with this frequency.
I surely didn't when I started working and travelling with the circus, as I call it, in a very positive way.
We do call it the circus because it is. It's full of entertainment. That's why.
It absolutely is. It is fun just travelling around with this awesome crew. all the time. It's a great job.
I mean, just to realise how far we've come. I mean, if we go back, say, a couple of years to when the European Cricket Series first started, with one series in Spain in March, but then there was the pandemic break, and when it resumed again in June, as we said, good slower ball, go past Badenhorst. I mean, it was
Dresden is one of my favourites. Actually, Dresden is always one of my...
Yep.
Love it there. And we haven't been there last year, but St. Gallen in Switzerland was also one of my favourites. It was a very different setup back then.
I was going to ask you about the setup back then. Tell us more.
It was just three actually in the end. We flew Jill. Little shout out to her.
Hello, Jill.
We flew Jill in halfway through, it was just me and James Cantor.
Yeah, hello to James, who I know is watching as well, even though it's a Saturday. So hello to you, James, who's meant to be on holidays, but he's working pretty hard. I mean, it was very different back then, wasn't it? St. Gallen, that's somewhere, or Switzerland in general, I'd love to go. It was great to see them involved in the ECC recently, and also
love
to be
Alton.
ECC this year, I should say, but ECL, to see Alton there, a team that we first saw in St. Gallen in the ECS back in 2020. Now, this one is uncontrolled and it's high, but it's the fielder that's coming underneath. He's not going to get there. I always felt it was dropping in front of him, but Samad, I think you see Casey in point. Wow, these conditions are affecting the catching as well. And that was an opportunity, but Samad, it was just a bit too slippery for him to handle.
Yeah, he did not look confident. He just didn't get in a good position, couldn't see exactly where the ball was coming, and then just was short of it.
Yeah, fingertipper. So, I mean, now we've got a social media manager here. We've got, of course, 2 commentators. We've got scorers. We've got operations people.
2 scorers as well.
Yeah,
back then, I was 4 roles in 1.
So
was James.
This one needs to be stopped, and it is stopped. That's Imran down there. Yeah, I mean, here's an overthrow. This is a bit lazy. It's not a good sign.
Oh, no.
And that's even worse, but it'll just get the one overthrow. So it'll be 2 runs. And the rain has picked up a lot, and this isn't a great sign. You can see that maybe Stoneman's calling for more gloves. At this stage, we don't have the Duckworth-Lewis handy, but I would suggest that Werash would be ahead on it. But you can see the rain certainly has picked up a bit in the last couple of minutes. And
where are you saying it? I'm going to put the Duckworth-Lewis up because I have to do 2 jobs at once right now.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I know you're a busy person, and we're making the best of it today. Mita will join us shortly again. But it's the end of 4 overs. It's 39 for no loss after 4. As we have a look at where the circus will be continuing over the next few weeks. Honestly, there's nothing else in the world quite like the European Cricket Network. And we will be in Capella, just outside Rotterdam in the Netherlands. We're travelling there tomorrow, and we'll be there Monday morning for a brand new 5-team series. Some really high-quality cricket there as well. I'm expecting to have some one international representatives playing. I know Stephen Myber will be playing in that one. He's recently retired and just got back from New Zealand. Hopefully Ryan Campbell can join us maybe for a bit of a Q&A about Dutch cricket as well. Former Australian player and current Netherlands team coach. Of course, then we're in Bulgaria, Romania for 1 week each before we head to Sweden. That's the one Mita was talking about a second ago. We have 2 weeks in Malmö in the south and 2 weeks in the north in Stockholm. So certainly excited for that. Then we head to the Czech Republic. We head to Austria, plenty of other places. Gamire has been a bit of a revelation with the ball. Mostly a keeper, as I've known him, but he's rolling out some off-spin this series and doing pretty well. But this is hit by Faf, and it's hit pretty well. Maximo! 6 more, aware rush. Well, I know you've got the Duckworth-Lewis Stern system out there, Mita, but you can put it away because I can tell you at the moment, Awarish are ahead. Maybe you can throw us a pass score. Maybe after 5 overs, a pass score if they have no wickets down. But
so they would only need 41, which they're already past, so they're well ahead right now.
Sometimes, you have a bit of an instinct as well. As the most important, if you don't have the Duckworth-Lewis handy, I normally just say, well, who do you think's winning? And actually, it's pretty accurate. But it's good to know actually exactly if Raymond's intervened. But actually, I think it's kind of eased off a bit in the last minute or 2, which is good news. Badenhorst on strike now. And I suppose these 2, they've kind of got the license, don't they? Because they've got green shields up their sleeve as well. So they're not too scared about getting out. And I actually like their approach this innings. They haven't been too defensive. I think that even though they're chasing something in the 90s, they're approaching it like they're chasing a bit more, and they're trying to be aggressive, knowing that they don't want to bat themselves into trouble. Here's Gamire. And this one is not edged.
Yeah, even if they would lose 2 wickets in the next 2 balls, they would still be ahead.
Yeah. And the wickets
43.
matter, but they're not as significant in T10
No, definitely
as well,
not.
because unless you're in significant wickets trouble.
Yeah,
won't
9
move the
down.
needle too
That
much. Well, how about this? It's the reverse. It's a really good shot for a dot here. As Stoneman blasts this reverse, but he picks out the fielder. That'll be the end of the over. It's 48 for no loss. See here. Hits this shot really well, actually. Hit it for a 4 yesterday. You can see it explodes off the bat. How's your luck, though?
just picked him up.
Halfway through this chase, it's 48 for no loss. The opener's doing the job so far for Warash. Okay, so, yeah, things have changed a lot in the last couple of years. If you've got any questions for me today, put them in the chat. If you just want to say hello. I know you've made so many friends all around Europe as well, so a lot of them are popping up here in the chat. I'm going to have a look here
That's so nice.
into the 6th over. You are a very popular part of the team and one of our leaders, which I think is fantastic. That I think you've been a big reason, one of the main reasons that European cricket's got to the next level, because the professionalism and the work you put in, a lot of work that nobody sees. And honestly, you are such a hard worker. And
I'm flattered. Thank you very much. And Sam Williams.
Yeah, shout out Sam, who's
Yeah.
the other kind of regular project manager.
And looking forward to work as a scorer under him in the next couple of weeks again.
Adnan's back, and he gets one hit straight back past him. And, well, it's going to be foot fielding 4, and this isn't really the best way to go about it. As Imran Khan, who's down there, he gets within range of this, but especially on a day like today, you're going to have to be really lucky. More of a shin stop, a partial stop, and a boundary to start the 6th. Well hit, though, by Badenhorst.
Now, not a big fan of a foot stop.
Yeah, it's dangerous as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
Learn to dive early.
I think that unless you're wearing shin pads, that's not very pleasant. Adnan loses his
Which
run
I
here.
did for a while. Football chin guards.
Yeah.
Like soccer ones.
Well, they now they wear more kind of low keeping pads under their trousers.
Yeah.
Kind of
No, but that's how I started.
You used to do that, did you?
I played a lot of men's cricket growing up. I think I started playing men's cricket when I was 14.
Yeah.
There was not much women's cricket around in Germany. So,
I wanted to ask you about this, because I actually wanted to get onto this. Tell us a bit about your playing career, because I've actually seen you play. I think we might have played one game together back in Spain.
We have.
On the weekend. You're an incredibly good cricketer. We don't see that often because you're working so hard. And I'm not just saying that. Wait for Adnan here. 50's up now for Warash. They won't go any further here. But tell us a bit about how you got into cricket and a bit about you playing.
Yeah, I had to put my playing career a bit on rest with all the traveling right now.
Yeah.
But yes, born in Germany and started playing cricket there. My parents both play. My mum is Sri Lankan, my dad is German, and as most of you know, because he's a regular in the chat.
Hello to Michael, if you are watching.
Yeah, and she made the whole family play. She her love for cricket was so great that she influenced all of us.
Was your dad into cricket because of your mum? Is that
100%? She said, if you want to meet my family and want to marry me, you have to learn cricket. So he did.
And what's your dad's background, right? Because
he started playing them for my mum and started falling absolutely in love with the sport. Had a short period of keeping for Germany actually.
Yeah.
3-4 games, if I'm not wrong.
I have heard about that before as well.
Yeah, so he played for Germany, and then Maha and me started. My brother, who is also working for ECN. We both started pretty young as well. Played in a youth team together in Göttingen, our hometown, and both got it.
Mahel we saw last year in the ECC, of course, representing Germany,
ECC and in the ECS Hungary for the Budapest Blinders.
That's right.
Which is both of our teams right now.
It has to be stopped, and Stoneman wants to come back. Well, that is really good running. He's pitched 2 there. As he's really quick between the wickets. You identified that earlier. And this is one, I think the ball's in the hand, but I think he just sees the fielder's a bit flat-footed. And he thinks those first 3 or 4 steps are so powerful. It gets him going. And it would have had to be a perfect throw to get him in the end. Didn't have the distance or the accuracy to trouble him. So, yeah, whereas they're cruising this chase. Yeah, so, you have actually, you mentioned that you've played a fair bit of men's cricket as well, because the latest game is developing, I suppose.
Exactly.
Germany.
So when I started, we had like 2 to 3 women's teams in Germany, and the closest one was still a 3-hour drive away from me. So I got to play a lot of men's cricket, and and then we built up the women's team. But played with Anuradha Doddabalapur, the German women's captain, in Frankfurt together. We built up a team, but we also played a lot of regional men's cricket on the side just to improve our own game as we were teaching a lot of young newcomers. And wanted to not only be coaching but also be learning a bit more. And so we played men's cricket on the side. And
cricket's cricket, especially in Germany. I think you're already going to get a real kind of diversity in skill levels and experience levels in European cricket. One thing I love about women's cricket in Germany is the amount of native German, ethnically German players. It's something that obviously I haven't seen too much of it live, but everything that I hear about it is really fantastic and encouraging. And I
believe we just won the German women's just.
And this next one from Stoneman is up and away. Well, that one's going to bounce off the cube. Maximal. 6 runs. Well, sorry to interrupt. I just noticed the rain going up a little bit. So I'm going to say that Meta might actually going to maybe give us a target after 7. But that's going to help.
Again, just for that 6, they're past it already. So after 7, they would need 60 runs with no wickets lost. And even if they would lose 4 wickets now, they would still be ahead.
Right. Thanks for that update. Here's Tapa, who's on. And, well, this one, there's no bat. Is he out, though? Side on. I'm not sure if this foot moves or not. It's not easy to make a decision when there is about...
Here's Batman flying.
3 pounds of wood coming your way. Have a look at this. And firstly, you see, there's no bat. I think he's home here, in my opinion. Again, try not to focus on the bat this time. I'm going to try and focus on the back foot of Stoneman. It does pop out just back.
Yeah, quick there to get back.
Well, he's a lot
off
lighter.
Balance.
And then, he was back before the bat landed. And I think that umpire might look pretty quick to call for the L. So there we go. When he has called for new gloves a couple of times.
Yeah, that must be confusing as an umpire. Bat comes your way, and then you have to make a decision.
I'm half Scottish. There's a bit of the caber toss about that. Here's now Tapa getting whacked away, and this one's going to be a Maximo over fine leg as Stoneman gets inventive, and he gets the angle to play that shot. He moves into the 40s. He's playing a match-winning knock at the moment as he takes that one out of the ground. He's been pretty good, actually, in the air in this innings. That is his 4th 6. Also has a boundary to go with it. And Werash at the moment, they're cruising. They're 68 for no loss.
Yeah, he surely is the future of Portuguese cricket. Young talent and incredible batsman, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's been so hard to displace. I've already said, okay, maybe T10's not his most preferred format, but he's been so hard to get out in this innings. Anytime he's got out, it's been chasing quick runs.
Not just that, he's nearly at a strike rate of 200. That's extremely impressive when you are at 43 not out.
This is what I'm saying. He's found this next gear to his game, and I think it's a good sign for the cricket this season in Portugal in the slightly longer format that he's going to have a good season. So
I think if you would look at his...
Tapa.
If you look at his wagon wheel, it will be really impressive. He scores all around the ground.
Yeah, we'll put this one on it and make it a long spoke because that is out of the ground as well. It was 2 full from Tapa. And he gets baseballed out of here. Maximal. Faf goes large. And that one takes him to 49. Got to say a quick hello to everyone. It feels like we're running out of time in this chase, the way things are going right now. But we mentioned Rahel Khan. To Yassis as well, to Janine, who's watching. Hello to you. Last chance to say hello to Meta Daub, our project manager, who's helping us in the chat today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Janine. Also for the shout-out the other day. She posted a little story on the Yasif Instagram. Yeah,
loving that. And that one brings up Stoneman's 50. So he just pushes out to point. He makes 50 off 24 balls. You mentioned that strike rate in excess of 200. He's looked more and more comfortable at the top of the order. And it's nice to see him getting that extended run there. 5 6s and a 4 in his innings. And a very, very important innings, you feel, for Werash and Gorka. They're on their last legs at the moment. And this isn't going to help. They will get back for 2. Could have been worse, though, for Imran Khan. He's not able to hold it. At the end of 7 overs as well, it's 77 for no loss.
The promotion of Badenhorst really changed a lot about the whole team. in the beginning they didn't open with him, and I think since he has been opening, that team just seems set.
Seems balanced, doesn't it?
Absolutely does.
Probably
They're batting really deep.
More balanced than Imran Khan was trying to field that. As we have a look at what is predicted in the second semi-final. Marlow, 10-run favourites over Punjab CC. So that'll be interesting when that gets going. And that second semi-final coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. And so now
Suman coming.
Gamire is going to continue. 15 off 18. They've got under a run a ball. Gets a little something on this. And they will get through for a single. Let's have a look at what we're going to be seeing in that second semi-final. Marlow winning the toss, electing to bowl first. I think they want to chase. They do like chasing. Marlow have a pretty good attack, don't they? And they will be up next. And if you want to see that whole dashboard, go to our website, europeancricket.com, as we see a drop chance.
Oh, no. He chested it. I just couldn't grab it.
Going to hustle back for 2 here. How about Hussain? I mean, he had his weight going backwards when he knocks it up. See here. So when it pops up, it's actually so close to it, but look at his weight's just taking the wrong way, and he just can't get going the other way.
Oh, no. It looks so unlucky.
In slow motion, it looks even worse. And Badenhorst got told to run 2. He just snuck back, and they do get a couple in the end. So yeah, you mentioned Badenhorst and his importance. At the moment, we talked about Werris being a bit Greenshields focused with the bat, but you can see that all of the top 3 have been excellent. They've still got some good options down below Greenshields, like Path Janjat particularly, I think. It's a good 6-hitter. As Badenhorst has had enough, and he's going to whack 4 more. I'll start the car, because I think that this one, there's not long to go. And after that boundary from Badenhorst, just 7 runs required for Werris to be the first team through to the final.
Finally, they have been struggling in semi-finals. It's been every single T10 series they've played with us. They have been losing in the semi-finals. I think they were all a bit scared, although they should have been confident after how the week was going for them. But they were pretty scared about a semi-final loss, because that's what kept happening to them.
Yeah, that's right. So it would be the first time, and surely it seems now that they will make it through to the decider later on today. 4 matches, and that will be the 4th and final. And so make sure you stick with us with that. Hello to Pierce in the chat. Pierce Fletcher, watching from the Netherlands. And I see that. That's Krills. He's one of our Spring Productions crew. He's patrolling around. Geez, they do an amazing job, don't they, Spring Productions?
Incredible, especially with this weather.
7 to win. It's hard to hit a 7. But you can hit a 4 as it goes straight through Imran Khan.
He's been so unlucky in the field today.
It's maybe it's a little slip at the end. Here's the Alex Macy style of fielding, where you just get down and dirty, but unfortunately can't make the stop. And now that takes them within touching distance of the victory.
Did we, by the way, find out who Corey Fango is? Is it Pierce Fletcher?
That is.
That was my guess.
That's the biggest message of the week. Well, I had you.
Pierce, let me know.
My top.
Now that Corey's not there, he will not know. Just let us know.
Haven't heard from Corey Fango today. Just 3 runs required now. This will take us into a 9th over, but surely not long to go in this one. Whereas they're 89 without loss. Gawker not taking a wicket in the semi-final here. And now just 3 runs required off the last 2 overs.
I kind of want to have another commentary stint. I want to see if I get a fan.
Yeah,
Super fan
maybe
too.
you'll get meet a fanboy. Maybe that's something that we'll see. It's you see the Worms there. They have now left each other, haven't they? And so Murash, it is a matter of time. And yeah, Gawker 11, you got a feel for them as well. They played really well yesterday, but they did win the toss here. They decided they wanted to bat. And look, what you would say is, okay, the conditions have been tough, but they've been the same for both teams, right? And so it's just
weather hasn't changed at all, actually. It's just been constant drizzle.
Yeah, and so, I mean, obviously not easy condition to anyone, but they've been outplayed here by the hosts. 3 to win. This first one, just be the one for the over, and it'll be a wide. So over the head, according to the umpire. Get a good look at it here. And I think it's a good call.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, just. I mean, it's hard. It's a touch and go. That's one of the hardest ones, I think, when you're at square leg, because you only get one look at it. Even in slow motion there, we're not positive about that. So you just got to go with your instinct. 2 to win now. As this is down the ground, and be a 1 hopper to Adnan. It was especially difficult with Panda up,
batting a meter out of his crease. I was at square leg in the first inning, in the first over when he was batting, and I was like, this is so hard to judge because he is literally 1 to 2 meters outside of his crease.
Yeah, exactly right. And so this will get them home, I think. And so that one breaks the score. And it will be Warash, the first team through to the final later on today. And they do it in the 9th over. So, well, Gawker 11, disappointing for them. Once again, they won't have the chance to contest for the trophy. We know that they're a very high-quality outfit. And they fall, unfortunately, in the semi-final stage this time, as they did back in September when we were here for that series. And again, healthy rivalry between these two teams. But ultimately, it is the Swans that are going to fly into the final. The first team to be there. And I know that they'll be thrilled that they've broken their hoodoo. And we'll see if they can go all the way. But before that, let's have a look at the highlights of this. It's the first semi-final. And it was Warash. They required 92 for victory. And it was a pretty good start, you'd have to say. And Barton Horse, Amita Dowd, my guest commentator, she said that he's been a bit of a game changer at the top of the order. And so, once again, a bit of a mixture of good luck and good management as they went out there, and they just seemed to have a good attacking approach. I like the way they went about it. Lots of hustle as well. Not easy conditions for the fielders or the batters. As we saw, Samad, that was the only real half chance you felt of this innings. And ultimately, what we saw was Warash, they look like a team that have gelled as a unit. That was a big question, Mita, if they'd be able to come together, and they certainly have done a good job. Now, here we go. I'm going to just pause you right there. Because after a recheck, it's 91-91. So it's actually still 1 run to win.
What? Oh my God, what happened
You know what? This is the first game you've commentated together in the over 1200 that I've been doing.
That's what happens when I'm not out there.
The one time that I borrow you, this is the kind of situation you normally involve. This is what we got. I guess I can't officially say this yet, but
what just happened there?
We'll be playing in the final later on today, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I've updated it for after this ball. Come back. I've got a new one though. And so now you've got 4 slips, and I think they just want to get this over and done with. And of course, we'll get a top ball, so we'll stay out there a bit longer.
Are they having 3 slips in?
Yeah, just for at least.
Oh, look, now you can see the blood on his teeth.
Yeah, it looks like something out of a horror movie.
It's not bad teeth. I saw it close up. It is blood on his teeth.
At least he's smiling. I think this will do it. So we'll see. There's this one. I think it'll either be 1 or 4. Not sure if they finish the run first, but ultimately it will be an Warash victory. And now we can officially tell you that they are through to the final. Well, unprecedented scenes here, Mita, but I mean, you just got to say congratulations to Warash. They deserved their victory. They were outplayed, and Gawker just couldn't find a way to break through there.
Yeah, I think Faf managed to jog slow enough to make this a 4, not a 1.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I'm going to go with a 4. I think that it's. I think that in doubt, you go for it. It was always going to be a 4 anyway, wasn't it? So I think it doesn't quite ground his bat smart. So it will be the end of this one, and of course we know now that Warash, they will be the first team through to the final. Gawker 11. We will see them again, though. Don't forget, in the bronze final later on today, so they will have the chance to play for a medal. And they'll play against the team that doesn't win the next semi-final when it comes up very, very shortly. That's between Marlow and Punjab CC. And as you can see here, the main thing was as well the weather did hold. And that is really good to hear and really good to see. Because I know that the forecast, we're a little bit worried about it. But we have gotten through semi-final number 1. We can tell you now that Gawker 11 will be playing in bronze final. And then confirmation, Warash, they'll play the winner of Marlow and Punjab CC a little bit later on. And so I'm looking forward to a lot more excitement before this day's through. And this is what's coming up. Marlow versus Punjab CC. Marlow have won the toss and elected to bowl first, so they will be chasing.
2 Sawas in each team have been incredibly handy for both sides.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Azim Sawa, left-handed bowler. Could be able to run a Sawa, I think, in the Punjab CC innings. And Aslan Ahmed, they dropped him down the order, and they have tried a few different options CC in their batting lineup. And let's just see if they've got the stamina to go all the way as we go back. And we'll probably have a look at the scorecards of this one. And Badenhorst, 36 not out. Stoneman, 54 not out. And particularly Stoneman, I think, really impressed me the way he went about that chase. But they didn't do anything wrong at all. An unbroken stand of 92. They were getting there as well with 8 balls to spare. As far as the bowling went, well, no one could break through. As not much to write home about. Adnan, he bowled okay. 16 came off his 2 overs. And unfortunately for Gorka, they will see them contesting 3rd place. And so, once again, I just want to give a big thank you to Medadab for joining us for an innings. And finally, we got to work together. We work together all the time. And we got to work together in my office. And I know that your office is out there. There's a lot more going on in your office than my office, trust me. But
I can confirm it's also a lot warmer here.
That is true. I'm not going to lie about that. But what I wanted to say is, honestly, thank you for everything you do. I think you go over and beyond. I know you do so much stuff that no one would know about. And you are one of the reasons that everything gels. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're a fantastic human being as well. So you're a credit to your parents if you're watching, Michael. And anyway, we've got to hope that you take a little bit of a break, but then you come back. When we come back in 20 minutes, we will take you to the 2nd semi-final. And it will be Marlow, who finished 1st in Group A. They're taking on Punjab CC, 2nd in Group B, for the right to meet Werush in the final. But until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Meta Dab. Hope you're having a great finals day so far. We'll see you very shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal. It is day 12 and that means it's finals day here in Portugal. The combination of 2 weeks of cricketing excitement. Again, not ideal conditions so far today, but they haven't changed too much. There's a lot of cloud cover, a little bit of mist. You see a few raindrops falling as well, but nothing that's kept us off the park just yet. So we will be starting on time here in the second match of the day. And it will be Marlow versus Punjab CC. Marlow, well, we know that they are defending champions. And they have won every single trophy that we have contested on the European Cricket Network here in Portugal, which involves 3 series so far. We also saw Marlow at the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. That was just a couple of months ago as they competed in Group E. Unfortunately, they finished in 4th position, so they didn't go through to Championship Week. But we know that they're a very, very good cricket team. Umpires coming out onto the field. And nice to see Buck Stoneman getting a go in the second match of the day. His umpire has been excellent during this series. I can actually see a fair bit of improvement from the umpires as well as they've found their feet. And I think that they're a very big reason that it's such a high quality product as we see the openers going out there. And Arslan Ahmed, they have put him back at the top of the order. They did drop him down to, I believe it was 8 yesterday, just didn't seem in a regular batting position. But he will be out there. And for Punjab CC, yep, they're going to be big underdogs in this game for sure. But we just know on the European Cricket Network, expect the unexpected. And we know that anything is possible. Marlow, they do drop the odd game here and there. They certainly wouldn't be able to be not favourites for this game, you would say. And so there's a move that's a pretty attacking one. Musmal Abbas, he is opening up. So he's a man that I would call him a bit of a pinch hitter. I mean, he does like to be hyper aggressive. And so I think Punjab trying to make something happen against Marlow here. So Amir Zaib, who opened the bowling for the first time yesterday in the tournament, but did really well. We know he's a very good performer. Has played for Portuguese national team. Came up some really good performances last year in the ECC. So we're going to get going. Here, Vinny Sandu, here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Unfortunately, Corey has been taken ill today, so you'll have me this time. And this isn't a great start at all. Zaib not getting any swing there. And the second bounce takes it away from Saim Ali, the keeper. So he gets there, but just a little bit too late. And Asad Mahmood couldn't make a play on it either. So, well, there's 5 for free. Now let's start again. So Punjab CC, they'll certainly take that. So, Arslan Ahmed getting the opportunity. Back at the top of the order. Yesterday they were sticking with Kazi at the top. You can see the rain at the moment is a bit of a factor, and I think it's just gotten a little bit heavier in the last minute or two. And this next one goes straight through the legs of Arslan Ahmed and knocks over middle stump. Well, the first one was ill-directed, and the second one just went straight through the legs of the hapless batter. Effectively, he'll go first ball. So 5 wides, and then the nutmeg straight through the 5-hole, as they say in ice hockey. And somehow, Amir comes up with a wicket. It's 5 for 1. And Ahmed, that's not a replay that he'll want to watch. Certainly gave it both barrels. And in the end, it was the worst possible result. So Punjab CC don't know what to make of this start. It's 5 for 1. And so I'm going to welcome all of our viewers once again to the live chat, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Always love to have your contributions. I want to say hello to Nico Fernando, who's been watching from Italy. And hopefully we see you in the ECS again when we do visit Italy. And to Crazy Biz as well, to Shrabon, to everyone else, to Luke Belgium as well. I was saying it was a pretty comprehensive victory for the Swans in the first game. Certainly was. And hello to Hawkmoon. Morning to you, Neil. Yes, sorry to hear about Corey being ill. May he have a speedy recovery. Well, Punjab CC will need a recovery right here. There's Rana Sawa, number 3 batter and makeshift keeper this last few days for Punjab CC. He'll get off the mark with a single. And I know, Neil, you and Corey sometimes like to have a bit of verbal sparring at each other, but I think, obviously, when it comes down to it, I know there's a lot of love there between you two, so It's good that you sent your best wishes. I'm sure Corey will take them on. As this next one is going to be 4, and it's just lifted away over the fine leg region. So Mozam Al-Abbas, well, he is kind of being thrown into the mix here, lighting a firework at the top of the order and seeing what happens. So anything is possible. I do like that attacking move. I think Punjab CC, they seem to be running out of steam a bit. They need a spark from somewhere, and they've decided, look, we're going to throw a couple of things that we might not usually do. I'm going to throw them at Marlow, the defending champions, just to see if we can get a run on the board. And then in the second half of the innings, do have some decent performers with the ball. I mean, I like Pavi and Singh, the left-hander. I like Kaiser Ilyas actually came really good for them yesterday. Muslim Al-Abbas who's out there at the moment. Umar Muhammad as well. And so, yeah, I think runs on the board, not a bad thing. Not a bad toss to lose if Marlow want to send you in. Pitched up, and Muslim tries to go across the line off the inside half of the bat, just one. So Tyrone Peters, again the marathon man. If we ever do the 48-hour ECN T10 cricket marathon, I want Tyrone umpiring all 24 matches in a row until he drops. Because I think he's just got an incredible amount of endurance. Oh, this one could be trouble, and he's gone. Well, it was climbing. And Amir gets 2 in the over. Well, he gets it straight. And yeah, for me, it looked straight enough. It was just a matter of if it was pad, which I think it was, and then the height, I suppose, as well. See, it is, oh goodness, it's climbing. And so, I mean, probably an umpire's call. You see where it hits him. It hits him probably 3/4 of the way up the stumps. I'll see here, you can get an idea of the trajectory of the ball. Just above the knee roll. And so, yeah, that one could have been clipping the top of the stumps. And Buck Stoneman, he's the man whose opinion matters. And he sends the batter on his way. So that's 2 down in the first over. As Muslim Al-Abbas, he does get 4 in the first, but that's all he gets. And it's 10 for 2. Zaib, he has been a very, very good performer since he went to the top of the bowling order. And this will bring Imran Rao to the crease. One thing about Punjab CC, though, they're going to throw some shots at you. They won't be too worried about these first 2 wickets. And they do have what I think are the 2 key players for them at the crease now. So if they can stick around for a while, then this still could be a healthy score. And although they've lost the 2 wickets, they haven't used up too many balls. And in fact, there's already 10 on the board. So run rate, not a problem at the moment. Luke saying debatable decision. Umpire gave it out. Yeah, probably umpire's call. And we'll never know if that ball would have hit the stumps or not. It's in the umpire's opinion. And so yeah, I think it was fair enough in the end. Certainly couldn't say conclusively that it was wrong. It's the end of the first over. Zaib gets a couple. It's 10 for 2 after 1. Yeah, but I think Punjab CC, maybe it's a blessing in disguise that they get these 2 to the crease. And they've got the opportunity to bat for 9 overs of this semi-final number 2. So, hello to Phil G, who's joined the chat for the first time today from the Czech Republic. That's one place I'm certainly looking forward to visiting again, as we plan to be there around the end of May. I believe that's the next one after Sweden. Let's just see this weather, because the umpires are loath to go off, because it's always tough to get back on, but at the moment is coming down a bit more significantly. And this is not a good shout for LBW, because it pitches probably 3-4 stumps outside leg. Plus, I don't think the umpire got a great look because Shazad was obscuring the view. But apart from that, maybe it was a good appeal. You see, Tyrone's looking. I think they'll try hard to keep them on for 3 overs as well. I think that if you do that, then the window of opportunity to complete the game is a lot bigger. Shazad, pretty much the same thing happens last ball. This time he doesn't bother to appeal. There's a bit of trouble getting going here. Yeah, and Tyrone, he's done a lot of umpiring for us. You see him there. But I'd say right now he'd rather be inside the studio here with me, chatting about cricket. He's a very good commentator, in fact. He's another one with a few strings to his bow. He made his bed, now he's got to lie in it, and he's out in the middle of the cricket oval right now This one bites back in from Shazad, who I think is just... he's basically reduced his run here for the reason, just the conditions. I think this is something we're going to see more and more of in European cricket, is you have to adapt. There's no point running in like Shoaib Akhtar off 30 metres in these conditions. You just have to get it right and be sure of your footing. And it's not all about pace either. This one is cut away. Will be fielded down there. Marlow, very good fielding side. And I would say the two teams you saw this morning and Marlow are genuine fielding sides. But FCC, probably not so much. They've been struggling a little bit in their first ECS in that aspect of the game, but they've made up for it in other ways. And I guess they did hold some catches when it mattered yesterday. This one will be a tougher stop, and in fact, the fielder won't get there this time. Gondal down the third man boundary. He has to watch this fly over the rope. So 4 runs. It was a bit close to cut, but it kind of worked out well for the batter, as he's able to just late cut that traditional late cut. Lets it get to him. And so another boundary. Get a few more discussions. Let us know where you're watching from as well. Chris Smith saying, Corey been singing again. Is that why it's raining? Well, I haven't heard Corey do too much singing. And that's something I'm thankful for every day. And as far as the rain, well, there's a limit to what we can control. And the weather's one of them. We saw that a couple of weeks ago in Kantama. Hopefully we get enough good weather to get the full finals day program in. That's the thing, though. It'll come and it'll go. And I think in European cricket, they're quite used to playing in these kind of conditions. I mean, the fact that people travel a long way, they don't come to sit on the sidelines. And so you do see probably a bit more tolerance of precipitation. Anyway, it's 2 overs down, 17 for 2. And now, of course, after the first semi-final, we know that Gawker 11 will be taking part in the bronze final a little bit later today. There will be a 1 hour break between the end of this match and the start of the next one. And then later on, it's the big one. It's the final. And Werash, they get there for the first time. Can they go all the way? Starting at 2:30 GMT, 4:30 in Central Europe, and 8 p.m. in India. You don't want to miss that one. That'll be match 48. And the final match from Portugal will have our champions of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Alna de Mesquita, hello to you in the chat. Say morning. If the game is stopped because of the rain, and could it be stopped? Yeah, it could be stopped because of the rain. If so, what happens? Well, there's a reduction in the overs. So we start with a 10-over game, which is 60 deliveries. And if we can't get through all 10 overs, then we can still get a result. As this one is cut away, Ranasawa, but going nowhere. Zaib coming back for his second over. So look, the minimum allowable overs to constitute a match is 3 overs, not 18 deliveries. And so if that is basically the minimum that we consider that the result will stand. If it's not, if we don't get to 3 overs, we're in the third right now, so it looks like we will, then essentially the game is abandoned. Marlow would go through as the higher ranked team. This one's cut away once again, but could be trouble. Could be big trouble this time, but he's been fumbled there at the last minute by Saim Ali. And well, it's difficult conditions for everyone, really. I think that this time Sana was keen to take off. He hit a good shot twice, and the second time he got a bit stubborn. But I think the Saim Ali just kind of spends it before he gets it there. You can see he had to deal with a 1-bounce throw. Probably not the greatest throw. I would be trying to get back to the keeper on the full, but he gathers that. And for sure, I think Saar was getting run out there. So Punjab Lions, or Punjab CC, I should say, catch a break. So the other thing I should say is that if the teams don't get to face the same amount of overs, there's a mathematical system that is used that determines what's a fair target. So let's say that if Punjab CC were able to face 10 overs and the rain came and Marlow were only able to face half that, then there would be kind of a mathematical model that will say what's a fair amount for them to chase. It's not just a straight proportion because there's a few factors at play. And not everyone understands the system, but typically it works. And it's the best system we've got at the moment. And this is a better shot. In fact, it's blasted over extra cover. So Sawa makes the most of his life. And he takes Zaib over the offside. Maximo! Well, Rana is someone that we saw dropped yesterday, and that was one that was rude by the opponents. It was Brothers 11 Portugal that ended up going down by just a single run to Punjab CC in quarterfinal number 2. But right here, right now, it's Punjab who, despite the 2 wickets, run rate is acceptable, and now there's going to be more runs. And this one will go to the boundary as well. So a bit of an overcorrection from Zybe. He's not getting that hoop he was getting yesterday, and I think it's partly because of the conditions that the ball is probably a little bit soggy already with the surface water and the water coming from the air. So right now, you can see he's frustrated. He's not getting it where he wants. So it's one thing when you should have had a batter removed from the equation, and then they go back-to-back boundaries. And sudden death cricket's funny. I mean, you say Marlowe much stronger on paper. You don't play on paper, you play out there in the middle. This one's cut away, and this time we'll get one there. You can see slippery conditions for the fielders as well, and even for the keep-up with that one. I think Norley takes that even if he rushes it slightly, but you know, even with the ball a bit slippery up, you can just get out of your gloves. And Alna saying thanks and really hope we have a proper final. All teams worked hard for it. Yeah, for sure. I couldn't agree more with that. This one just nurdles at this and flirts with danger. But at the moment, luck is favouring Punjab CC in the third. And at the end of the power play, they're 28 for 2. So, I mean, at the end, it's not a total disaster. I know they lost 2 wickets in pretty quick succession. But 10, 7 and 11. And that's also off 3 key bowlers. Zybe bowling out and Shazad in the middle. Let's see if Shazad bowls the 4th here, or maybe he keeps himself back. And juggling the bowlers is super key. And a lot of these top teams, they have more than 5 bowling options. So it's also keeping options open so that perhaps someone that you may want to try, give it over, maybe they can have a second. In 10 overs, you have to be a little bit clever the way you do that. Of course, you can't bowl 2 overs in a row with the same bowler. One thing I do like about European cricket is it shows you that you can play in conditions that aren't perfect and still get on with it. I think sometimes we're a bit precious as cricketers. Azam Sawa is going to come in, and his left arm spin will feature in the 4th over. It was a Gundy ball first up, and it's going to get the treatment. The line was okay, but it was just way too short. It was a half tracker and a rare bad ball from Azam Sawa. I've noticed occasionally his first one just isn't right. He's normally pretty accurate, but it's at least 3 occasions I can remember that his first one has been, let's just say, ill-directed. That time, Sawa cashes in. So, he's been pretty good here. He was kind of given a life on 2 run Sawa when he should have been run out. And here we are in the blink of an eye. Less than an over later. He's up to 17. Sawa loses the towel. He's able to field the ball though. We saw spin changing the game, didn't we, in the first semi-final when Nippo and Mubin Tariq came in after a power play where we saw Gawker 11 getting away a little bit. 38 off the first 3 in semi-final number 1. But the spin came and put the brakes on. Sawa tosses it up and challenges Sawa, who wanted it. You can see it's probably not the right place to try and hit that ball. He's already shown he can go over the offside. Sawa's a pretty clever bowler. So we're getting the Sawa on Sawa action that some of our viewers were asking for. Azim Tirana. This one a little bit shorter, and it pings off the bat, and it's going to be 4 in the end. Well, this really had something on it. Or take cover. That one will nestle on the covers. This one just explodes off the bat. In the end, it takes a sort of hop that even if a fielder was in the way, I don't think he was going to be able to field it unless he was about 4 metres tall. Shows you how hard he hit that. So, once again, Sawa could have been removed on 2. He moves into the 20s now. And there's Happy just to take a single here. So just 1. And so, Azim, not a disastrous over, but yeah, just a couple of loose deliveries. You can see he's trying to grip that ball. He's had the towel out. Here's the last ball of the 4th over. And this time, a bit of a false shot, but he gets away with it. It's pretty well handled by Amandeep Singh. He's been a good addition to this team. I think brings a lot to the table. And he's able to keep that one to a single. 4 overs down. It's 38 for 2. Let's see what the supercomputer was predicting here. and it has Punjab CC making 92, and they don't think that'll be enough against Marlow. I think Punjab CC averaging 107 with the bat, but Marlow 108. But remember, Marlow did play in the first week where the boundaries were a little bit larger, and I think you can see that in the average runs against, with Marlow on average conceding 76, Punjab CC conceding 102. And let's be honest, they have been a little bit wasteful, particularly in the field. I think they've been probably leaking on average 10 to 15 runs an innings, sometimes more. Punjab CC have lost 3 games along their ECS journey. Marlow just dropping the 1. It was game 2 of the series where Gawker 11 were able to defeat them. But Gawker 11 now, we know they're out of contention for the trophy, though we will see them in the bronze final. Asad Mahmood is going to bowl the 5th over. And so a lot of people saying a few different things about the weather, and a lot of people also saying, wishing Corey a speedy recovery. Yes, Corey, I know that he'll be tucked up. He'll have his hot water bottle. He'll be watching the ECS for sure. I know he's worked very hard to... Oh, hello. I suppose it's got to be a dot ball. I mean, a dead ball, but it's very late. He's gone away there. It's almost like he sees the pitch and says, actually, I don't want that one. I'll have another one. So I don't know if there's some sort of movement or some sort of noise I didn't pick up. Anyway, this one will be real. And it's not going to be the result that the batter wants because Rao plays all around it. Or maybe he should have tried to hit the first one because this one, is going to remove him. And he goes for just 5. Hasn't been the series with the bat that Imran would have wanted. He has hit a score or 2, but he hasn't been consistent enough. And this one, really, to be fair, it wasn't a good shot. He goes after one that's straight and shapes in. And Asad Mahmood said, well, you had a look at the first one and you couldn't deal with the second one. Punjab CC, they lose a 3rd wicket at the start of the 5th over. It's 38 for 3. And that's a big blow for Punjab CC, losing their captain in the 5th over. So it's not ideal. That partnership was getting away. They came together at 10 for 2, so the partnership was worth 28. It had been Rana Sawa that had most of the strike. Wow, 5 off 7. As we'll see, new batter come to the crease. Nasib Mahmood, the left-hander. He doesn't bowl express at all, but what he is pretty accurate. Abdul Qazi coming out number 5. He dropped down from the opening position, so again, a recognised batter. So I've got to say hello to everyone in the chat for all your comments and questions. And I did mention that Corey's getting a little bit of love in there, and that's nice. The next one is played out for a dot. Qazi now at the action end. Abhishek Kate saying, do I like spin bowler or fast bowler? It's an interesting one. I think I liked both. I think it depended how good they were. Did used to like trying to get after the spinners though. Especially if they tossed it up, I was probably keen to try and take up the challenge. As this next one worked away by Qazi. And this is a really good stop. You see the difference between these top teams and some of the other teams. That's Zaib out there, who's able to keep it in the field of play. So it'll just be one. Qazi's off the mark. Just clutching his hamstring there. So they look banged up to me. I mean, I think they've got one fit player, Parveen Singh. That feels 100%. Even he's probably a bit sore. Listen, Mahmood, again, gets it where he wants it, falling up in the block hole. I suppose that when I was playing, I was trying to clear Australian boundaries that were often 80 metres or more. So I do find my mouth watering sometimes when I see the slightly smaller fields in European cricket. Well, this is not a piece of fielding that Najam Shahzad will want to look back at. I think he is one of the best, if not the best fielder in the team, if not the country. And this one is just rolling fairly benignly. Slight Tortuga, baby Tortuga, but I mean, 99 times out of 100, he's fielding that. So let's see if that comes back to cost him. Ranasawa, well, don't know what he's done today, but it's working for him. Another uppish one, and it's will be one that a better throw might have had him in trouble. Ranasawa, more lives than a Cheshire Cat at the moment. He'll retain the strike. It's 27 for him, and at the end of 5 overs, it is 44 for 3. So Ranasawa doing most of the running early. He was missed on 2, chance to run him out, and in that over he got a bonus because of the misfield from Najam Shahzad, and That's a once-in-a-generation event, I think, because Najam is normally very, very solid. Zawa's coming back for his second over. So let's see if they can build a partnership here. This is probably not a good delivery, but he's picked out the field down there. Samir Zaib, he will throw it back in. Abhishek Kate saying, Vinny, favourite spinner from India? Ah, geez, plenty to choose from. Got to say, I was a big Anil Kumble fan growing up. And he was certainly a different kind of a bowler. Kind of a faster, first of those kind of faster leg spinners where wasn't really using flight as much. Probably he's one that I grew up enjoying. Venkatapati Raju was one in the early 90s as well. When I first saw the Indian team when they toured Australia, I think it was 91-92 season. Pitched up and down the ground. Keep the questions coming though, I do appreciate them. And Abhishek asking me who will win the IPL today. Well, that's not my area of expertise. I do have quite a few former teammates that are playing in the tournament, so I just hope that they go well. Oh, this one gets through everybody. I think this will be at least one by. And it's a bit of foot fielding stop, and that'll be the end of the involvement from that fielder. It'll be a bye. This one just kind of holds its line, doesn't turn. Not an easy one. Goes between the inside edge and the stumps. This one's out, and it's hit the very top of the stumps, and Sawa's going to have to go. So, well, he's used up most of his lives, and they've run out now. And Sawa, once again, gets this one just to shape in with the arm. It doesn't really turn away, and it clips the bails. You see this one, just the top of the stumps. And so, it's the end of Sawa, who goes after this, and really wasn't that close to it. So, it will be another wicket, and Punjab CC now in a lot of trouble. They've lost their top four. It's 48 for 4. And so will be a chance to see a new batter and somebody that I've got a lot of time for coming to the crease. Bhaveen Singh, who is a stylish left-hander. And I think in the chat they're saying, well, Vinny, what about Bishan Bedi? Well, Bishan Bedi was a bit before my time, but I'll give you a true story. And these are the little nuggets you'll get from me when I'm on my own for a little while. So, my father, he looked a bit like Bishan Bedi. And when Indians were touring in the late 70s in Australia, my dad would often sign autographs for people because they thought he was Bishan Bedi, and he would sign them anyway. So that's a true story. He'd be out with my mum. I think they were dating at the time. So, yeah, there you go. If you like, my claim to fame before I even discovered cricket myself is that my dad was a Bishan Bedi impersonator. It's something you'll only get, that kind of exclusive content right here on the European Cricket Network. It's 6 overs down now. It's 49 for 4. So, a few people asking about my favourite spinner from ECS. Well, I've got plenty. I mean, I talked about Gaurav Mayavanshi yesterday. I like the way that he's brave for such a young cricketer. And Abhishek is trying to guess my favourite fast bowler. Maybe Mohammad Kamran. Well, I think there's something about Kamran, isn't there, that gets everyone excited to see what's going to happen. You see the bowling figures there. Not everything running Marlowe's way, but at the moment they're in a pretty strong position. What I would say is today 90 might play a bit bigger than it would normally, but how are they going to get there? That's the question. This is normally they'd have like a Muslim Al-Abbas maybe still to come, but they spent him at the top of the order. He only made 4. They still have Umar Muhammad. Kaiser Ilyas as well is in, but hasn't really made an impact with the bat as yet. As this one is angled away, and it's going to get through the infield or get through the outfield too. So Parveen, he is the man, I think, for a crisis. I think he's a good decision maker. There's no real extravagance about this stroke, but he just uses the pace of Mysam, who's come on in the 7th as a death bowling option. And this is actually how we saw Marlowe going last year. They'd used Mysam and Gondal in the last 4. So I wonder if now they're kind of settling on that same strategy. We haven't seen Gondal yet bowling in this innings. Pitched up, and this is what Mysam does so well. Not great fielding by Zulfikar, but I think it doesn't cost them a run. Yeah, Mysam's really good at just banging in those Yorkers with regularity. Helix likes the story about my dad signing autographs as Bish and Beatty. Weren't too many turbans going round in Australia in the late 70s. You hear the rain coming down, but it's been fairly consistent. So I think it's the same for everybody. This time, Marson tries the cutter. It doesn't work out. Tried something different there. He deviated from plan A, which is just to bang in Yorkers. This one kind of rolls his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball. You see here. And it does come back a little bit, but it comes right into the swing plane of Kazi, who's another guy that's had plenty of batting in the series. We have seen him opening up for Punjab CC, coming in at number 5 today. And despite the fact they've lost those 4 key wickets, that run rate at the moment, not too bad. They're on 89 pace. They still have 3.5 overs to get after the bowling. Once again, it's a length delivery. It's going to be 4 more. So Myson offering up something that's a little bit short of a length here, and it's gleefully accepted by Kazi. Now, I think he's enjoying it. He's using the pace. This is cut away and really well-timed cut stroke. Back-to-back 4s. CC, they're fighting hard. Remember, they seemed out of that game yesterday. They ended up winning 95-94 against Brothers 11 Portugal. They just have a way of doing it. And we know Marlow, it's not like they are invincible. I have seen them dropping games on the ECS before. This is the game they had on toast early when they took 2 early wickets, Marlow. Since then, there's probably more misses than hits for the defending champions. He's pitched up Myson trying another angle. Just not quite hitting his Yorker at the moment. That's normally his go-to. And so he'll have one more ball on this over. He'll get to bowl at the left-hander, Parveen Singh. Last ball of the 7th coming up. So let's see how the left-hander will handle Slade Myson. This has worked away, and it will just be stopped, I think. And so, yeah, 2 runs in the end. It's good running. So, again, it wasn't the orthodox way of fielding, but I think that'll be the end of the over. 65 for 4. You see that rain has been coming down a bit more strongly, I think, in the last over. It just seems to come and go. We see the players, they don't even think about coming off the field. I mean, this is European cricket. They're a tough breed. So it will be 2 to finish 7. 3 overs to go. Now up to 93 pace. So, I mean, they can have a couple of good overs here. They might even have visions of reaching the 3 figures. Now, coming up Monday, this is something I'm really looking forward to. It is the Netherlands series. So, I know that Corey's watching at home. I'm in the hotel today. We'll have Sparta, the host, versus Voorburg, VCC. First couple of matches, and then Sulland, first ECS for them. They're taking on Kampong, who are the defending champions in the afternoon session. It's hard to believe. That's just 48 hours away, or less, in fact, now. So starting 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India on Monday. A brand new FanCode European Cricket Series. Great. And the fact that we have a lot of high-quality cricketers and teams playing in that series this year, just because the timing is a little bit better than last year, where they pack a lot into the Dutch season. So the fact that we'll get there pretty much 2 weeks before the season begins, I think that will be a real good showcase of what Dutch cricket's all about. Here is Gondal, as predicted, in the 8th. And this one is cut away, but cut straight at the fielder. That's good running by Parveen, who cops it. But this is a real good case of how to do it. See, it was pretty good fielding. Good pick up, good throw. But because he took off quickly, see here, he's ready to go. And he's just kind of pinched 1.5 meters there, or 2 meters. And that's why he makes that, even though he wears one for his troubles. But that's a really good example of good fundamentals. He had the bat also in his inside hand, so his left hand. So he has a good look at where the ball's gone. Very hard to get someone out if they go straight away. And this time, Parveen will do the job with the bat, with the stick in hand. And this is a really good shot through the offside. So he does get down the business end, and then he gets down to business. Parveen Singh, he just keeps on carrying this Punjab CC lineup no matter what he's doing. I mean, he's been really, really good. He's a smart cricketer. And Gondal, not an easy bowler to go after. I mean, he's another death bowling specialist. But I think what we're seeing from Isom and Gondal is with this ball being slippery, they're not quite as accurate as we used to. There's a few loose deliveries. It's one thing to receive a loose delivery, though. Another one to pick it off. And that was well executed by Parveen. A bit short. Quite short, in fact. Parveen goes for the hook. That's the one for the over. There's Buck Stoneman. Who gets this one spot on. Yep, above the shoulder, but can't be above the top of the head. Helix just asking what happened to Corey. Well, don't worry. Corey is resting at the hotel. He's not feeling very well today. He's had a lot of well wishes. It's nothing too sinister, so don't worry. I won't mention what everyone will be asking about, but I'm not going to be asking too much about this because this has been blasted away. Well, Parveen, once again, it's a one-way ticket to pound down from the left-hander as he goes after this ball that's pitched up, and he just plants that front foot down the pitch and says, on your way. And not often you see Gondal getting this kind of treatment. So, big shot from the lefty. He's making a difference here. Now they're up to 99 pace. He wants more, gets a thick outside edge, needs a bit of luck, and he gets it. Doesn't carry all the way down to Asad Mahmood. And so, yeah, don't worry, there's nothing to be too concerned about with Corey, but he just needs to rest up for a day. Hopefully, with the day off tomorrow, and come back on Monday for his home series. Something we're really excited about. The fact that we'll have Corey on home turf. He said he'd invite me over for dinner, but let's just see how that works out. Last ball for Gondal in the 8th. And this one he turns on. He gets a fair piece of it, but I think Zybe's going to take the catch, and he does. So Kazi's going to have to go. It was the correct shot, but it was just a bit of a top edge in the end. And once again, no easy catches in these conditions. Amir Zybe is a very good cricketer. And in fact, I think he's gotten better and better as this series has gone on. We know he's coming back from some surgery over the winter break. And it wasn't quite himself when we saw him in the ECL, but does take that catch nicely. And so it's 77 for 5 at the end of the 8. And Gondal, after an interesting over, did get hit for a 4 and a 6, but he does finish with a wicket. And he goes for 12 in the 8th, 77 for 5. So 2 overs to go. Les Bickley, nice to see you in the chat, Les. Where are you watching from in the world? He said, the more you see of Parveen, the better he looks. He's a handy cricketer. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think that some of the teammates, some of his teammates, Punjab CC, have looked a little bit tired, let's say, or a little bit sore as this has gone on. I think Parveen's gotten better and better. I think that he's a triple threat as well. He's a good fielder, good bowler. He's a good decision maker, which I think is really important. And now they've got another decent batter. He's a genuine kind of middle order batter. Imran Muhammad coming in at number 7 in this game. One slot lower because they did move Muzammal Abbas up to the top of the order. So everyone's kind of shifted down a bit. Shazad coming back in the 9th. So they're not going back to Mysam, who went for 16 in the 7th. Shazad went for 7 when he bowled in the 2nd. Here he is with his 2nd over. Starts with a wide, and you see Shazad has adapted to the conditions. He's shortened his run. He's just coming off about 4 to 6 steps. I think that's smart. I think you can just need to be sure of your footing. Kind of generate the pace with your arms and your shoulders as you get through here. Gets this one full and straight. And they'll just get one here. I'm going to say hello to Luke Belgium as well. Hope you're well. We do have a Belgium series planned this year as well. I think it's just before ECZ in the calendar. It's not confirmed yet, not 100%, but we did miss Belgium last year, unfortunately, due to the pandemic. We weren't able to keep that, which was on the schedule. Okay, so here's Umar Muhammad for the first time. Left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease. And Shazad, who's around the wicket. This one finds Umar Muhammad a little bit late, but still will get a single. So pretty good so far from Shazad. So gone wide 1-1 to start the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, as Rico would say. And well, we're saying hello to Rico. To saying hello to Corey. Wait, say hello to Rico as well. No, Rico, everyone misses you here in Portugal. I know the schedule has had you missing out the last couple of times, which has disappointed a few people here, but I want to say hello to you now, and that everyone is missing you, and hope you're enjoying your time off. We'll see you in about a week, just over, and we get to Bulgaria for that series. Another good ball from Shazad. Probably not great fielding for someone that's one of the most important, if not your most important player, to almost step on that one. He's avoided being hit to the boundary here. Something's going to happen. Here's Umar Mohammed. Well, this is a bit spicier from Shazad, and Simon Ali can't handle it either. So, slippery conditions for everyone. And that's one more run, but also changes the strike. So, Parveen, who's on 21, will sneak back on strike with 2 to come in the 9th. Let's see if Parveen goes after Shazad. I suppose he's got to. I think he knows that if he gets out, there's not much batting to come. I think he's eyeing off that leg side. Look at his eyes, go to the left. I think he's going to step across and he's going to hit to the left. That's what he wants to do. And Shazad, his angle is going to allow that. So let's see what happens here. If he tries, but it was pretty well bowled by Shazad. And they're just going to have to eat the one here. Well, now if you're Umar Mohammed, you might as well just go for it here. I think it's no disrespect to Umar Mohammed either. These two normally, you'd say they're similar in batting ability. They normally bat 5 and 6, so it's not like you have to manipulate the strike. But I just think that situationally, you want Parveen on strike at the end of at the start of the 10th over, and hope that you can go on some sort of boundary hitting rampage. And you do have 5 wickets in hand, so then you can maybe burn a couple of run-outs to keep him on strike. In the end, there won't be any score off the end of the 9th. That was a really good over by Shazad. In the end, there's only 6 off it, and that included a bye. He finishes with very good figures of none for 10, and after 9 overs, it's 83 for 5. Well, at the moment, heading to a score similar to Gawker 11's score in the first game. They scored 91. That wasn't enough against Oerash. Punjab CC here, they had the staggers earlier. They lost 2 wickets in the first over, and we didn't see another wicket until the start of the 5th. Ranasawa had a bit of a lucky run there where he was able to cash in on some missed opportunities, but hit some really nice shots in his innings of 29. But apart from that, only Parveen Singh that's reached 20. In fact, he's there right now facing up. He's on 22 not out. They've just snuck in for time as well. So last over coming up. And I think they're going to go back to Adnan Gondal here. 12 came off his first over, and he got a wicket with the last ball of it. Parveen's after it, and this is where I think maybe you take it on, and he will. Smart cricketer. Yeah, really good running. He knows that he needs to get back down on strike. With that, he moves to 24. Just watch him turn and go. I think he makes up his mind here. Says, look, if you're good enough to field this and get it back in, then good. He looks at it straight away. He's in, he's out. If he did touch his bat, he's only just. This next one is carved away, and it's going to be another boundary for Parveen Singh, who's been fantastic so far for Punjab CC. He's keeping him in the contest. Gondal, once again, not an easy bowler to get after. Not being able to execute that Yorker in this innings. Really good shot. And with that, he moves to 28. Hello once again to all of our live chatters. And thanks for your contributions so far in the chat. Keeping things really interesting. Misses out. Frustrated. Parveen Singh. Halfway through this over. 89. Marlow, we know they battle the way down and they're a very classy unit, but finals pressure. I mean, Punjab CC can get a couple away. One thing I will say is that Punjab CC, they're going to have to field better. They have been a little bit poor at times, with some notable exceptions, and yesterday they did hold some catches when it counts, but I don't think you can get away with leaking runs to Marlow. Taking catches is going to be important if you do get those opportunities. Parveen goes for it again, but doesn't get this one at all. Should be caught. It's dropped, and now you might as well come back for 2. And they don't get the run out. And even if they did, Parveen would have got back on strike. Still figures sharp. Not an easy one. He was running back with the flight. I wonder if the outfielder could have come in and maybe called him off that. You see, I think that Zulfi calls it early. Azim Sawa probably had a better angle on that ball. Again, intelligent cricket from Punjab CC. I like what they're bringing this morning. They've had to fight, but they do have some runs on the board. Parveen is going to go here. He edges and he's caught behind, and this time it's a nice take by Saim Ali behind the stumps. Gondal does get the wicket. He pushes it wider. Parveen was looking for the leg side, but he just didn't get the chance. He loses his head, he loses his shape, and he loses his wicket. A nice catch diving to his left by Saim Ali. But still a very good contribution from the left-hander as he struck 30 off 16 balls. 3 fours and a 6. He had to hustle for so many of those runs, though, as well. He departs at 91 for 6. So right now, the identical score that Gorka 11 got in the first match of the day. So we'll get one opportunity to see Asan Raza on strike. I'll be running for anything here. So, well, nothing to lose here, Raza. Coming out at number 8. Here's the last ball of the first half. Well, it won't come just yet as Gondal aborts his run. Tyrone, I love the cheeky signalling from him. It's nice to see the umpires having a good time, keeping their spirits up out there. So, last chance to score. Swings, misses. And it'll be run out here. So Imam Mohammed gets run out off the last ball. Saim Ali just clips the stumps. And it will be all over for Punjab CC. They will finish on that identical score. And then the first innings of the day. I wonder if they're just discussing about whether this might be a wide or not. But there's no doubt about the run out. Yeah, I think it's just okay. I mean, his knee's slightly bent. I think that he's saying that's the one for the over. And, well, we might as well keep that finger up, Bucks, because this will be run out, and that will end the innings on 91. And Punjab CC, look, it's a competitive score. I think when it comes down to it, Marlow, they do have a strong batting lineup. I mean, I've got Zaib listed at 7 on my scorecard. But as we head into the halftime break, there's still a lot of work to do for the defending champions. And you just feel, Punjab CC, they defended a similar score yesterday of 95. And look, sure, that was against a team that maybe didn't have quite as many dangerous batting threats as Marlow, but still, they have done it before. And it's their last chance to stay in contention for the trophy. As we go back to the highlights of the first half, well, a bit of everything in the first half of this one. There was the 2 early wickets as they tried a couple of different options at the top of the order. But it was Asad Mahmood then that came up with a wicket at the start of the 5th after a bit of a run where they missed Sawa. And just a couple of uncharacteristic misses in this 10 overs from Marlow. And maybe you could say they leaked 10 to 15, but of course, Punjab CC, they were relying a lot on some of their big hitters, like Rana Sawa, 29 of 20, 4 fours and a 6. As he tried his hardest to get them to a triple-digit score. I think that Zaib, once again, he doesn't miss too much in the field. And this one was missed, and it was Parveen Singh that really hustled well. He ended up with 30 off 16 and manipulated the strike. In the end, he fell second last ball. You can't really blame him for that as he was trying to be attacking. And then the very last ball, just snuck into the bottom corner of the stumps from Saim Ali, who was able to prevent that extra run taking place. And so the result is 91 off the 10 overs. And that is the score that Gorka made, but were unable to defend in the first semi-final against Werash earlier today. As we have a look at the scorecard, Parveen Singh ends up top scoring, and he's a cricketer I just can't get enough of. 30 off 16 with 3 fours and a Maximo. Rana Sawa, well, he should have been run out on 2, but he survived, and he played some nice strokes on the way to 29 off 20. There's 6 wides, 2 byes, 2 leg byes, so 10 in extras, lifting Punjab CC to 91. Don't forget, Punjab CC is their first ever European Cricket Series, so they've done very well to make the semi-finals. Well, they do have a few performers that we have seen in ECS cricket before. 2 for 21, Zaib, who got 2 wickets in the first over, was a little expensive, though, going at over 10 and over, but not the worst. And well, Asa Mahmood only got the 1 over in the end, 1 for 6. Sawa also chipped in with a wicket. 2 at the end for Gondal, who bowled the last over. And Shazad, I've got to say, did take a wicket, but it was very hard to get away. Bowled a good ninth over where they couldn't find a boundary. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back in around about 5 minutes. And when we do, it will be Marlow, the defending champions. They'll require 92 runs here in semi-final number 2 if they're going to meet Wearash. It'll be a mouth-watering final regardless of what happens here. Make sure you join us just the other side of this break on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And looking forward to the second innings of this second semi-final. Who will it be? Marlow or Punjab CC meeting Wearash later today. Find out very, very shortly. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and we are halfway through the second semi-final. It's been a very exciting day so far, as we have the final 4 teams in Portugal going head-to-head today. And already we saw Oeiras, the Swans, and the host of this tournament. They won their way through to their first ever ECS final, accounting for Gorka 11 earlier on today, after holding Gorka 11 to 91. And you want to talk about the commitment from the hosts. Well, there you see a couple of them just trying to sweep any excess moisture off the field. And so we'll be getting going very, very, very shortly. And yeah, you see that's a real community effort as well. So obviously a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. It's actually nice to see that, because a lot of that goes on that people aren't aware of how hard everyone works to make these series a success, given all the resources you'd have in some parts of the world. So you see the players making sure that they're making the best possible facility for their compatriots. And now we are going to see Marlow, the defending champions, go after this target of 92. It was a very interesting first innings, wasn't it? I mean, there were no overs that really got away from Marlow. It was 16 in the 7th, the most expensive over. A lot of single digits in there, but also there were no overs that were less than 5. So just kind of chugging along. Punjab CC, see them here, and they'll have to defend this target of 92. But, I mean, you wouldn't put it past them, and it would be a big upset if they were able to do that, considering how many threats Marlow has with the bat. But if they can have a good start and just push that rate maybe up over the 10, perhaps if Marlow bat a little bit within themselves, because it's not the biggest target, we could have a game on, and there's going to be that sudden death pressure to this match. Just want to say a very warm welcome to all of our YouTube chatters as well, ECN European Cricket Network, and it's great that everyone's there and keeping me company today. Unfortunately, Corey Rutgers has been taken ill, and so he's not able to join us today, but it's nothing too serious, and Corey hopefully will rejoin me on Monday for the first day in Capella. That's something that I'm really looking forward to, being back in the Netherlands. So very, very good to hear a few new faces and new names in the chat as well today on finals day. Of course, it is a Saturday. Some people are more able to chat because a lot of people may work Monday to Friday, so it's great to have you. And so I do appreciate seeing Les in the chat. I've enjoyed it, Les. I appreciate that you're here. And Les saying since ECN have come here, cricket has taken off. That's very nice of you to say, Les, and let us know where you're watching from. And here we always are trying. Vinny Fangirls appeared in the chat for the first time today, saying hello, Vinny, hello, Corey. Hope you're not too late for the action. Well, bad news, Corey is back at the hotel, like I just said, but hello, Vinny Fangirl. You know, I'm a fan of Vinny Fangirl. You could call me Vinny Fangirl fanboy. Let's just, if we do a recount of the Fangirl accounts this tournament, Corey's had 1 Fangirl account and I've had 2. Now, they're just the hard numbers if you're following along at home. But no, it's great in all seriousness to have a real diversity of people that are watching. Here is the reply. 92, Marlow need for a spot in the final, and the first one gets past Mysom, who's been used at the top of the order again. A little bit surprised that maybe we don't see Shazad there, but I guess they've got him up their sleeve. Hello to Chris Smith as well, who is watching. I think he's watching from the UK. There's Bickley's watching from central Portugal, so just about 90 minutes north. He's an Aussie, is he? That's what I'm hearing in the background. Hello, Les. Where are you from in Australia? Let us know. You can be as obscure as you like. I'll tell you if I've heard of it. Here's Said Ali Naki. And this one, is there a little edge on this? Well, Stoneman says no. It's a good delivery. I mean, Said Ali Naki really struggled with his control, particularly his length early in the tournament. But yeah, this is a good delivery. No real foot movement. Mysom is a good hitter, but we haven't seen too much of him opening. Again, it's kind of a bit different when you are facing the new ball, and often you'll get a premier bowler first up. Oh, this is a good one as well. And Mysom just beaten by a bit of a way movement. I think it's the seam here. And so this is a pretty good delivery, no matter who you are. That just shows you, yes, you saw how hard the ground crew were working to get that landing error right for the bowlers. And yeah, it's not ideal, but you can adapt. And we saw Shazad doing it. We're seeing Saeed Ali Naki doing it now. No score off the first half of the first over. Nice, and we'll get some bat on this, but it's no real meaningful contact. So it will be the first run. And like I say, these runs aren't going to make themselves, and runs on the board are good runs in a final. Yes, Marlow, they did say they wanted to chase, and they get their wish here. They won the toss here in semi-final number 2. Now they're chasing 92. Saeed Ali Naki coming up with a good first over. But now he's going to have to deal with the left-hander. Zulfikar Sharp. He's a good striker of a cricket ball. Can Naki make the adjustment to the lefty? Nope. Down leg side. That would have been a great ball to Mysam. But as it is, it'll be a wide. Nice take down the leg side. Ranasawa has been called into action as a kind of makeshift keeper in the second half of this week. But it was a nice movement from him there. That was whistling through. Took off the pitch. There's from Coleraine, Victoria. Well, not familiar with Coleraine, but I do know Victoria. Beautiful part of the world. And this is held around the corner. And Punjab CC will keep this to 1. This is going to be a key for them. They've leaked so many runs on the ground in the field over the last day or two. They need to field better. And they've had their moments where they have been okay, but against Marlow, that's really going to take the wind out of the sails if they get on a bit of a run and give the runs back through misfields. I know it's not easy conditions, but they certainly will have the motivation to field well and to prevent those extra runs. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one from Nucky. Can he avoid getting hit to the boundary? He will, as it's fielded by Parveen, who I think is their best fielder. And he gets this one in. Not able to reproduce the one stump run out from yesterday, but this will be the end of the first over. And it's a good one for Punjab CC. They restrict Marlow to 4 without loss after 1. Helix saying hello from Adelaide in Australia as well. And yeah, Neville had this question yesterday, and I didn't have an answer. And does anyone have an answer? In Australia, we would say it's none for 4. And in other parts of the world, pretty much everywhere else, they say 4 for none. So why is it that in Australia, they say the wickets before the runs, and everywhere else, they say the runs before the wickets when you're saying the score? I got to admit, it took me a bit of adjustment when I came to Europe, and obviously now kind of feel like I'm always like I'm bilingual, being able to say it both ways. But here's where it doesn't make sense for me. If you look at Ali Naki's figures there, it says none for 4. So when you're dealing with the bowling figures, you say wickets for runs. And then why in the team score do you say it runs for wickets? I don't know. One of life's great mysteries for me. And I think, I'm going to go on a limb here, I think the Australian way makes more sense. And that's a sentence you don't hear me saying very often. As Parveen Singh is going to come on in the second over. Left arm up. And first one ties up Mysam. He's 2 off 6 here. This isn't really what they wanted from him at the top of the order. He's been set up as an attacking option. See, in England, they'll say none for 4 in bowling figures, but no, in England they definitely say the runs first when they're talking about the team score. Short, cut away, and this one will be the first boundary. So Mysam gets one a little bit short and wide, and probably not a great delivery from Parveen. Allows Mysam to pretty much jump cut this. He's on his crease and doesn't have to do too much. He just goes after it with the hands. And it is 4 runs to Marlow. Again, they don't have to do anything too crazy. Probably about 10 and over is a good kind of marker for them to make sure they're on track in this chase. They can afford to fall a few behind that, but obviously not getting too many off that first over. Oh, this one comes back. This is a much better delivery from Parveen. And it just drew Mysam forward. There's a little bit of movement around, a little bit of seam movement I've noticed off this pitch. Here's another one that I won't understand. And hello to all our American viewers. In America, they say month, day, year with their dates when they're running in in numbers. And I don't think that makes sense at all. This one goes after it, and it could be out, but it's not handled, and it won't be 4. Well, that's a blessing. But, yeah, this one was pretty much straight down the throat of the third man, and Muslim Alabas couldn't hold on. So here, it does carry all the way because of the slash. He just doesn't get in a great position. Somehow he gets enough to at least stop it. Look at the English on the ball. So it doesn't go for 4, but it is a chance that goes down. They miss Mysom. So, I mean, it's funny how the world works here because Mysom has actually struggled to get going, although he did hit a boundary this over. You're probably going to have to deal with Shazad if you hold on to that. Costs you 1 run. And we'll never know what would have happened if that catch was taken. Yeah, I've got to say the USA system of month, day, year, to me makes no sense. And I'll flesh that idea out in a second. Parveen around the wicket, gets this one across the left-hander. Yeah, because I mean, you're going in units of time. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think that when it's past the popping crease, it's just inside the line. Obviously, you're going from a small unit of time to a medium-sized unit of time to a large. So that's the way the most of the world does it. But again, different place in the world. They've got different ways of doing things. This one will be called a wide. This one's probably marginal, but sometimes when you get 2 marginal ones in a row, you'll see the umpire being a little bit less sympathetic. See, that for me, maybe, if you look at it, technically, they might have snuck inside, but Parveen testing Tyrone's patience. So that rate's just crept over 10. I said that was one of the keys, to push that rate up 10 and 10 and above. Good delivery. That is Parveen using that natural angle that he's creating. Well, it's a bit unnatural, actually, by going around the wicket. Anyway, it is 10 for no loss after 2. There's something afoot here at the moment. Well, we will be taking off tomorrow because we are on the way to the Netherlands for the next FanCode European Cricket Series starting Monday morning. You saw the fixtures just a few minutes ago, but we will be in Capella, which is just outside Rotterdam in that wonderful country. It's going to be a high standard of cricket. Then we go to Bulgaria and Romania, 1-week series there. And then we have our Swedish May adventure, 2 weeks in Malmö in the south. Good news, the blue pitch will be back. That's what I'm hearing. So if you want some blue pitch action, it'll be right here. Then we've got Stockholm in the second half of May. We'll get to see Albi Salmi, the Swedish champions, and see if they can hold on to their spot as the ECL representatives from Sweden. Here's Umar Mohammed. Loses the first one down the leg side. So they're saying that he's lucky. He's 60 years old and still playing cricket. And in Portugal, hard to believe. Well, I'm really happy that he's had those nice words to say about the impact that ECN's had on cricket in Portugal. And so hear those stories from all around Europe. As this is sliced away, and I feel like this will end up going to the boundary. And in fact, the fielder gets close, but he doesn't get close enough and just kind of has to throw a hand at it. It's Kaiser Ilyas down there. You see, it just can't handle the bounce. I mean, in slow motion, that looks a lot easier than it actually is. With the slippery ball and slightly unpredictable bounce. So a lucky one. Mysom moves into double figures. So what are you thinking about the chance of Punjab CC pulling off an upset here? Well, this is upsetting because this is going to be 5 wides. Or this is the widest ball all day. And I think it probably slips out of the hand of Umar Mohammed. Poor Rana. He couldn't even get close to this. This one would have missed another pitch by the time it reached the keeper. I mean, no chance there. Well, if you remember all the way back to the first half of this game, Amir Zaib started with one that wasn't quite that wide, but had the same result, 5 wides. Punjab CC returning the favour. I think that's just a case, the ball slipping out. Let's see if Umar Mohammed can get back on task here. Oh, this one swings the other way. I mean, there's a lot happening. That's swung a lot. This will be 2 wides. Yeah, this just has the ability to change the momentum in the game. And Punjab CC have been decent so far. Watch this one swing. So, yeah, it's one thing to have that movement, but at the moment it's going both ways for Mohammed. I don't think he was predicting that would happen. So how is he going to deal with the left-hander here? That's the issue. Well, I guess it's spot on. Well, didn't see that coming. It shows you how quick you can turn things around. That's a lesson for all of you at home, though. It was going badly. It's, you can turn it around. So this is a really good ball. It's disconcerting for the batter as well. And the bowler's spraying them because there might be a ball with your name on it at any time. And this one is pretty straight as well. Shah will just get a single. So yeah, keep an eye on the extras. That's been an issue so far. In fact, we already had 10 runs in wides, and the score's only 23. Included a big a keeper diver fiver. So yeah, it's just a real kind of eerie nature to this game. Good news is rain seems to have stopped at the moment. Uh-oh. Another wide. Well, here's a school of thought that says if you're going to bowl a wide, get your money's worth. These aren't close ones from Mohammed. When do you just take your medicine and then stop trying to swing the ball? I think he's holding it seam up and he's getting a fair bit of curvature. Getting straightened up here. Another wide closer, but another wide hurts. And also it's hurting their ability to bowl the overs because we know that they're very, very strict on time penalties. That's something Marlowe found out the hard way in the first game of the series when they were pinged 10 penalty runs. Oh, pardon me, it was they received them against Gorka. As this next one is just driven away. So Imran Mohammed, the issue with this as well is if he's struggling so much with his control, the captain Imran Rao has to worry about can you bowl him again? Because it's just not happening for him here so far. He's bowled a couple on target, but I'm losing track of how many balls there's been in this over. I think there's still 2 to come. Left-hander on strike now. This one is just angled in towards the stumps. He's been better than the left-hander here. Think about a second, but that's good fielding and an excellent throw. So, yeah, for all of this madness, I mean, I wouldn't say they've really gotten away here, but these wides have kind of got them back on the rate. And when you can see they haven't lost a wicket yet. Still Marlowe with the upper hand. There is the record of 15 balls in an over. I don't think we've had quite that many. It looks worse because there was the 5. And it's very hard to deal with if you're struggling. So far we've just had the 5 extra deliveries. I say just. So we'll certainly hope that it stays an 11 ball over. We've had 10 so far, 5 legal. It's basically like bowling an entire extra over. And it's going to be done here, and it's not going to be done in a way that Imran Mohammed's going to enjoy, as this is lifted away. Maximo! It will be a 6 up to finish the 3rd over. And Mysam finally gets one in the slot, and this one all the way over the banner. See you later, Alligator. End of the power play. And it's Mysam that does show some power at the end of it. At 33 for no loss. And in the end, that over goes for 23. So after 4, 6, look at that, 23. And it's the biggest over in the match. Punjab CC, their highest scoring over was 16 off Mysam. And it was Mysam that was sticking the boot in after Imran Mohammed really struggled to find any sort of control. And now we're going to see Ahsan Raza, who comes into the side for the first time. And let's see if he can do something here in semi-final number 2. Ahsan Raza, for the first time today, I should say, getting a bowl, and I guess we'll see if he can make a difference. Now you need someone to bowl a really good over and just to get back ahead in the game, because now Marlow, they've survived a bit of an early malaise, and now they're back in front, going at 11s. Raza pulls to Zulfikar, and so first one's just worked away for a single. And Nico Fernando saying that once he bowled a 14 ball over, well, that's very honest of you. I mean, I'm sure it's happened to everyone. It's happened at, and yeah, he's getting a lot of movement. I think Les is kind of indicating that's why he was having some trouble with control. He was getting a lot of sideways movement, but he just couldn't control it. And the thing is, he was actually moving it both ways. So when he tried to aim differently, it seemed to curve the other way. Short, and it's going to be more trouble. Trouble with a capital T, as this is just a half tracker really from us and Raza, and Mysom deals with it. And that shot takes him into the 20s. Survived a bit of a scare early, but another Maximo, and takes Marlow closer to where they need to be. Raza's got to sort this out, and he's got to try and get Mysom coming forward, I think. Mysom early on to Said Ali Naki had some issues, and yeah, you have to wonder as well about not bowling Said Ali Naki a second over. He bowled the first, he only conceded 4, and he looked good with the new ball, but they didn't bring him back in the third, and they haven't brought him back in the fourth either. This is not good either. Good take by Samoa down the leg side. Well, maybe let us know in the chat, did you ever have an over where it just went all wrong? I was kind of known in indoor cricket where everyone has to bowl in the kind of Australian version of indoor cricket, and is played around the world, I should say, called action cricket in South Africa and some other places, but everyone has to bowl 2 overs in that version of the game. And I was kind of known for my accuracy, but there was one game. Now, it's the first game back after a while. I sprayed it. And only the last over of every pair in cricket, you have to re-bowl wides and no balls. So I was always given that one because of my accuracy. But it's one game that I was missing badly. I think it went for 11 balls, but I can't say we ever got all the way to 14 or 15. But yeah, it's very frustrating, I can tell you that. There's a lot of moving parts to bowling action that you don't really appreciate until it's starting to go wrong. Hassan Raza. This is better length from him. Zulfikar just happy to play second fiddle here. Now getting that kind of attacking production out of Mysom now. That's the reason they had him up there. They've been trying to develop him up the order. He's a guy who typically we'd see maybe around 7 or so. They could come in for some useful late order hitting, but they are trying to develop him into a genuine all-rounder. This will just be a dot, so yeah, nice, a bit hit and miss here. Well, Hawkmoon's asking about the extras. I can tell you the extras. How about that? Right now, we've had 1 leg by and 13 wides. 13 runs in wides, I should say. There's been 8 actual wide deliveries, but 13 runs in wides because, of course, had the 1-5 wides and also I think 2 wides in there. So there's that info that you wanted. This last ball of the over from Raza. It turns out to be an okay over because he will go for 10. And that is the end of the fourth. It's 44 for no loss. Marlow back on track now. Thanks to some bit of wayward bowling. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And look, it's great to be here and welcome all of you to Finals Day in Portugal, as this is our last day here, 12 days in Portugal. And we always love coming back here. I've got to say a big thank you to everyone that makes us feel so welcome. And thanks to all of you out there. Hopefully you're enjoying the tournament. If you've just joined us, maybe because it's the weekend, then welcome. And it's great to have you here for the business end of this tournament. And we're seeing Marlow right now after a start where they didn't really look that fluent early. They gambled to send Mysom up to the top of the order. It looked like maybe it was backfiring, but he's found his feet now. And I think he's gotten through that torrid period. It's funny how sometimes if you can survive a start, then you can have a good time. Sometimes it's a bit unfair and you seem to go before your time. And that's the nature of cricket. Muslim Al-Abbas comes on for over number 5. And Mysom decides late to go. And yeah, I think he would have been home. Now they think about a second. They're going to hustle back for 2. Oh, here we go. We'll get a 3rd. So this is very indisciplined. Well, Corey, he'd be turning in his bed right now if he saw this, because it's double overthrows. Have a look at this. So the first one I think is the closest one, but I still think he's just in. You see, I might be wrong. I think he would have just been in, but don't quote me on that. And then the second, and after what seemed like an eternity, surely that was going to be it. But at least they're looking, and they see another fumble. So what could have been 1 or none comes all the way around for 3. Well, Neville Russ saying Vinny's with all his friends. Well, that's a very cheap dig, Neville. Appreciate that. But got all my friends in the chat. Uh-oh. This is going to be up and away. And Muslim Alabas just angling into Zulfi. He's been a little bit quiet so far. I think they might have missed a trick here because Zulfi's been struggling with the ball going across him. But now with the right hand around, a right arm around bowler, it's just right into the wheelhouse. Maximo. 6 more to Marlowe. This partnership now is in excess of 50. 53 off 26 balls. And Punjab CC have been wasteful. Look, I know it's not easy conditions to bowl, but at the moment they've been handed a lot of extra runs. And now some good shots to boot. This one's full toss, and as Zulfi Sharp seems maybe a little bit within himself compared to what we're used to seeing from him. He's normally pretty attacking, but I think he also knows the situation. He provides a real useful dimension to their top order as well, just by being left-handed. I think we've seen it already. So yeah, I don't think he has to do too much. He can just stay there and try and hand it over to Syed Mysam. He's on strike now. And Mysam's had about enough, and he whips this away, but geez, that's really well fielded out there. Hassan Raza is able to grab it on the first bounce, and I like that attacking intent. That was really well timed by Mysam, I have to say. So, see the rain once again coming down. We had a little bit of respite from it, but now it does seem like it's back. Not at the stage where they'll come off. I think typically we'll see with the umpires, and they will give it a chance to ease off. And if it does, they'll stay out there. But if it's for a sustained period, then obviously they might have to call a halt to proceedings. And they want to give Punjab CC every opportunity to get back into this match. At the moment on the Duckworth Lewis, Marlowe would be cruising. I like this question from Neil in the chat. There's this one. Just keeps a little bit low. It's the end of the 5th over, and it's 56 for no loss. Hawkmoon in the chat saying, is it not best to throw at the stumps if there's no one backing up, or is it worth the risk? And the answer is, I think it depends. I think it depends on the situation. And we've seen different situations. So, for example, if it's one that, if you're giving away a potential overthrow, but it means that there's a preferable batter that'll be on strike, maybe someone that you'd rather bowl to, then maybe it's worth it. I always think if you're unsure, take the attacking option. Also depends how valuable a wicket is to you. So if it's earlier in the game, perhaps a key batter, chance to run out a key batter, then you do it. No, I think that then even if you give away a run, the potential payoff of taking that wicket could be worth 20 or even 30 or 40 runs. So it's everything, like everything in life, there's no simple answer. They're situational. Nucky finally gets another go. And this rain is looking a little bit heavier now. But yeah, Punjab CC, they want to stay out there because they know they'd be behind. But I think this is fair. I think the umpires have had to deal with this all day. It's been pretty consistent. There have been periods where it's been a bit heavier, but it is a real pain to come off, get the covers on, and then when the rain eases off, you have to spend more time, potential playing time, taking them off. So we'll have the 1 hour break after this game where we'll be able to kind of cover the pitch and try and get it good for play. That's not so good for Mysam, who takes this one above the pad, below the belly button. Lucky. He's been the one bowler that's troubled Marlowe, and particularly Mysam. He started with 3 dots, and that's why I was actually super surprised that they didn't bring him back until now. Well, you could argue, could be in the too little too late file. But still, there are 35 required. Full toss, maybe just okay. Well, there's one of your throws at the stumps, Neil. And we'll hustle through for one here. So Marson does get to the other end. I think that's where he's pretty happy to be at the moment when Nucky's bowling. That one could have gone either way, but Bucks, he's been pretty consistent on those. So Hawkmoon saying, yeah, not sure if the fielders think of that before they throw, judging from some of the results this fortnight. Well, that's true. I mean, often when you throw, you don't even consider that you might miss. I can tell you that from experience. So you can see why. Super bowled by Nucky. It's been excellent in this reply. He hasn't had a lot of help. Parveen Singh's another one that bowled a pretty good second over. We haven't seen him since. So going for 1 over spells at the moment. Yeah, so I mean, decision making under pressure, and when you don't have long to make a decision, it's a super important skill in this form of the game, whether you're fielding, bowling, or batting. Rare one gets away from Nucky here. Also think that the more confident you are in your team's fielding ability as a whole, the more likely you are to be able to really have some more of those pings at the stumps and keep the batters on their toes. And you see that from the really good teams at the international level in the ECC, for example. Obviously, at the top level, you expect it. And so you're backing your teammates to handle it, whereas maybe at a slightly lower level, you're worried about overthrows. Well, this is another one that's skewed up off the top edge. And Mysom, bit of lightning striking twice about this. He did that earlier on. He got away with it. Gets away with it this time as well. This time it's just a single. Yeah, Nucky. He's got one more ball in his spell. He's tried really hard for his team. Again, look at the conditions. It's not fantastic for anybody. But credit to the players as well, and the umpires, everyone else. And this is European cricket, and they're a hardy lot. Here's the last ball of the over. And it's a full toss, and it will be punished. It goes to the square leg region. Pitches just inside the boundary, and this will be to Zulfikar Shah, and it ends the 6th over. At the end of it, it's 65 for no loss. That's well picked off. Had to hit that, because it was pretty straight. Yeah, you do back yourself to hit those full tosses. Nucky ends up going for 12, and I think he's been a real trier for Punjab CC, but it looks like this game is slipping away. 27 runs required off 24 with 10 wickets in hand. So you would imagine that they do this. Look, if you are Punjab CC, you just got to say, look, I'm going to throw my best bowling option in now, maybe Parveen Singh, and just hope you can string together a couple of really tight overs. I often say, if there's more runs required than balls remaining, the fielding team always has a chance. They're just a couple of wickets or a few dot balls away from kind of being ahead in the game. And so they are instead going to try a different bowling option, although it's one that we did see have some success earlier this week. They're trying a 6th bowler. It's Kaiser Ilyas. He held his nerve under pressure in the quarterfinal yesterday. His first one, gets away from Sawa on the second bounce. You see it just takes a bit of a sideways movement, and that's the case probably that Rana Sawa was just too far back here. Again, he's not super experienced. It doesn't carry, and you can see why. It misses his foot in the end. He got behind it, but just played down the wrong line, the keeper. And so 4 byes to start the 7th over. This one, pretty close actually, and he might be in trouble. He gets back in the end. This is actually really close. I think maybe it's just going down the leg side. Myson looks guilty here. It's not a huge appeal though. It's actually a pretty good shout. Myson, he's running to nowhere, but he does just get back at the end. But I mean, yeah, maybe just going down, but I mean, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, I think he's just in, but it's really tight there. So he's just in there. The slow-mo shows it a bit more carefully. But yeah, Meissen, if he took one more step down, he wasn't going to get back. This is flicked away, and it's nicely timed. So Meissen, he's had the full gamut of emotions out there in this 6.5 overs, but he is carrying his team to victory, it would seem. This is just ill-directed from Ilias, and flicked away with a bit of class by Meissen, who moves to 35, up to 73 now, just 19 required. Now for the first time, they get the equation under a runner ball. This one is whacked away, but here's a fielder in the way. Imran Rao, he'll knock it away from his teammate, and they'll get back for 2. So it's just a sign now that it's going to be really tough for Punjab CC to work their way back into this game. Don't forget, we will see the loser of this game coming up in the 3rd match of the day. That will be the bronze final. This one would have been a wide, but instead, I think it's going to be 4, and it is. So it's a foot fielding attempt from Parveen. Well, not often you see that from him, but he's just not able to get there. Didn't have the confidence to get down. And so the result will be another boundary. And there's an air of inevitability about this result now. So Punjab CC, of course, they've been admirable in their first ever ECS. They do have a few players that we've seen before, but it is looking like it will be 3rd or 4th place for them. As this one is whacked away by Meissen, who looks in a hurry now. As this one is smacked over the leg side. Maximo puts him within reach of a half century now. He moves to 47. And with that, only 7 more required. And 7 overs down. It's 85 for no loss. So let's have a look at the program today. You see that the bronze final will be coming up as our next match. There is a bit of time. It's about 90 minutes until that game starts. It'll be Gorka 11, and it does look like it'll be against Punjab CC at the moment. It starts at 12:30 p.m. GMT, I should say, which is 2:30 in the afternoon in Central Europe and at 6 p.m. in India. So make sure you join us for that. And there will be a medal, of course, for the winner of that game. So they've got plenty to play for. And then, of course, the big one, the final, coming up as match 48. And that's straight away. So there's no gap between the bronze final and the gold final, or the ECS final here in Portugal. So Parveen, they're bringing him back. He's only got 7 to play with. Still 3 overs available to Marlowe. Zulfi just deflects this away. This is a nice bit of fielding. Gets behind it. But yeah, you feel like Punjab CC, their championship aspirations are on borrowed time at the moment. Inside Meissen, the only question will be, can he reach his half century? With 6 required, he needs 3. It's been a good innings. Again, sometimes it's about kind of dealing with the hardship early, not letting it knock your confidence and making the most of maybe a bit of luck. He could have nicked one early for sure. And this one will be his 50, and he's going to do it in style. In fact, this will be the end of the game. Game, set, match. And it's Marlowe that have made it through to the final. And Meissen does it, wins style. He ends up with 53 of 29 balls, 4 big sixes, 4 fours. And the decision to open with him is justified. Even though he had a couple of close calls early, he did look the part. And he's a bit of a final specialist. You remember that he actually scored 49 off 19 against Gorka 11 in the semi-final last year. And he finishes this one in style. Parveen just got too short, turned around the corner and hit hard by Said Meissen. And the final result here in semi-final number 2, it will be Marlowe 92 off 7.2 overs. And Punjab CC 91. So a good opening partnership, unbroken. In fact, it's a bit of a strange one, but it's the identical score to the first game, 92 for no loss, defeating 91. Let's have a look at now what we do know about this afternoon. And like I said, it's around an hour and 25 minutes before we'll start the bronze final. The toss will be coming up pretty much straight away. And if you want to know the toss result of that one, just go to our live chat or our website, europeancricket.com. And that'll have the result there. And then later on today, we'll have the final. And so it will be Werash versus Marlow in the final. We know that now, but the next match on the calendar in around about an hour and a half, just under, will be Gorka 11 versus Punjab CC. So plenty to stick around for today in Portugal as we have a look at the highlights before you go off and have your cup of tea. Let's have a look at what happened in the second half of the second semi-final. And it was Said Ali Naki. He looked good early, didn't he? And he got a few whistling past the outside edge of Mysam. This was a chance to get rid of Mysam. And this is why, I said at the time, maybe it's a blessing, but maybe not. I think that's why you got to try and take your chances, because you're going to have to get through this batting lineup if you're going to defend this score. We saw Imam Ahmed have a terrible time in the third over. Slightly surprising they didn't go back to Said Ali Naki in the third, as he ended up delivering an 11-ball over, including one wide that went for a boundary. And from there, you felt the game had changed. And you also saw Said Mysam coming into his own, the right-hander. And, well, there were a few wasted as well. Not quite as bad as yesterday, put MCC, but they still let a couple go. This was an instance of double overthrows, as one became two, became three. And they said, that'll do me. And Zulfikar Shah as well. Just kind of hung around, didn't he? I think the fact that he is left-handed is providing another dimension to their opening partnership. This was actually a pretty good shout. Mysam thought so. No one else did, because he took off looking pretty guilty. Ilyas was able to hit the stumps, but not in time. There was the big L from Tyrone. That was a pretty wet-looking L as well at one point in that match. And this is another one. Rao does the right thing, gets down, but can't prevent it too. And then with Mysam on 47, he was able to bring up his half-century and the win for Marlow, the defending champions. They will get the chance to defend their title in the final. I think it's a final that we're all looking forward to seeing between Werash and Marlow. Two sides that did top their groups, and they will meet in the decider. But before that, we will have the bronze final, like I said, which starts in around an hour and 25 minutes. As we reflect on the scorecard here in match number 46. It's the second semi-final. And once again, we see the defending team not able to secure a wicket. 53 off 29 for Mysam with 4 fours, 4 maximos, going just under 2 a ball, and he survived a start where he looked to be getting worked over by Said Ali Naki, I should say. And Zulfikar Shah, he kind of played second fiddle, but had an important role there. 19 not out of 15. 20 extras in there, and that included 14 wides and 4 byes. So 18 avoidables. It's going to be really tough to defend a score in the 90s when you give that many away. Said Ali Naki, he was the pick of the bowlers, none for 12. They didn't have a lot of help. Parveen bowled a decent first over, but I think looking back, the fact they didn't go with Naki and Parveen overs 3 and potentially 4 just allowed Marlow to work their way back into the game. But hindsight 2020, and I do want to say big thank you to Punjab CC. I know we'll see them in the bronze final, but I think they've been a really impressive team in their debut ECS. They just weren't quite up to the mark in this semi-final, and I've enjoyed seeing some of their players like Ranasawa, particularly Parveen, I think has been good. Said Ali Naki has found his feet with the ball as well. So they'll have to compete for bronze. They can still get a medal if they can get past Gorka 11. That's an interesting one, which will be coming up, like I said, in around about an hour and 20 minutes time. The sun's out. Well, that's a good sign as well. So hopefully it dries out here a bit, because we too want to get the full complement in this afternoon. It'll be the silverware on the line when we return. Enjoy the break. We'll be back in around about an hour and 20 with more cricket. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Bronze final is up next on ECN in the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. We're halfway through finals day now. We do have the bronze final and then the final still to come. By the end of the day, we know who will be the champions of Portugal in this FanCode European Cricket Series 2022. And now it is time for the bronze final. So there is silverware on the line here and one of these two teams will get the bronze. Let's see, will it be Gorka 11? They were second in Group A. They're taking on Punjab CC. They were second in Group B. The coin toss is about to take place and it's Rob Keming, the tournament referee, who's with the two captains.
Tails are cool.
So it's Punjab CC that have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first, so they're going to do it chasing this time. They didn't have a lot of luck batting first in their semi-final. Maybe that's what's behind the thinking from their captain, Imran Rao. And I've really enjoyed them on their first ever ECS. And look, they have been running out of a little bit of steam over the last couple of days. It seems that way with a few injuries and a bit of general soreness, but I do think that they will be contending here. They are underdogs though, in my opinion, against a Gorka side who only lost one game throughout the stages until this morning. They lost their second game. It was the semi-final against Werash, but Gorka CC, they are always around the mark, and I'm sure that they are hoping to finish with a win and finish in third place. Let's get ready for the first ball as we get ready for the start of match 47 in the bronze final. It's Punjab CC. They've won the toss and they're fielding first.
Finals day, and it is time to start handing out the trophies. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing this one. It's the bronze final. The two teams, unfortunately for them, they didn't get through to the big one later this afternoon, but still, one of them will walk away with the bronze here in the ECS Portugal. Have a look at the lineups, and Gorka 11, I think they have earned the right to be favourites in this one. They're 8-2. Their second loss coming this morning as they went down to Werash. The hosts sweeping them aside after chasing down 92 without losing a wicket. Pretty comprehensive performance from the Swans, who we'll see later. But Gorka 11, I think they've got a score to settle. They've had a pretty good series. They have knocked off Marlow once and potentially could have done it again if it wasn't for some slightly slow overrate issues on day one. And here's a player who I always like to see plenty of. It's Suman Gamire, who will be opening the batting for Gorka 11, who always seem to be the bridesmaid, never quite the bride here when we are playing ECN cricket in Portugal. You can see conditions out there have improved somewhat. We even had a bit of sunshine. I didn't know what it was looking at as we had our hour break. And it's always the way, isn't it? We had a fair bit of drizzle falling during the morning's play. And when we had the 1 hour break, we had plenty of sunshine. But anyway, we're back and we'll have a fairly dry start to the start of this one. It's going to be someone that bowled very well earlier. Saeed Ali Naki, who will open the bowling for Punjab CC, a team that now have the opportunity to win a trophy. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to pull an upset off in their semi-final, as the first ball is going to be a wicket and Gamire is going to have to go straight away. A little bit of away movement from Saeed Ali Naki, who's been troubling the openers today. And well, that has put some smiles on the faces of the Punjab CC players. As Gamire not waiting to have a look, it was just on a length and he kind of plays away from his body and he walks straight away. So Buck Stoneman makes the decision. But you see just that little bit of movement from Naki and he gets his reward. And he got very close to nicking off Zaid Meisom early in the semi-final. Actually beat him 3 balls in a row at the start of the innings, but Meisom did survive and ended up scoring a half century to take the game away from Punjab CC. But still, that's a perfect start for Punjab CC, and it's none for one. Mohammad Adnan comes to the crease at number 3. Someone who has had a really good series. He missed out in the earlier game. He only made 1. And so he has the opportunity to go out with a bang here. And he's a guy I've really enjoyed watching during this ECS. Someone I haven't seen too much of before. He's probably there a little bit earlier than he was planning. And Naki, if this tournament went 4 weeks, maybe he'd be the best bowler in the tournament because he keeps on getting better. And once again, he's getting that movement. And oh, Bucks, this is a harsh one. I got to call it, Bucks. Come on. This one, I think, is a tough one though. Bucks is a hard marker on the wides. Well, batter's game, as Rico would say. Seen him given, seen him not given. Here's the next one down the ground. It'll be a top ball. So anyway, we'll say, I think Buck Stoneman has been the most improved umpire in this series. Just a few little things. I think he's always had decent judgment, but just a few little technical things. I've seen his umpiring improve over the last couple of weeks. I know that tournament referee Rob Kemming has been instrumental in just passing on some of his experience to Bucks. This one's not a good delivery from Nucky and doesn't get the movement. Turned around the corner. Mohamed Adnan's away. Off the mark with the boundary. So, Nucky, this is the one he digs in. Doesn't really give it a chance to swing. So, the first boundary of this innings. Walker 11 after losing Gamire off the very first ball. If you just are joining us now, you already missed Gamire, who nicked off to the very first ball of the bronze final. One team will get a trophy and one won't. That's the story in this bronze final. I'm sure that the teams would both like to feature in the placings. And I will have a very special guest commentator next over. And somebody has joined me before, but we just had a bit of an announcement today that I noticed on the European Cricket Network website, europeancricket.com. Something that certainly I'm pretty excited to reveal. This one just angled away, and this is smart batting. Third man was pretty fine there, and so Adnan, he times this one well. He gets the contact point just right to get it away from the infielder, but they're not so fine that it gets cut off by the third man. So 2 boundaries here in the first over. Ali Nucky, a real mixed bag of results for him. And we'll say, got one of the more memorable hairdos I can remember here in Portugal. Until it's not that windy at the moment, because it's pretty much staying still. Yeah, Adnan just walks at this and doesn't make any contact. Let's see who they bowl in the second over. I think it might go for the left-hander, Parveen Singh. And last game, Nucky bowled a really good over. But then we didn't see him again till the second half of the innings. By then, the game had pretty much been lost. So let's see how he's used by the captain, Imran Rao. This one's worked away, and it's going to be another boundary. So 3 times, Adnan finds the rope in the first. Not a bad guy to get out there. Gamire will be disappointed, but still plenty of bright spots for Gorka 11 in that first over. As at the end of it, it's 13 for 1. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. And I did mention that I have a special guest commentator coming in, and he is, well, very important in the announcement and very important person. And it is none other than Cricket District founder and social media Jedi rejoining me in the commentary box, Toby Marriott. Toby, great to have you here again.
Fantastic to be here.
There you go. Now people can hear you, so it's even better. I mean, normally you let your skills do the talking on the social media, but yeah, Toby, we're super excited to talk about something. I'm going to actually tell everyone at the end of the over, but I already have put the link in the chat about the announcement from the European Cricket Network. But firstly here, isn't it great to be here on finals day in Portugal?
It's awesome to be here. I never imagined that I'd be in Portugal watching cricket, not least commentating on it as well. It's fantastic. Great experience.
Here is Parveen, the left armour, in over number 2. And of course, you get your opportunity here because unfortunately, if you have just joined us, maybe you're just joining us for the afternoon session, Corey Rutgers, who is normally my commentary partner here in Portugal, he has just been taken a bit ill today, so he's having the day off to try and rest and recover before we get back to work on Monday in the Netherlands, which is Corey's home, so he'll be able to go back to his own bed. But yeah, Corey, sending you best wishes. Never good when someone's off sick. It happens in all walks of life, doesn't it, Toby?
Yeah, nasty. All the best, Corey.
Yeah, Corey. I'm sure he's watching right now. This one's aimed large by Mohamed Adnan. And tell us, how's it been here? I'm sure you've been capturing a few stories around the ground here, and you're obviously helping with our social media, European Cricket. So it's great to get that inside look at what goes on behind the scenes, hey?
Yeah, it's been great fun. I've admired European cricket from afar for a couple of years now, so it's great to finally be here and be involved. And yeah, it's such a fantastic competition, great people involved, fantastic stories, and it's great to be a part of.
Parveen gets the angle across. This time it's a handsome looking drive, but the block is made by Imran. who uses his body as a bit of a shield there. I know they're a little bit banged up, Punjab CC, but they just need to try and pull out one more good performance. Maybe they can knock off Gorka. And so, I mean, is there anything that surprised you? I meant to ask this the other day about seeing European cricket on the inside. I know you watch from afar from a while, but I mean, the setup or how everything goes on here, considering the scale of it.
Yeah, the scale is incredible. As people can see watching this live, the quality of the broadcast, various different angles, slow motion replays, third umpire reviews. It's amazing.
LRS has been a game changer here in Portugal, especially the L signal, which is pretty popular. All the kids will be doing it. Got to say hello to Michael Daub, who's in the chat. I know that Mina was in commentating with me earlier today. I've had a couple of guests come in, covering Corey, saying he's not well today. So, Michael, she only had good things to say about you, and Mina was a very popular commentary partner. Everyone has been that's come in. I've appreciated all the support. Here's Parveen. And he gets a wicket here. That's a good ball, isn't it? And Adnan, who's such a powerful striker, is an unlucky 13. Parveen, some back-of-the-hand trickery from the left armour, creates a second wicket, and 2 big hitters back in the shed now. 16 for 2. What a good piece of bowling.
Yeah, fantastic bowling. I think that was the slower ball, was it? Or, yeah, a bit of spin on that. Brilliant, really clever bowling. Batsman almost swings himself off his feet. But, yeah, really clever. Look at that. Perfect, perfect. He was through the shot way too early, and look at that celebration. See what it means to him. That's what I love about European cricket. It's a third place playoff, and yeah, oh, genius. Look at that, the leggy.
So, I mean, this is what's amazing about European cricket, right? So, I don't think he tries this ball very often, Parveen, but just have a look. It's one thing to bowl it, another thing to get it just right, and he's come up with something there that's deceived Adnan. He's one of the best strikers in this competition. And there, well, I don't know how many jumps that was. That reminds me of Nippo when he bowled a batter on a golden ball a couple of years ago. I think there were 4 or 5 jumps. Maybe we can go find those clips and put them side by side. That was almost a new record for the amount of consecutive star jumps after a wicket.
That's fantastic. That's what it means to him when a plan works. Fantastic celebration.
16 for 2, and new batter will come to the crease, and it will be Rahul Vishwakarma, who missed out in the semi-final as well. Last ball of the over. And I have something to tell everybody at the end of this over. Vishwakarma will just push, and we'll get a single here. So 2 overs down. It's 17 for 2. So I'm really excited to announce, if you missed it already, that European Cricket and Cricket District, which of course is your baby, Toby, combining and joining forces to create the Big Shot. So why don't you tell everybody what the Big Shot is?
Sure thing. Big Shot is still a bit of a work in progress. We're going to celebrate the best of the action from European cricket across all of the week's action, and we're going to celebrate it on Cricket District by creating a list of top 10 plays of the week, featuring the best and the worst of European cricket. So it's really fun. I've been following it for a couple of years. Love European Cricket Network and love all of the content. It reminds me of my club cricket back home, and yeah, I've wanted to celebrate that. So great to team up and publish that on Cricket District each week.
Cannot wait. Here's Naki, who does get a second over this time round. The first one pushes Vishwakarma back, but they will get a run. Yeah, no, I'm super excited, particularly about how I think what European Cricket Network and what Cricket District are all about is expanding and just sharing the love of the game to existing audiences and new audiences alike. So
exactly.
I think it's a partnership that I know that we're really excited about. And we're really excited to have you on the European Cricket Network team officially now, I suppose.
Yeah, I've got all of the stash, so I've got all the kit ready, and it's great to be a part of the team. And like you said, the missions are very similar. My mission when I started Cricket District was to grow the sport that I love and get more people involved. And Daniel, when he founded European Cricket Network, exactly the same thing. So it fits perfectly. Super
exciting. Naki once again getting it outside the off stump, but Buck says no this time. So yeah, I mean, tell us a bit about, it is a work in progress and it's being worked on. We've officially kind of revealed that today, but yeah, so it'll be in the way of like a series of kind of packaging highlights in a way, like a really cool way, like a show that kind of week to week people will be able to catch up on what's happening in the world of European cricket.
Exactly. I think there's so much cricket that goes on across the European Cricket Network. It'll be great for people to see the best moments of the week.
This one is launched, and I think it might be a chance, and it's held. Well, Punjab CC, well, what do you know? Now they're taking their catches. This one flies a long way down to third man, and it's going to be a third wicket pretty quickly. So Gorka 11 running into trouble in the power play. You see Imran Khan, he's only faced a couple of deliveries. This one, he swings away. He tries to actually get that on the leg side, I think. but it goes a long way off the bat. So that will be the third wicket to fall. Gawker 11 now, 18 for 3. And I will say that's a pretty good catch by Muzammil Abbas because it's never that easy to judge them. It comes off the edge of the bat, of course. Slightly slippery conditions, although the rain's staying away at the moment. And once again, it's Nucky. He gets a second over this time, and he gets a second wicket.
Yeah, well bowled, picking up a couple of early wickets here. Yeah, strong performance from these guys. One of the things that I was going to mention as well, I think it's not just the action on the field. I think that the stories that European cricket provides of the great characters who have either been playing for years and established a new club, or those who have never played before or barely played, suddenly being thrown onto the big stage, into the big shot. And that's what Cricket District has always been about for me. It's been celebrating those unsung heroes of the game who contribute so much to make it such a special sport and celebrating them.
That's right. I couldn't agree more. It's a pretty good one first up from Nucky, but like all the same, we'll get a little bit of Matt down on this. And so, yeah, so I mean, I'm super excited to see how this takes shape. Again, it will kind of, I think, just make it a bit more accessible to people that may not even be aware of what we're doing here at the European Cricket Network. I know we have a big audience. We're in the millions every day, just even in the European Cricket Series, even more in the kind of marquee tournaments at Khartoum, the European Cricket League, the Champions League, and the ECC, which is kind of like the Euros of European cricket. And we'll see Naki here again. Pretty good one. It's pretty close, you know, and it's gone.
Got him. What a spell this is.
He is bowling so well, and he's bowled so well today. So they've decided to use him up front. I think this is out. I mean, it's not plumb, but for me, it's pitching in line, it's hitting in line, and it's hitting the wicket. So that's 3 reds for me. And you see, I'll see from behind the bowler's arm, I think that pitch is on. I just don't think that's missing. Maybe the where the ball bounces is probably the only contentious one. But I think Buck Stoneman, he stands still, and I think he gets that right.
Yeah, it looks like it pitches on leg stump. Clipping, umpire's call, I'd say.
Yeah, umpire's call. I mean, to me, there's no doubt that it's hitting in line and it's hitting the stumps. But that is one. I think it's fair enough. I don't think you could conclusively say it pitches outside the leg stump. But anyway, how about that? It was fairly straight and it was missed by the batter. So, 4th wicket now, Gawker 11. They're in all sorts of trouble within the power play. It's 19 for 4 as Manjit comes to try and turn things around for Gawker.
I often think in cricket you earn your own luck, and Naki certainly has. He's been bowling brilliantly, and if that was slightly outside leg, then he's deserved it because he's bowled fantastically well. Lovely swing bowling, lovely action. He might pick up another one here, who knows?
Yeah, we'll find out. He's just got one more ball to spend in the tournament. This one, inside edge.
Bowled.
It's a really good spell. Saeed Ali Naki, guy that couldn't even get it on the pitch first time we saw him. Shows you what a difference a week makes because he ends up with very, very good figures of 3 for 15. The score at the end of 3 is 19 for 4. So I want to say a quick hello to Chris Smith, who says he's got his 18-year-old son watching this. He's watching it on his mobile on his way back from Newcastle with his parents, and doesn't want to talk about last night's premiership game. Well, we don't have to talk about the football here. Don't worry about that. Hello to Steve Cook as well, and to Neville Russ, Liam Day, Helix, and everybody else. Thanks for your company today on the European Cricket Network. They've joined us in the live chat, as has Les Bickley, and Michael Daub is in there as well. And Abhishek, hello to you. My day is going well. Thanks for asking me. And I know that you'll probably live stream us to various platforms during this 10 overs as well, Toby. And if you do have any questions for Toby Marriott with District Cricket and the new partner of the ECN, the Big Shot Project, and please throw them in the live chat. As we see, a terrible bit of foot fielding, but it won't cost them a run. Well, Corey thinks it's a matter of time until someone does an ankle. And I have to say, when I see efforts like this, it does make me nervous. Because if that is slightly mistimed, that is a one-way ticket to ligament damage. But
I must admit, I see that pretty much every Saturday from my village team.
Stepping on the ball. I did it once in a warm-up. I can still hear the crunch. It was not fun. As Parveen, he's bowling out here in the 4th. And so, yeah, I mean, that one was actually in warm-up as we were going back to the... Everyone else had gone back in, actually. I had my gloves and my pads on. I was wicket-keeping. And you know, I always think I'm pretty tough. If I get hit by the ball in the body, I won't rub it. I was shrieking at a frequency that I can only say sounds a bit like a 6-year-old girl. And I called for help, and I ended up having to spend the rest of the day in hospital. Wasn't that fun? Anyway, here's Parveen. Gets another edge. Maybe a case for a slip in there at the moment, because if they could grab a 5th or a 6th wicket here.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, there's been a lot of edges, and Parveen does get that angle across, doesn't he? Let's have a look at some of the top performers for these two teams. And you can see that for Gorka, their top batters, Adnan, Gimire, and Vishwakarma, they're all already out. So for Punjab CC, they've got some pretty good bowlers still to come as well. Parveen has been right up there and been economical as well. Umar Muhammad, their leading wicket taker, but he has been a bit expensive during this series, but never a good sign when you kind of tried and true batters during the tournament are dismissed early, but I suppose it does give another opportunity. And Gorka 11, they're always around the mark here, never too far from the top couple of teams. So they'll be hoping to consolidate, but still very good start for Punjab CC. Punjab CC, Toby, brand new team in the ECS, and it's just a sign that things are growing. It's always good to see new teams performing well, and considering it's their first tournament, it's a pretty good effort to make the top 4, and they're in a good position for third at the moment. So I'm here with Toby Marriott from Cricket District, and we were just talking a little bit about the big shot. And I'm going to ask you some of your favourite moments so far. I know that you've seen quite a lot live this year. I know we got you out during the ECL, and you've kind of tried to make your way on the tour whenever you can. This ball is just cut away. They are going to throw. This would have been out if it hits, but it's not hit. Only had one to aim at. Fakhar Hussain will survive. So yeah, bit of a tight one to say the least, but you won't often see them hit from that angle. Anyway, it will take us to the end of the over, I do believe.
It's been an impressive start from Punjab CC.
Yeah.
You know, they've played a lot of cricket last couple of weeks, and it clearly means a lot to them.
Yeah,
to win this one.
Yeah, it certainly would. Yeah, so it's 25 for 4 after 4 overs, and I'm here with Toby Marriott, and yeah, so tell us about some of the memorable moments that you've observed so far in European cricket.
Sure, plenty. I've got to start with Spain. My favourite moment has to be the Chris Williams comeback.
Yeah.
Which was just
the bat phone.
Just extraordinary. For anyone who hasn't seen it, have you been living under a rock? Because it's got about 10 million views.
Yeah.
But just the best moment of
something cool about seeing something live and then seeing it go viral as well,
awesome,
isn't it?
Awesome. Yeah, we should tell our viewers that as soon as that happened, you sent me a WhatsApp saying, you've got to see this, got to get this out.
Sometimes
and it just flew.
You get an instinct that something's going to go viral. I must admit there was a moment in this tournament as well that I felt pretty much straight away to go viral. And now it's a verb actually around here to get shy-catted. So hello to Mohammad Shy-Cat. Unfortunately, the Indian Royals did drop out of the competition yesterday, but that was the blow heard around the world.
Yeah.
Hassan Raza is on now in the 5th, and they've been forced to make some bowling changes now because they bowled out Nucky and Parveen Singh in the first 4. Anything else that springs to mind? Some performances or kind of just memorable moments?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one of my favourite things from this week has been seeing a couple of local Portuguese lads playing.
Yeah.
His name slips my memory. Local lad who plays.
Diogo Martins.
Yep. Diogo Martins, who took his first catch. There he is. Yesterday, I believe. And yeah, it's just been great to see that storyline emerge and meet a lot of the local players as well and find out what drives them and how they've got involved in cricket across Europe and just how much European cricket means to them as well. It's really nice to come out here and just realise how much work goes into the tournament, whether it's from behind the scenes staff, from commentators, scorers, as well as the players. It's fantastic. And we've been looked after so well here. The food has been amazing. The ground is awesome.
Yeah.
And I've really loved my experience. First time in Portugal.
Everybody's dream, isn't it, to build a cricket ground in your backyard?
Yeah.
And to actually see it in real life and to see this ground continuing to improve. And now there's been international cricket here. I think it's just a dream come true. And to Paolo Butchamatsa and the whole Butchamatsa family, a big thank you to you for having us as your guests. Here's the next one. And it's pretty full. They decide to go straight away. They will get a run. Again, I like the hustle from Punjab CC. They made the most of the hour's break. Don't know about the flicking skills, but still, I like that kind of effort. That reminds me a bit of Farmers Field in Jersey as well. I mean, we saw Jersey during the ECL, and that's a similar kind of story about just an idea to build a private cricket ground, and then the fact that it has attracted more and more interest, and now there's been international cricket at that ground as well. So hello to any of our viewers, perhaps from Jersey and the whole Pershard clan over there. But yeah, it's been a real experience. And I think the fact that we do get to go to so many locations as well, you're going to see.
It's amazing.
It's
Well, just looking at the scale of your calendar.
Yeah, it's big.
It's massive. It's cricket every week across Europe, various different cities. That's still one thing that I can't quite get my head around, is the operations side of it. It's phenomenal.
25 to 29 countries last year doing
amazing.
cricket. I know that I was on 55 flights. That doesn't even include some of the train trips that I took around
Thousands
Europe.
of games and, yeah.
Over 1,200 games last year. And, yeah, to personally do over 1,000, I mean, I don't think I'll necessarily hit that mark personally this year again, as we've got a bit more of a team we're building, but I'm really looking forward to all the experiences. This is a flat bat. And how about this? I mean, this is the kind of stuff you'll only see here in European cricket. As he smashes this, because it's a little bit damp next to the pitch, it slows it down heaps, and it just happens to bounce back to the bowler. And then Hussain almost runs himself out. That was really good reactions as well by Hassan Raza to pick that up. So I am here, and look, here we go. We're all excited about the big shot, which is a collaboration between the European Cricket Network and you at Cricket District. And yeah, so I suppose you're going to capture all kinds of moments, the good, the bad, the ugly, the type that's hard to describe as well, right?
Totally. And I think part of the reason I love European cricket, and so many of my friends do as well, is because it's so relatable. You're seeing this fantastic atmosphere at a cricket match. It's very social. People playing out of their love for the game and meeting new friends, and that's what I love. I love celebrating.
Yeah, well, there's some moments that you probably don't want to watch back, and this might be one of them. As Muzamil Abbas comes on, just gets away from Ranasawa, but then that was the position that Abbas was fielding.
Yeah, talk about being relatable. Yeah, again, my village team, that would happen
Shafqat
most
Ali,
days out.
yeah, he just kind of knocks that one sideways, and it does get to the rope. But I mean, I think it is so relatable. I think that is part of the beauty of it. Pretty well bowled by Abbas, but he gets blasted through the offside, and the batter was sweating on that. And that one is going to end up on the covers.
That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot through the covers. Reminiscent of Ian Bell.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Through the covers, ended up on the covers. They're just trying to put together a bit of a recovery. They haven't lost a wicket now for 13 deliveries, but also 14 now. Oh, how's this for a shot? And here we go. Now, you want to talk about a late cut? Doesn't get much later than this. And, yeah, this will be a no ball. If it's, there's no way this isn't a no ball. Camera 6, camera, what the hell, 3 and 4. This is miles too high.
Oh, that's genius. Genius shot.
Do a slide on here. All right.
Yeah, no, that's not a no ball. No way. To be fair, I think Squellig umpire is just admiring the shot.
Yeah, he is. I'm sure this will be called a no ball.
Shot of the day, that.
And if I'm not, and Toby, you might be doing the rest of your game on your own. I might go hang out with Corey. So I mustn't be. And here we go. Let's just say Mozzie's going to get a warning here, which probably means it is going to be called a no ball. And if you bowl another one, get taken off. And now Bucks, you know, I think maybe he was just grandstanding there a little bit. I think for sure.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more of those.
Yeah, with
those
the
no
conditions.
balls, with you know, the wet ball and conditions. I think bowlers have done really well to keep it on target.
Right, free hit. Sound the horn.
Oh, well bowled.
Yeah, pretty good comeback delivery. I think that just one got away from Abbas. And then takes this one to the shins.
Oh, Scampery through.
That'll be an overthrow. These are things I take for granted. I wish he threw that. But the action's never far away. This is a tough one for Abbas to deal with. And in the end,
around the shin.
Gives away a run as well. So that's not ideal. If he'd missed it, the irony is probably the keeper's backing that up and there's no extra run. Insult to injury. Here's Abbas again. Oh, this is an interesting one.
It's come down the wicket.
This is one where this is almost impossible to judge. It's going to be called. I think it probably is, just because of how high it was when it went past the batter. You see, he ends up having to take evasive action. And, yeah, I mean,
bowls him.
Yeah, it's a tough one. At the crease, I think it is called. To be honest, if you're not sure, and it's almost impossible at real speed, right, to judge that, I think you probably do have to.
It's not easy being a bowler, is it? Not easy, because the batsman comes down the wicket.
But then the other thing you'd say is, even let's say that is marginally below, still not a good delivery. I mean, it's still way too full and it is a bit dangerous.
See, this is another thing I love about European cricket. It is bucketing it down and get the game on.
Yeah.
And one of the advantages of having the artificial wicket is that you can play through weather like this. And players are desperate to get on and get the game on.
Yeah, that's true as well. And so, I mean, there will be a point probably where they may find it is unreasonable. Imran Rao, I haven't seen too much of him bowling, but he will come on here to finish the over. But just looking at this rain, I don't think it looks particularly good from that angle.
Yeah, everyone's ignoring it though. Get the game on. Continue.
If you average out those 2 high balls as well, I think they're well above the waist. Because the first one was shoulder high.
Yeah, this is serious.
I think this is the heaviest been all day. I don't think they'll stay on a lot longer here.
I don't know.
And so, don't get me wrong. And Nucky's saying that's about enough of that. They have gotten through
I love it. They're still
5.5 overs.
This is so good.
I feel like this will be the last ball in a while. Just judging by this. And
Beautiful
Runner Sarwin's off. He said enough's enough. They'll run the covers out here. And so the game's going to be halted here at the 5.4 over mark. And this is the heaviest rain we've seen all day. So we'll have a slight halt in play. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Toby Marriott. And we are pretty excited to talk about the Big Shot, which is a collaboration, if you just joined us, between the European Cricket Network and Cricket District. Cricket District is one of the leading social media pages to do with cricket. And I don't mind saying that to you, Toby, because I was a subscriber long before I was aware of this kind of partnership, because there is a lot of content that I find as a cricket lover really interesting from all levels of cricket as well. And I particularly like how you link the top levels of the game and the kind of amateur or the village side of the game as well. So I think that this is kind of a natural progression, the fact that we have this more kind of formal partnership and the fact you'll be producing the Big Shot for us here at ECN.
Definitely, it's really exciting. And yeah, you talk about that balance of the pro side of it and the amateur and the village side of it. And that's the reason I set up Cricket District, really, is because I want to see a village cricketer take an absolute screamer at slip just as much as I want to watch highlights of a Joe Root 100. You know what I mean?
I go all the way back to, I think, the 2003 World Cup, and Bermuda were playing, and Dwayne Leverock, it was the one that makes the earth shake. I remember the commentary from David Lloyd. And it was that kind of moment, and we've had a few ourselves, trust me, that compare to it. But the way that was received all around the world, I just thought that was such a cool moment. And it was kind of an indicator. It was kind of pre-social media as well back then. But it just showed there was this appetite of kind of a more relatable figure in cricket, and even playing in a way where obviously it was produced. It was at the 50 over World Cup, so it was produced at a high level. And that's kind of got a few parallels with what we have here in the European Cricket Series and the European Cricket Network. 100%.
And I think those characters within the game actually serve to grow it because they are relatable. Whether it's someone like Dwayne Leverock or whether it's someone like Freddie Flintoff, who was so popular when I was growing up, is because he was honest about who he was fun, he didn't take the game too seriously. And I think sometimes cricket does shoot itself in the foot, particularly the highest level of the game, is that it does take itself too seriously. And actually, it's a silly sport. Let's have fun with it. It's like we've just seen, playing in the middle of a hailstorm. It's fun. Especially at the times where it's been a tough couple of years for the world, let's say, and it still is tough in a lot of places. The fact that it's bringing joy to so many people, it's one of the things that gives me a lot of satisfaction. We might have a look out to the middle and see what the situation is there, and I feel like it won't be particularly good at the moment. As you can see, they're going to have to pretty much find some time to get the covers out there pretty quickly, I think, for the surrounds. But I guess they'll make the judgment about what's the best thing to do. And at the moment, it's not looking particularly good, although it does seem to be easing off somewhat. The good news is we are 5.4 overs in, so it would mean it does constitute an innings. We'd only need a minimum of about probably 13 or 14 minutes to complete the game as a minimum. Okay. So, of course, 3 overs is the minimum to constitute a match, and in that case, Punjab CC would be chasing a Duckworth Lewis kind of target, but we still could potentially get a 5 over game. We could potentially get even more. I do feel like it's likely, though, that will be the end of the first innings. And so, yeah, we'll just keep the information coming to you. And I'm sure if you're in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, it's a great chance for you to ask a question as well. And what we are going to do for now is we are just going to leave you for now. And
And I just want to thank Toby. I know we didn't quite get the full 10 overs in, it looks in with you, but I'm really happy that we at least got the opportunity to talk about the big shots. I know I'm excited about it. I know you are as well at ECN. I think it's a great opportunity to showcase what we do and distribute our content to a wider audience, and I really look forward to seeing what becomes of it.
Oh, thank you. And I also wanted to thank you and the wider ECN team for welcoming me with open arms and getting me involved. It's a fantastic thing to be a part of.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do as well? I'm going to go get that article. I'm going to put it in the live chat as well. So if you're looking for something to do, maybe in a few minutes until we get back on, you can read that article and find out exactly what's going on in the partnership and collaboration we've got with Cricket District. We're going to leave you with some highlights for now, but we will be back if there's any play. But make sure you stay up to date. You can look at our website, europeancricket.com, or you can look in the live chat and I will give you the update when I know more. But right now, it is 45 for 4. Gorka 11 batting first in the bronze final. And we will see if there's any play just around the corner. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. It's Toby Marriott. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Network action. See you shortly.
Bigger this time. Teo Warborough launches consecutive maximums.
Slower delivery. And is he going to get the wicket here? Oh, just falls. They're going to have to keep running. They do. Then comes a throw, and they're going to make it. So they finish with 2. And looks like there's going to be 95 on the board. And once again, it's the Teo Warborough show. He's rescued his team once more. Well, rescued them to the fact that at least he's helped them put a score on the board. An excellent knock from him.
A little bit short outside off stump. Just push through to man coming in. It's Vinket cover. Small fumble. Blocks under the back foot, a little bit uppish, but that's probably going to spin all the way down to the boundary at backward point. Another one short and wide. It's almost a replay of the third ball. Runs away back to the backward point, boundary. Full ball, thrashed through the offside. He's beaten the field. Well played. Much needed boundary. Farmers have just been dealing in singles during this over up to that point, but get a bad ball and got to put it away.
After this delivery. And well, we'll first have to admire this shot. It was beautifully executed, just a little bit short, and that's all Zach Tribe needs to put this away. What a lovely shot that was.
He probably just wanted to get one in play. Same ball again. It's lofted out straight down the throat of Teo Warborough. He'll be extremely disappointed with that shot. Zach Tribe should have been punched over the boundary for a maximum. As it is, he's walking back to the players' tent, and the Farmers have lost their first wicket. They're 25 for 1. It is another off-speed one. It's floated up. It's dropped. Unbelievable stuff. I think that's Benno Bodendijk over there, the point fielder. Oh, he should have swallowed that. That could have been the number 3 Summerall back in the pavilion. As it is, seen balls fly to the boundary the last couple of weeks. He's taken him on, has timed it well enough to take it over. A flying Teo Warborough. That is the maximum they needed. That is a good shot.
He's got there and punishes it away, and he's going for 2 and 2 here, and he'll get there. And this is what they need. If someone's going to bowl that. You've got to take them on. You've got to be positive. You've got to be assertive. To come back. And this has been hit pretty well, but fielder's coming across, and well, it goes right the way over. But one man, if it was in the zone for taking the catch, is Julian DeMay, but it's not. It goes over, hits the boundary fence. 6 more.
Final ball of the over. Floated outside. Tribe's gone for a big swing. It's paid off. That's launched a good 15 metres over the boundary line. Another maximum, and Asa Tribe is making his mark in the European Cricket League. Just take the boundaries when the bad balls come. That is short. That is the bad ball that he was sweating on, and it's been pumped over backward square leg. Exquisite striking from Asa Tribe. He is now up to 45 off 19 balls. Off-speed ball, he slightly mistimed it. Teo Warborough comes in and takes a very good catch. He turns around, hoping to get the no ball call from the square leg umpire. It's not coming. Asa Tribe, just when he was in striking distance of the 50, has played a rash shot, pumps it down the throat of Warborough coming in from deep mid-wicket. Huge dismissal in the context of this game. Oh, drops on the leg stump. Bouchard has ripped it around to deep square. Well, he's done exactly as you've asked for, Rico. An expansive shot from Chuggy Bouchard, probably thinking that one boundary would be enough to get them home. As it is, it's crunched back onto his stumps. The experienced international Charges Bondike, flicks it up in the air. It's going to carry the fielder. It's going to carry to the boundary.
In the air, this is going to be a catch. So new batter will have to go on strike because crossing makes no difference. Well, Nerves and Smith just literally offers a catch to DeMay.
Full ball, it's cracked back at him, it's deflected. There's no run. Bodendijk had the opportunity to bring another new batsman to the crease. As it is, it's deflected off his chest. It's gone for nothing. Short on the leg side, he pulls it down to fine leg. The Farmers scamper through for the single. Kinman is swinging his bat in delight. What a tremendous victory from the Farmers. They have done Jersey proud here today.
So it's time to go to the national anthems for both the teams before the start of the group final.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and there's some good news out there in the middle as the rain has cleared. They just had a bit of local knowledge. They weren't too quick to run the covers out. I think they had a feeling it was just a passing shower sweeping along the ground, and that's exactly the way it panned out. We have lost a couple of overs, though, because when we stopped the game, it was 45 for 4 of 5.4. So originally 10 overs were to be faced by Gawker 11. Now it's just 8. So there'll be 2.2 overs left in this innings, and then Punjab CC will have 8 overs to chase down a target that will be slightly adjusted for Duckworth Lewis Stern reasons. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo in the commentary box, and I thought I'd lost him, but the good news is, because we got the first innings back on track, I'm still here with Cricket District founder and new partner in the big shot with European Cricket Network, Toby Marriott. Welcome back, Toby. As we are going to start, and we'll just get a single here. That probably makes things a bit interesting anyway. But yeah, Toby, it's interesting anytime the rain intervenes, but it just shows you again the fact that everyone works so quickly to get play going again. These players are pretty hardy, and we're all about getting cricket back on the park. That's exactly what happened here in the bronze final.
Absolutely. Get the game on. Love to see it.
Okay, so this time we're going to do a reverse for no particular reason from Manjit Singh.
Yeah, interesting decision that, with a backward point and a third man.
$1 million shot. Pays to be brave sometimes. Anyway, Magic will retain the strike. He's kind of been a nice little turnaround in this innings as he'll move to 15 at 6 overs down, and the score is 47 for 4. So the revised playing conditions, it's a 2-over power play. Of course, we're out of the power play in this first innings, but in the second innings there'll be a 2-over power play, and 3 bowlers can bowl 2 overs, and the rest can just bowl 1. So at the moment, Arsene Raza bowled a really good over and it only went for 6, but he won't get the opportunity to bowl a second over. And it looks like him here, and he should not be able to bowl here. Oh, actually, he can, because there's only 2 have bowled 2. I know, I was
it's been a long week.
It's been a long week. I was just going, the thing that makes it a bit complicated is because we had that split over from Nazmal Abbas and Imran Rao, but yeah, because it's an 8-over game, you can have 3 bowlers bowl 2, and the rest can just bowl 1. But I tell you, where it does affect it is that Imran Rao can't bowl again because that 3 balls he bowls counts as a full over.
Understood.
We go with Arsene Raza. And this one gets hit away to the leg side. It's going to be 4. So Hussain was a bit quiet the first time before the rain came. This time he gets plenty of it, and he's a powerful striker of a cricket ball. So Gawker, I think they're happy to get back out there and at least be able to try and lift this target.
Yeah, good placement there. Good bat speed. Using an old Newbury bat from my neck of the woods in Sussex. That's a lovely shot. Brilliant straight drive.
I mean, that's about as good as it gets, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
I told you he's a powerful striker.
Gorgeous. What did he have during the rain break?
Yeah, whatever it did, it worked. That's just a perfect piece of timing.
Oh, and with the backwards cap behind it.
He changed his kind of weight distribution at the perfect moment to get plenty into that maximal time. Hussain getting going. And just like that, he's overtaken Manjit Singh.
Yeah, great to see that. Hold the pose. Sound off the bat was fantastic.
Once more, similar kind of shot, but this time he's picked out the fielder. Imran Rao takes the catch. Not an easy catch in these circumstances because it does go flat to him, but we know it's just been a fair bit of rain falling over the last 10 or 20 minutes. And so it's going to be 6 and out for Hussain. I think Punjab CC pretty happy to see the back of him the way that he was looking as he departs after a pretty useful innings of 18. Gawker 11 are 58 for 5.
Good catch that. He middled that straight to mid-off. Well held. Not easy when it's cold and the ball is a bit wet.
Funny thing is, it's actually not that cold temperature-wise. It's currently 20 degrees, which I think is the first time we've cracked 20 in the whole series. It's just a fair bit of rain around. And so Luke Belgium, well, he's all over it in the chat as well. He knows his cricket. He knows that there'll be a slight adjustment to the target because of the rain. And you might say, well, why would you have that when both teams are going to get 8 overs? But the issue is, for the first 5.4 overs, Gawker 11 thought they were going to get the full 10. So it kind of changes the way they play. So
do you think it changed the way they play in a T10?
I think it does to an extent.
Really?
Yeah. And I'll give you an example. As he's going to throw anyway.
There is still an opportunity to play yourself in, isn't there?
Yeah, no, it'll be a slight adjustment. So I think it's all proportional. See 2 wides coming up now. But put it this way, it's like if you knew it was an 8-over game straight away, you probably would really start going big guns in the 5th over compared to maybe the 7th. Okay, and so we did get all the way into the 6th. So I think DLS is surprisingly good, even in a short format, because it doesn't give too much weight to wickets, for example. But he's gone.
Genius. That is a fantastic bit of fielding.
What has happened here? Has he even completed the run? I mean, this is incredible fielding, and Parveen has a bullet. Well, you can put this one in the big shot straight away, Toby, because I don't even know what's happened here.
That is an outstanding piece of work.
He dawdles and he dawdles and he watches the ball, and it's the worst running I think I've ever seen. He almost comes to a complete standstill. He grounds his back.
He doesn't even know where he is.
And he's about 2 meters short. Manjeet, well, you might as well put him in a museum because he's a statue.
That is
and
class.
He's going to have to go. And
That is
Parveen, that's not a man you take on. And there's lazy cricket. There's really lazy cricket. And then there's whatever that was. And so Gawker 11 going to lose another wicket. And a 61 for 6. Or pardon me, 60 for 6 now. I mean, that was incredible. I thought when I first looked up, he might have actually touched and gone back looking for a second, but he never even gets close to scoring the single in the end.
No, he puts his bat down thinking he's in the crease, and he's about 3 yards away. So, yeah, brilliant piece of fielding. Again, to echo what we said earlier, great energy from Punjab CC.
It reminds me of the individual pursuit of the Olympics or some of those funny cycling races where one of the cyclists will come to almost a complete stop.
Yeah.
And it's a tactical thing.
Yeah.
I mean, saying, I wasn't expecting that either.
Yeah.
He took him on and he won. What sort of cricket was that? Here's the next one. And
another one on.
could be. Well, this is close, but I think he makes it. Having to run pretty wide. And, yeah, I mean, still think we're ready. It's hashtag big shot moment in the chat. And Maduka Tapa actually. Oh, I think he's just home. Yeah, he does get home. But yeah, Maduka Tapa has come in now. He's actually behind the stumps. And so he's struggling a little bit. Just where he ended up was a strange position. Just look at how far back he is. And because it's the first run, maybe he's just stretched something. You see there, he ends up actually 1 foot behind the stumps. And Barry Eaton there, he was in perfect position to make that decision. Wow. So, yeah, big shot moment. It's already appeared in the chat. So I'm sure that we're going to see that. I mean,
I love it.
That was unbelievable, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, great to see, and exactly what we're after as well. Brilliant piece of fielding, pretty village piece of running.
It really was. Look, he's a much better player than that, but I mean, it's just something you got to
well bowled
put with the rest.
Well bowled.
Don't forget, there's only one more over after this. And so that's the end of the 7th. It's an 8-over match in this bronze final now due to the rain. So 7 overs down, 61 for 6. And this is what we're watching at the moment, the bronze final. Gawker 11 versus Punjab CC. One of these two teams will walk away with the medal. And the other, unfortunately, won't, but they will have 4th place. And later on today, we'll have the final. And I'm looking forward to that. And, well, what is going on here?
It's all happening. It's all happening.
That is that it's probably out twice, maybe. Well, it could have been out twice because I'm not even sure this bat makes the line.
I don't think the bat is in the crease yet.
Let's have a look here. And he's pretty much given it up here, saying, I just don't think
he's heading off to the pavilion. Yeah.
The thing is, I think that Tapa's struggling with an injury, so I think I might as well get out here. And they still can't get him out, even though he pretty much puts it on a platter. Slight rain falling again. It's just typical European cricket right here. We're into the last over. And this time it will be out. That's a clever bit of keeping by Ranasawa. And so it won't be Maduka. The injured man is still going to stay out there. It's going to be Sripal Mata. He's going to have to go. He gets 1 and out off his first ball face. So plenty going on as the rain starts pounding down again.
Feels a bit like it's been a battle between these two, who can get run out quicker.
And
yeah.
And this is Mata, who is going to be run out by some distance. I was a little bit interested. And so, well, Mata is going to have to go here. Walking 677, he has to walk off.
I think you saw the rain coming.
As quick as the rain left us, the rain's back. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know if we'll have we can further reduce this game, I reckon. Once again, I called it last time. This could be our last ball in a while. It's going to be Umar Mohammed coming in. And will they just kind of like stick it out with the last 3 deliveries? It could be a pretty wet ending to this first innings.
Great to see smiles on their faces, though. They're still loving it out there. It's
The
great.
thing is, you don't come all this way. Some of these players travel a long way around Portugal to get here. As you can hear, it's pounding down at the moment. Michael Daub says, how entertaining can cricket get? ECN says, yes, I agree.
Yep. That's brilliant.
Well, for all you mud wrestling fans out there, you'll be enjoying this. As it's going to be 4. Well, look, credit to Tapa. He's out there in one leg. And, well, he finds a way to back cut this one. And he beats the man on the boundary. You see, it's not that far from him, maybe 6-7 metres, but had no chance to get around. That went so quickly. And they're loving it. Well, they're loving it because they're undercover. And so let's see if they're still laughing. If these are the conditions in the second half of this game. Remember, this is the last match these two teams will play, so they want to play it. No doubt about it.
He was very relieved that went for 4 because he was actually stuck in the mud.
Here we go. 67 plus this, and it will sneak through. I don't think there's any chance of a second here. So they're going to finish at 68 for 7 off the 8 overs. Now, just a reminder, there will be a slight adjustment. I don't think it'll be that much. It could be up or down. That's the other thing. Because they've lost so many wickets, they would determine which way the adjustment might go, because they were actually probably fortunate in a way that the innings was reduced from 10 to 8 overs just because they ran into so many wicket trouble. But it's more the wickets that were before the break. They lost 4 before the break. So we're going to get the best mathematicians in Portugal on it. And when we return, we will have the Duckworth Lewis Stern target. Could go up, could go down. It might stay exactly the same. Well, they're happy about it. Hands in the air. Oh, get the towels out and dry yourself off. Let's go back and look at the highlights of the first innings of the bronze final. Well, third comes right after second. And how about that for a moment? Parveen with the back of the hand, slower ball, and we'll just count the jumps. What a great moment that was early on.
Fantastic. Ball of the day for me. Really clever bowling. Thought the energy from Punjab CC in the field was fantastic. They kept the standards high despite the challenging weather. Great effort from these boys. All played with a smile on their face.
That was a good shout as well. I think it was a good decision from Buck Stoneman, as this one was the old look away late cut. You won't find that in the coaching manual. I had to put it in the appendices. This one got away from the keeper, and it got away from the third man as well.
Yep, that's me down there at third man, I think.
Happens to the best of us. And I tell you what, for an 8-over game, it had plenty of excitement in it, didn't it? That was a beautiful cover drive that ends up on the covers as the rain came down, and they said, come on, it's pelting down. They said, okay, we'll get out of there at 5.4 over mark. And then the flies came out. That's never a good sign because it means there's rain just around the corner. We knew we were in trouble. Then when we got back out there, there was more action. And how about this one? Bucker was saying, absolutely smoking that one down the ground.
Oh, dead straight, over the top. Love to see it. Hold the pose, didn't even bother running. But running, of course, did quickly become a problem later on in this innings.
And so Imran Rao, he was able to take the cat 6 and out for Hussain. And then it all went a bit pear-shaped here. Have you ever had one of those dreams where you're trying to run but you're not moving? It wasn't a dream, it was real life. Well, he slides us about nicely. The only problem was about 3 metres short of the crease. So Manjit had to go in embarrassing circumstances. Locked that one in as a hashtag big shot moment. And then another close call. Tripel Mata just getting home. Maduka Tapa, he was struggling out there. Ends up behind the stumps here. Luckily, Mata was scrambling through. The LRS was used and the batter survived. In the end, they tried to give a wicket away. It didn't really work. Mata said, well, if you're going to miss, I'm going to grab an extra run. Brilliant. As he found a way to slide in. And so, Buck Stoneman, he's not too bothered about anything out there anyway. And he gets that one spot on from side on. And, well, the players are enjoying it pretty much because they were undercover, as the two out there have got them to scramble to 68 for 7 off their 8 overs. That will be adjusted slightly in the second half of this match, as when we return, hopefully we still get the whole 8 overs in. Of course, the weather's been a little bit unpredictable today, a bit like the action out there on the field as we look at the scorecard. Nobody got out of the teens. It was Hussain with 18 off 14, played the shot of the innings for me. He's assisted by Manjit, who scored 16 before temporarily losing his mind and stopping around 17 metres down the pitch. He went for 16, 13 to Mohamed Adnan. Always looks dangerous. They were the only players to make double figures. 12 extras in there. You'd expect a few given the conditions. And if we look at the bowling, I really like Saeed Ali Naki. He was really good early, wasn't he?
Really impressive. So too was Parveen Singh, not just with his bowling, but in the field as well. So really impressive display there from Punjab CC. And yeah, they deserved all the luck they got.
Yeah, Muzamil Abbas just struggling to grip the ball. I think he was taken out of the attack, but Imran Rao finishes over nicely. So just a reminder, we will have a slight adjustment to the target. And we'll let you know what that is when we return in just a few minutes. And could go up, could go down because of the wickets. I'll be curious to see. Mike could say exactly the same. We'll find out. But when we return, we will be back with the second half of this match, and it will be Punjab CC. Well, they'll be chasing, and they'll be chasing a medal. Thanks again to you, Toby, for your help.
Thank you,
We've
Vinny.
really loved having you here in Portugal as our guest. And well, you're not really our guest anymore. You're a part of us because we were announcing that European Cricket Network and Cricket District are collaborating for the Big Shot project. And, well, we already have our first Big Shot moment. So keep them coming in the chat. We do appreciate your interactions. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Toby Marriott. We're back shortly with the second half of the bronze final. This is ECN, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. Just a quick break, as you can imagine, because we did lose a little bit of time during that first innings due to rain, which is coming and going, and it looked like it was coming at the end of that innings. It was going again in the break, though, so it looks like we are going to start before too long. And I do have the news, and it is a slight adjustment, and I do mean slight. 1 run has been added for the DLS, so they did score 68 off their 8 overs, Gawker 11. That'll be adjusted to 69. And look, the reason for that is because of the mid-innings interruption. After 5.4 overs, the players came off. 4 wickets were lost at that stage. So, I mean, normally, in that sense, you'd expect a few more runs to be added in the DLS system. But I think the issue was they had run into a bit of wicket trouble at that stage. They'd lost 4 wickets in the 6th over. And for that reason, the over reduction kind of suited Gawker a little bit. So rather than getting a bit more of a boost, they just get the 1 single run. So that 68, which they actually scored, is adjusted to 69, means the target is 70 for Punjab CC. So not moving the needle too much. I did say in some circumstances that sometimes you actually see the target come down, and that is normally when they've lost a bunch of wickets. So maybe if they lost, say, 6 or 7 wickets at the rain interruption point, you might actually see the target come down because it's, I suppose, a penalty for going so badly, and the fact that the reduction in overs, the other team will not get to face as many, and they kind of adjusted in that way. So it's not always easy to explain the Duckworth-Lewis Stern system, but what I will say is it's designed to keep things fair, and the reason there was an adjustment at all is that at the start of that innings, for the first 5.4 overs, Gawker 11, they were kind of batting or expecting to face the full 10 overs. In the end, 2 were taken away. Well, a few nice moments between the teams there. How about I'm just testing out Imran Rao's helmet. Seems like it's working. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to the second half of this one. Gawker 11. They are challenging for 3rd place here, as are Punjab CC. One of these 2 teams will make a medal, and one of them won't. And so I think it'll be very fascinating to see how Punjab CC go about this chase. Now, I think it actually suits them to have a slightly reduced game as well. I think that they like to attack anyway, so it's going to suit their kind of game. And so I don't think they'll mind it at all. Have to go at a shade under 9 and over to get to get the bronze here. So, yeah, 70 is the, I say the adjusted target. It's because of the reduced amount of overs. Winnie Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network once again. Thanks to Toby Marriott, and I really enjoyed that discussion. And if you want to know more about it, I'm just about to put the announcement in the chat. And that was from the European Cricket Network website today, that ECN and Cricket District are joining forces to launch the Big Shot, which will be a collection of the highlights, the lowlights, and the everything else lights in the European cricket scene every week. And that will, I'm sure, be very, very popular, both with our viewers and those that maybe aren't so aware of what we're doing. Spreading the word of European cricket all around the world. Abdus Samad will open the bowling here for Gorka. The adjusted conditions. It's going to be 8 overs in this second innings. 3 bowlers get to bowl 2, and the rest can only bowl 1. A 2 over power play as well. So Abdus Samad will bowl the first ball of the second half. And so Abdul Qazi back at the top of the order. And Imran Rao, the captain, deciding that he wants to go up the top. And so I don't mind that at all. They all like to attack. That's the thing. They've got nothing to lose here. Punjab CC. I think they were underdogs going into this bronze final. Don't think there's any doubt about that. Punjab CC in their first European Cricket Series. Gorka 11, they've been pretty good so far. They have won 8 of their 9 games. Punjab CC 6 of their 9. Here's the first ball of the reply, and Qazi will just work it away for 1 to the leg side. So, any questions or comments? If you have any questions about what's going on in the game, then let us know. Bruno Cavalieri. Well, Diesel has commented in the chat saying it's an Werash day. Well, he's supporting Werash in the final, no doubt about that. He's a proud clubman. Let us know who you think's going to win the final as well. I mean, very tough game to call. Hopefully the weather stays good for that one. A little bit short, worked away, and Imran Rao is going to get motoring straight away. Some are just a little bit too short from the pacement. As you see, just light rain falling here. And Imran helps around the corner and helps himself to 4. And Neville Russ asking, when does the big shot start? Well, you have to stay tuned. It's being worked on, so when I know more, I'll let you know. But I will compel you to obviously watch out on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as our social channels at European Cricket. Samad has to adjust his length. He doesn't. Well, he goes short and wide, and he almost picks out the fielder here. This probably would have been a wide, Rao gets a bit lucky. And so, I suppose, if you want to know the difference between a 10 over and an 8 over game, you might not think it's a lot, and okay, maybe it isn't that much, but it's certainly giving Punjab CC a bit more boldness, I think, in their stroke play early in this innings, knowing that it is a 20% shorter innings than normal. So essentially, imagine you go out there and it's over number 3. You're already kind of settled. You're already kind of moving towards that acceleration phase. This one's cut away, and nice bit of fielding by Gamire. He's been one of the best fielders in this tournament, no doubt about that. I've seen a lot of him behind the sticks, but not so much of him out in the outfield. And despite not having 10 good fingers, I think he's doing a pretty good job. We're doing the leg side. And so just one. So yeah, that rate around 9 and over required at the start of this innings. And I'll stay about there as well, as at the end of the first, it's 8 for no loss. So hello to everyone else in the chat. If you do have any questions, let us know. I do love the interaction with all of our live chatters. In fact, if you're with us at the moment, it's probably a great time to put my daily lurker call out. If you're lurking in the chat, if you're watching this afternoon, and maybe you haven't said hello in the live chat, no matter where you're watching from around the world, why don't you say hello to me right now? Because it's just me and you. We can have a private conversation. can talk about whatever you like. So if you are lurking, maybe lurking while working, if you're working on a Saturday, then let's see a few more names, a few more new names popping up in the live chat. Here's Hussein. He goes short. He gets cut. And it's going to be 4. Well, this one eats up the outfielder. Felt like it was within his range, but he just can't get down. And we know pretty slippery conditions for the fielders, so it can't be that easy. You see, in the end, I think he does get there, but he just can't read the bounce right. That was a pretty good shot from Imran Rao. Someone that hasn't been that consistent with the bat. But can he get Punjab CC to the bronze medal on debut in the European Cricket Series? And this one is dropped. I think this is a big outside edge. And we're waiting the signal, but that's to me, I certainly perceived a big edge. So Rao just opening the face. Well, it was Fakrul Hussein's face that almost got opened before when he was hitting the side of the head. And this time, you see there, it's a fairly regulation chance. And I think Rishan Singh, he gets caught between putting the fingers up and the fingers to the side. In the end, he does neither, and he clangs it. So Rao gets a life on 10. And meanwhile, Kazi is going to blast another boundary. So Punjab CC making the most of this 2-over power play. Yeah, he's well balanced there, Kazi, back at the top of the order in his regular spot. Cuatro carreras más. Hussein. Nice. Right smile from him. And, he batted very well in the first half of this game. Maybe he had a bit of an incident earlier, but he is hard as nails. And he'll be hoping that he can try and break through, because at the moment, Punjab CC, very, very good start from them. Now he loses it down the leg side for a wide. So just a reminder that 3 bowlers can bowl 2 and the rest can only bowl 1. I think a pretty good strategy in these kind of games is trying not to bowl the second over of a bowler too early, because it keeps your options more open. Maybe they'll be tempted to bowl Samad out. You can understand why. But you want to be able to... Oh, this would have been out, but perhaps Kazi spots that the throw wasn't hitting the stumps. I mean, it's not like it's just one bowler that can bowl 2 overs like a 6-over game. I think they'll be pretty confident Samad is going to get a second. So maybe we'll see him in the 3rd. But yeah, you want to give everyone an opportunity to push for a second over as a bowler. Wow, it goes and takes this off length. And thank you very much. Adios, pelota maximo. Kazi goes large and has them fighting for the ball in the cheap seats. How about that? I mean, a fairly regulation delivery. And Kazi, he has timed this one up perfectly. Right out of the screws. 6 runs. Punjab CC playing a pretty good game here in the bronze final. I'm not sure if that gets a bit of Parveen. He's waiting to bat. Got a good look at the ball at least. And now worked around the corner, but it's straight to the fielder. So this could have gone absolutely anywhere. So Kazi goes 6 and out. And that will be a wicket for Hussein. That over cost 16, but it does bring a wicket. Kazi, he is able to strike one right out of the meat of the bat, but then the very next one he just works. He doesn't really try and hit it with any power. That was a pretty good catch as well. Fires it back in. And that will create the first wicket of the second half as Kazi contributes a dozen, and it's 24 for 1. Just a reminder, if you just joined us, that we announced on the European Cricket Network website today, europeancricket.com, that we are partnering with Cricket District. And we just had their founder, Toby Marriott, talking to us in the first half of this game, a project called The Big Shot, bringing you the best of European cricket every week, highlights from all around Europe. And it's a long year, so I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of content there as part of The Big Shot. Stay tuned. It'll be here before you know it. Muhammad Adnan is going to bowl the next over. Again, he is reducing his run, and this is sensible, I think. Having to adapt to the conditions. Obviously, the footing not particularly good. So Adnan, first ball, right on target. Imran Rao has a bit of a look. I think these two have a bit of a relationship, I think, outside the field. I saw them mucking around a little bit. So it's always interesting when you bowl into someone you know very well. This time Imran just pushes away. Finding needs to be stopped. Oh, and, just fighting with gravity there, the fielder, but in the end, he will be able to stop it. That's Nilesh Suryawanshi down there. And, yeah, just got to be careful. Does get down. Again, it's no different to really playing winter sports, for example. You know it's going to be slippery. You just got to protect yourself. And this time it's driven back, and new batter out there is Ranasawa. So these are the two I think can kind of consistently do the most damage for Punjab CC. They got plenty of batting to come. Did like the way Parveen batted earlier today. Another pretty accurate delivery from Adnan. Pushed away, no run. So keep an eye on that run rate required. It started at about 9. With this good start, it's kind of down in the low 8s, but we'll have to see which direction that heads. This time, third time lucky for Zawa, who gets a single. Don't forget, it was a 2-over power play. So right now, even though we're in the third over, up to 5 outfielders are allowed for Gorka 11. And just at the moment, absolutely no boundaries here in the third. And you can see, well, just a bit circumspect there. He'll end the over on 12. That's a very good over from Mohammad Adnan. He only concedes 2. The score is 26 for 1. Well, I wonder if some of that was to do with the fact that Imran Rao was pretty determined not to get out to somebody he knows pretty well. You see, he was 30% more careful, in my opinion. But with that, the rate is 8.8 and over that's required in the last 5 overs. 44 off 30. In the first innings, Gorka actually scored 68, but with the DLS adjustment, they had 1 run added to their total. So the total required is 70 for Punjab CC if they're going to win the bronze trophy. So not moving the needle too much. Now, we're going to get Nilesh Suryawanshi in with the ball, I think. He's going to bowl over number 4. So, I'll just get 1 down to deep backward square leg here. So, Suryawanshi, someone's been in and out of the 11, but he's bowling a key over here. And they did decide to keep Samad back, so they've got all their options available at the moment for a second over. Oh, this is a good shot. He just strays onto the legs, and he whacks this one all the way. Maximo! All right, Rao Rumble, as this one angles into the legs, and he just helps on its way. And so that one's going to have to be found in the bushes. Good shot, just what they need every over. If you can get 1 boundary and you feel like Punjab CC are staying on top of this game. Gorka 11. They were so disappointed to go down to Warash this morning. And there's a big rivalry between those two teams, but they're not really bringing their A game to this bronze final at the moment. Punjab CC on top. And Rao will just push this for 1. So one thing he has done, Imran Rao, has been pretty selective. But when they have kind of straight onto his pads, or when they've given something short and wide to him, he's been very, very good at putting it away. And I suppose when the rate is around about 8 required, you only necessarily have to go there when you need to. This is just going to miss the stumps down the ground. It's going to scoot away for 4, and that's good batting by Ranasawa. Just pushes this. And you see, Suryawanshi was kind of hoping for a bit of help from the furniture. Or perhaps the umpire who's trying to move out of position, but no, in the end, it's a good straight drive. Sawa gets his first boundary. So just like that, the rate's back under control after a boundaryless third. Angled across the batter, but he's happy just to knock this one back. And so there'll be 1 more ball in this over. Of course, this is our last day in Portugal before we're on the move again tomorrow. We'll move the circus. That's well done by Suryawanshi. And this almost pops onto the stumps, but luckily for the batter, Imran Rao, just pops over. And so it will be the end of the over. Sawa retains the strike. He scores 39 for 1. See here. I think if that bounces onto the bails, then Imran Rao's going to have to go. It'll be another big shot moment. But as it is 4 overs down, 39 for 1. And like I said, we will be on the move. We're in the Netherlands from Monday. We'll be arriving there tomorrow afternoon. Looking forward to reuniting with a few old friends. And also my former co-commentator Ryan Campbell, who's currently the Netherlands national team coach, who should be back in the country by midweek, and maybe we can get him down before we go to Bulgaria, Romania. And speaking of other countries, well, this one's almost going to land in one. It was the 12th man, as Waleed Imran, I think. He almost gets KO'd by this one. Look at this. Rana whacks it, and brace for impact, because bang, not only does he drop the catch, he ends up really slamming his coccyx into the ground there, but he will survive. And the next one, after the Maximo, it's just going to be a 1. So at the moment they're cruising in this chase. And they may get an overthrow here, and now they will eventually. Well, they had time to sit and debate, and actually almost 5 business days written notice given for one batter to the other to say, look, why don't we take the run? Because the backing up fielder couldn't handle it. It was a bit too slippery for him. So 1 becomes 2. At the moment, Gorka looking a shell of the team. That went 7-1 in the group stages. And now Rana is going to go bang again. Maximo! Rana moves into the 20s. And I feel like the pressure's off here for Punjab CC. They're just batting. They're just swinging away. They're backing themselves. Slightly reduced game as well. I think it suits them. And that brings up the 50 for Punjab CC. And just like that, only 17 are required off the last 21. Yeah, next one will be a boundary as well. And so, Rana running away with this. So they are struggling to stay in this tournament now. Gorka 11. I tell you what, these celebs just keep popping into my office, and I've got another one here. I've got the marathon man with me now. I'll let you know just after this ball. That'll make it 12 to win. Any advances? No. So, as Punjab CC look to be running away with this. Always gives us time to invite a new friend into the commentary box, because I know that Corey off sick today. This one is pretty high, and it's not that long. That's the fielder coming in, and he's almost going to break his neck. Imran can't, but he won't. Soft landing. And, well, I think a lot of people saying, it looks like you've gone for the highlight there, Imran. But in the end, he looked like a bit of a chook, and almost a headless chook. So, I mean, Gorka looks like they're struggling in this game. I mean, this would have been a highlight. This is just a case of going for style points. Imran realizes he's late on it, and he pushes himself forward, and he doesn't think it through because he takes the full force. Well, that was certainly a moment that Imran Khan won't forget. In fact, maybe he will forget it, because that was a pretty bad head knock to take, and I think it's, again, probably good. He's trying to blame the wind or something, but for me, he was just kind of going for the stylish catch as it gets to the end of the over. So 5 overs down, 59 for 1. And it is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And look who just wandered into my office. It is none other than the marathon man. Can't believe you got a game off. Tyrone Peters, welcome to the commentary box. And you're someone I know you've done quite a bit of sports commentary, and I know that we would love to have you a bit more, but I know you're busy out in the middle most of the time. How's the day been for you so far? A bit wet?
Yeah, a bit wet this morning. It was very wet this morning, and just glad that we were able to get the games finished without any DLS getting involved. But yeah, it's been amazing just to be part of it. So
yeah,
great.
I mean, just a slight adjustment in this one, of course, as we head into the next over, and they probably don't need too many more now. In fact, just 10 more to win. But I mean, how's the experience been umpiring, of course, in the European Cricket Series and the European Cricket League as well, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot going on.
definitely unbelievable so far. You know, just trying to stay focused out there. Don't want to make any mistakes. Trying to make sure that the players are enjoying themselves, and you're seeing me as little as possible. Although I can be quite animated out there. As we see the fielder using his feet again.
It happens all the time, doesn't it, when you see this foot fielding? I mean, that's one thing I've noticed about you. You really seem to be enjoying yourself out there. You seem to bring a lot of energy to the role. I know umpires all have different styles, and some are a bit more reserved, some are a bit more outgoing. But I've really liked what you've brought to the series. As this one is kind of eaten up by Adnan, and this will be another boundary, takes them into the 60s. And once again, it's Gorka, in fact, of the two teams. They're the ones being a bit sloppy in the field. Sure, conditions not particularly good, but with that one, they'll move up to 64, in fact. And so now, just one swing of the bat. Well, this is your first commentary stint with me, but it might not be a very long one at the moment. These two, big boys, aren't they? Imran Rao and Ranasawa. 6 required. Well, that won't be 6, but it will be 4, so it won't be long now. And so... she'll take within 2 runs. I know you will be in the Netherlands with us next week, as well as Bulgaria now, right? Yes. So how do you go kind of keeping your concentration going for these long periods?
Well, listen, to be honest, I really just try to focus on my breathing and stay as calm as I can out there. And like I said, get involved with regards to enjoying the game. I am a cricket lover. I'm an ex-cricketer, and I just enjoy watching the guys out there. I find it quite different to the way they approach the game, using their feet, and you know, some of the shouting involved I find quite hilarious. But it's just enjoyable to be out there and being part of it.
We love having you as part of our team as well. But someone boiled the kettle. Just 2 required, and this one will tie the scores. An appeal that's probably one of the worst appeals. How do you deal with an appeal? I've got a question for you. Yeah, how do you deal with an appeal that you know is a ridiculous one? What's your approach?
Well, sometimes it depends where it is. Like, normally that will come from like cow corner, and he'll start screaming. And then I look over at him and just be like, just give him a bit of a stare with a smile on my face. Otherwise, with the bowler there, it just looked like he was trying to put the umpire off, so he forgot to give the wide.
Here's the last ball potentially of this one, but it won't be because the scores are tied. Rao cops one on the end of the thumb for his troubles. And we can look ahead now to the final because this one's almost done at the moment. This will start in about 35 minutes' time. Werash versus Marlow, and I assume you'll be out there for the final, right, Tyrone?
That is correct.
So congratulations on getting picked for that, and you can see the news from the toss. Werash won the toss, elected to bowl first. So Marlow will set the pace in match 48, the final. And Marlow, they've never lost a trophy here in Portugal. Here's the last ball, potentially. Oof. It's not, and so we will go to a 7th over, in fact. And it will be 69 for 1. Well, this is the one run that they needed. It got added from the Duckworth-Lewis, and that's what's holding us up. It's eating into your break as well. Look, Tyrone, I just want to say a big thank you to you because I think the umpiring and officiating, and we heard from Meta Daub earlier, who made her ECN umpiring debut this week. I think it's probably one of those jobs that looks easy, but is really tough in practice. And it's not just like umpiring a day in a longer cricket match where there's a bit more dead spot. It's pretty intense, isn't it, being out there?
No, definitely. It can get quite hair-raising out there, and for me, it's just about keeping myself calm and keeping everybody else calm and keeping them focused on the game, playing the game. Don't focus on each other. Don't focus on the opposition. Focus on your team, keeping it positive. Here we go with now what will be the last ball of this one. It's a wide ball. So Hussain is going to finish with an unfinished over, and they're going to get there with 12 balls to spare. And so congratulations to Punjab CC. Look, that's a team, Tyrone. That's their first time in the ECS. I know they do have a few familiar faces, but they've come all the way through Group B, and they are going to end up in 3rd place. They're going to end up with bronze medals. Yeah, good for them. I know they've had it quite tough out there. They've always been struggling to keep up with the rates when I've been out there. And big hats off to Imran, their captain. He's a hell of a gentleman. And the rest of the guys, big clean hitters, and seem like they get along well together. And I think we need to book another time in the booth together when you get a game off, perhaps in the Netherlands, because I want to know a bit more about your background, and I want you to share with the viewers because it's a very fascinating story. And a few people already, including Michael Daub, saying only when you hear that sonorous, cool voice, you know what a good umpire you have at the microphone. Well, he's a pretty cool dude, Tyrone Peters, and we'll see him out there in the final. But right now, I want to congratulate Punjab CC and commiserations to Gorka. They won't get a medal in this year's series,
but it will be Punjab CC winning the bronze, and the slightly adjusted target, and just a little minor adjustment. It was 20 required, but really they didn't do themselves any favours. Gorka 11, see Roshan Singh, not often you see him drop one. There was a few crowd catches and a few big hits as Punjab CC, the big boys, got going. That one was taken, and not many were. Slippery and slidey kind of innings. Just Gorka, not much going their way. In the end, Punjab CC, they just outplayed Gorka in this match.
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel that the wheels kind of came off for them. They were really in it to win it, and they just looked like they were having fun. But
could have been less fun for Imran, who almost went the full Gladstone small. His neck disappeared. Luckily, it sprung back immediately. And, well, he was trying to explain himself, and he wasn't making a lot of sense. He had the little Tweety birds going around his head, and yeah, there are a few boundaries at the end, and with Sawa and Rao at the crease, you knew that this one, there wasn't a lot long left in this bronze final. In the end, they do it with 12 balls to spare, and that sets up a really interesting final. Look, congratulations once again to Punjab CC, bronze on debut. But this is the one I know that so many people all around the world are looking forward to. It's the hosts, Awarash, in their first ever ECS final. And they're taking on Marlow, the defending champions and European Cricket League representatives. Of course, you would have umpired Marlow back in the European Cricket League in Group E. They're an impressive side, aren't they? But this is the final, Tyrone, I think we wanted to see. They're both 9-1, and it's a really, really tough match to call.
Yeah, exciting, and good luck to both teams. Hats off to all the teams that have been putting up with the weather and keeping it positive out there.
Yeah, so look, that one is coming your way in around about half an hour. We'll have the first ball. Tune in a little bit earlier to get a bit of a preview and some interesting footage from our friends at Spring Productions as we look at the chase. And Kazi, the only wicket to fall, he was caught by Mata at short fine leg off the bowling of Hussain for a dozen. But then the partnership grew between Rao and Sawa. In the end, it was worth 46 in just 24 balls as they ran away with this game. And Punjab CC, bit of an upset. Again, we know that you can expect the unexpected on ECN, and they do it with 2 overs to spare. As far as the ball went, not much to write home about. Samad was reliable as always. 18 came off his 2 overs. A wicket for Fakrul Hussain, and Adnan and Suriwanshi weren't able to break through. So in the end, again, Gorka 11, always love to see them. They had some really good performances. They beat Marlow, don't forget, on the first morning of competition, but ultimately they will finish in 4th place in this ECS. Once again, I want to thank this man, Tyrone Peters, who we just had for a little brief stint in the commentary box this time, but I think there's someone that we'd like to hear a bit more from maybe over the next couple of weeks. He is the marathon man, I've been calling you, because you've been doing the hard yards out there in the middle. And I tell you what, there's something that you've made your own, and I'm going to do it here. When you go have a close one and you go, will you do it with me?
Yeah.
You're going to use the LRS?
Yeah,
down
and
cross. Okay, so we want you to review your schedule, because in half an hour we will be starting the final. It'll be the hosts, Awarash, the Swans, will be taking on Marlow. Only one will survive and only one will raise the trophy. Will we have a new champion? Will Awarash be able to win the final, or will Marlow make it 4 ECN trophies in a row? A lot to play for. Thanks again to you, Tyrone. And we'll see all of you out there very shortly when we return. It's the final, the big one. Match 48 is on the way. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Tyrone Peters, and we'll see you shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal.
10 teams started this journey in Portugal, but only 2 survive, and it's the final that a lot of our viewers wanted to see. Awarish, the Swans, led for the first time by Conrad Greenshields. He's been inspirational as a leader, but Najam Shazad and Marlowe, well, they've never lost a trophy here in Portugal, so it's all to play for. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal final, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back to Portugal for the final time in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, we've seen a lot of action so far over the last 2 weeks, and I think this is the final a lot of us wanted to see. It's Awarish versus Marlowe. Both these teams, they topped their group. They only dropped 1 match so far in the tournament, and they will face off in the final. For Marlowe, it is the 4th time we've seen them in an ECN final here in Portugal, and they have won all of them so far. They're also the ECL representatives of Portugal this year. But Awarish, they are certainly challenging, and they have a slightly new look lineup, and they have made an ECS final for the first time. So it's all to play for, and it's a big coin toss. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, who's with 2 captains, and let's see who wins the toss in the final.
It's your call. Yeah. Tails is called. It is hits. We'll have a ball.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. So it is Awarish that have won the toss, and they have elected to bowl. Always a bit risky, I think, when you are going to be chasing in a final, but certainly they did it well in the first game. In fact, both these teams chased down a target of 92 without losing a single wicket. So they haven't lost a wicket today. Of course, I think this will probably change in the final. But Marlowe, they will get the chance to put the runs on the board. I like the form of Syed Meister at the top of the order. A bit of a gamble, and he was a bit scratchy early, but he certainly came good with a half century as he engineered that successful chase. And I like Zulfikar Shah as well. He provides a bit of variety in that top order, especially with the swing bowling options of Awarish. The fact they'll have to deal with a right-hander and a left-hander may just throw them out a little bit in these conditions. But plenty to play for. Again, a battle of the captains. Let's talk about Najam Shazad and Conrad Greenshields. I know they're very decorated players, very talented as well with the bat and the ball and in the field. They're triple threats, and I think this is a final all of our viewers will be very excited to watch. So let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss here in the final. It's Awarish, the Swans, who have won the toss, and they're going to field first.
Well, let's get ready to rumble. This is the final, I think, that we wanted to see. And Awarish and Marlowe, for me, the best 2 teams in the tournament. They do meet in the final right here. And it's going to be a good one. Awarish, you saw there at the toss a little earlier today. They have elected to chase in this one. So slightly risky, but they certainly chased well earlier today. Both these teams, in fact, did chase the identical target of 92. So let's see how we go here. We should have a good contest early because Awarish, they've got some good swing bowling options. They've got Junaid Khan, Conrad Greenshields. They'll be taking on, I think probably Meister will get another go at top of the order. It's hard to say, but Najam Shazad has been opening sometimes. Zulfikar Shah, I think he's a lock at the top of the order, but it's very flexible, the batting lineup of Marlowe. Awarish is a bit more set. I think they're going to start in that order with Badenhorst, Stoneman and Greenshields. So there is the answer to the first question. It is Syed Meister who's out there opening the batting. That's Zulfikar Shah. So the same combination that took them to victory in their semi-final against the Punjab CC, who since then have secured bronze. And that was the news. And so now we will get to see Junaid Khan opening the bowling. And here is the first ball of the final. It's a touch and go one. I think it's just okay. So, Junaid flirting with the line. There's Tyrone, who I think gets his one spot on. It was a special surprise pop-up guest, wasn't he, in the last match towards the end of the bronze final. This one bites back off the service from Junaid Khan, and Zulfikar gets turned around, but just in time. I want to say a very warm welcome to everyone that's joining us on FanCode in the subcontinent and also on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. Love to have your company here as we are in match 48, the final match of this tournament. Awarish making the final for the first time. See Junaid, very short run up. So I think I like the way the bowlers have adjusted so far today to these conditions, okay? There's not a lot of traction in the run-up, so you have to adjust. No complaining about it. It's the same for everyone. We just got to get the cricket on. And yeah, Junaid, she's off about 4 steps. This one's cut away, and it will be the first boundary of the final. So, yeah, pretty good shot. Just a little bit of width from Junaid. He doesn't really get this off the straight. And this will be 4 runs. So Mysom a little bit dodgy early, let's say, in the bronze final, where he played a miss at a few. Although he does start with 3 dots again, he does hit the 4th ball of the final for 4. Big promotion for him. Bit of a gamble, some would say, but I suppose this is the kind of format where it pays to back yourself. This one does actually move from Junaid. And here is Tyrone Peters, who signals the wide, correctly so. We're asking a little bit about the concentration required. And Malik out there as well, who's at square leg. And good luck to the umpires as well in this final. It's a pretty good one to Mysom, who just looks like he might nick one early. Didn't in the bronze so far. On as even, I think, in this over. Had the boundary. Had a couple of plays and misses as well from Mysom. Hello to Maiden Waters for your nice comments, saying enjoy the final, and yes, I'm looking forward to the next tournament as well. To Phil G, Luke Belgium, and everyone else. Michael Dowd, Neville Russ, hello to you, and thanks for staying with us here. Why wouldn't you? As this is a fantastic matchup. This one just comes in. You can see Junaid Way is dangerous. He can move it both ways. Carlo has a pop, but it will just be the single. So Mysom will retain the strike. Zulf Kishar will have to go back to the non-strikers end. It's 6 for no loss after 1. Marlow, they are a very, very successful club recently in Portugal. Their captain Najam Shazad leads them very well. He's got a lot of weapons at his disposal. We saw Marlow representing Portugal in the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. And I think these two teams, they're going to have a few battles this year during the domestic season. They do hope to have the ECL qualifier set by the end of August. Anyway, here's Conrad Greenshields to bowl over number 2. Bit of a loose nut. That one, a bit too short, moves away. So Conrad just finding his feet. Here's another one who seems to have reduced his run slightly. So again, it's mostly the upper body doing the work here. He's still got to try and get that same release point to get that movement. And he does here. Jeez, I can't believe how much he swings the ball. Some people can just have this ability to do that. Watch the curve right to left on this after it bounces, and then Judge actually does pretty well to handle it. Swings a lot after the line. This one's called. Again, they will judge the wides based on where it passes the popping crease. I mean, that's one, even then, not 100% certain that wasn't okay, but I mean, the umpire only gets one look at it. This one's a little bit short, dragged down. And, slight fumble from the puppy, Alex Macy, who took a very good catch earlier today. He's let the hair roam free in this one. Mysom can't nick this one. It's just too good. So, well, I mean, have a look at that. You see it going one way, and then it leaves him late. That's an excellent piece of swing bowling, but this isn't great. It will be another wide, so a real mixed bag from Greenshields, but he's only gone for the 2 wides so far. Mysom was burgling all the strike here in the power play. It took a while to get going in the bronze final, but when he did get going, he was pretty impressive with some good strikes on the way to his half century. This time they do push and run. Nippo has a go. Both these teams very good fielding teams. I think even despite the conditions, I think you'll see that coming through, and it could be one of the deciding factors. I mean, if that hits, it's probably out, you know. Zulfikar Sharp, shocked into action. Spends a bit too long watching the ball here, I think. And also maybe trying to avoid getting hit, but he could have been gone if that one hit the stumps. Got to say hello to Graham Holmes in the chat. He says, Greenshields are Jimmy Anderson of Portugal with that swing. Yeah, well, they're quite similar because he can actually swing it both ways. Especially today where there's no real breeze. It's not very strong either way. I think he's more natural swinging it right to left. Now he bowls the left-hander. This one will just sneak outside the line. I think that is a wide, you know. So he might be setting him up here. This one never quite comes back. Can't happen when you change the angle. Maybe he'll try and bowl one the other way. He doesn't. It comes back a long way, but cannons into the pants of Zulfikar Shah. So we saw both these teams chasing 92 earlier in the day. Even if you have that kind of a target in the final against these bowling attacks, I'm not sure that it'll be so easy. And once again, the movement into Zulfi gets him in a bit of a knot. So Green Shields doesn't take a wicket, but he doesn't go over too many more. And maybe another instance of the fielding side just helping out the batter with a bit of a rub there, but it is the end of the over. And at the moment, it is 11 for no loss. Let's have a look at finals day and the state of play. Well, congratulations to Punjab CC. They win bronze in the end. And they were able to get over Gorka in that last match, 8 over reduced affair. Here in the final, Werash, the hosts versus Marlow. Champs versus challengers. Marlow yet to lose a tournament. An ECN tournament, that is, in Portugal. So I do think it's a very even match. Superstars on both sides. Junaid Khan coming back to bowl his second. He typically does, and has been a bit expensive in the third a couple of times. This one gets away from Jaunjat, but won't go for an extra run. This is one that does swing from Junaid. So yeah, inconsistent swing is how I'd put it so far. Some have gone, some haven't. Again, it's not super comfortable for the batter that has to face. This one comes in as well, but it's well directed from Junaid. Just the one. So I haven't really seen what I would call a kind of proactive risk taken by the batters yet. You see that Mysom's had the lion's share of the strike. And if you take out the wides, then actually you see that these guys have got 7 off 13. That's if you take out all the extras. So not really fluent yet. I think Junaid's a good matchup to Zulfikar Shah because he will swing the ball away from the left-hander. That's the first time we've seen a real risk taken, but he just pops it up. In fact, he gets so little of it. And Conrad, I don't know if that was a deliberate bit of foxing, but he definitely kind of knocks it away and maybe tries to induce him into taking it too. Have a look at this. And then he just he's quick all over it. And I think they were smart to turn that one down. And Marlow, yeah, I think the 100 is probably a pretty good target for them to aim towards. And this one is somehow edged, but not back onto the stump. Oh, Junaid gets his one to go late, gets a little inside edge. I thought for a second that that one had crashed into the stumps. In fact, it hits his the back shoe, or his back heel. It almost goes all the way to the keeper, but it doesn't. Now, the next one from Junaid Khan is pitched up, and there's Alex Macy. Well, his fielding's getting better and better. And look, some of the think he was in the team only for his long hair and moustache. But he's proved very valuable, and his enthusiasm is infectious. The Irish guy, they just love him. Originally from New Zealand. Now, Zulfikar Shah. Saw him not afraid to take a risk. And this time, he flicks it away onto the leg side. It'll be a long chase for the fielders, and they're not going to get there. So, it will be 4 to finish the over. As Zulfikar Shah gets his first boundary. He'll move to 5. And so, yeah, that one just coming in and smart by Zulfikar Shah. I think he decides to go with the movement. So, again, that helps for Marlow. A little bit behind the 8 ball at the moment. We know they've got a long batting lineup. I think that's why they don't want to be too conservative here. Sure, you don't want to get in wicket trouble early, but you have to be brave in a final like this. Junaid with his last ball. And doesn't really get it where he wants it. But good fielding down there. There's KP Krut Patel, who fires in a throw. It'll allow a single. So this time, it's Zulfi's time to pinch the strike. And the score at the end of 3 is 20 for no loss. Pretty good power play for Werash, restricting Marlow to just the 2 boundaries. A couple of issues with wides, but you will expect it in these conditions. You can see the cloud cover and a bit of mist around. Probably more misty than rainy at the moment. We have seen a couple of stronger showers. In fact, they pulled us off the field in that bronze final. And so you can probably hear that bit of light rain falling. Probably light to medium now. And remember, 3 overs constitutes a match, and we've already had 3 overs in this first innings. Greenshields will bowl out here. And this is an interesting one. I think it's maybe just because the ball is swinging, he thinks this is probably the best time to use himself. He's got a lot more back-end options now, because I think that Carlo Butchamartza bowled well. I think that Miguel Stoneman bowled well as well at the end of the innings. So maybe he's just a bit more confident bowling first. And also the fact that, you know, they are bowling first in the match. So it's not like they're defending any particular target here. So they'd rather get Conrad back on as soon as possible. And the other thing is, if for some reason the match is shortened, I think they want to get 2 overs out of Greenshields. So this kind of guarantees that he'll bowl the 2 overs. Hopefully it's not shortened though. And to be honest, there's nothing short about this from Mysom, who's carrying on his good form from the semi-final, I should say. And he scored 53 off 29 in that one. Hasn't been defeated today. This time he drives on the up. That's a really good cricket shot. They've trusted him with the opening spot. Conrad, wasn't a terrible delivery, but sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the batter and say, well played, and it was. I wonder if Conrad's setting him up for the in-swinger here. No, this is another outie, and it's going to go down the ground. It's going to be 4 more. Mysom on a rampage. Does take a little while to get going today, but once he does, he's not afraid to attack, and he takes 2 or 3 steps down the pitch. And Greenshields gets hit back over his head for 4. You just feel like this battle could be important over the next 3 balls. You've got Greenshields versus Mysom now. It changes the line of attack. Only get 1 ball of the battle in that time. Zulfikar Shah will be back on strike. So yeah, Greenshields just changing something, changing the angle. Graham Holmes in the chat asking if they go off, does the power play get counted in the Duckworth-Lewis calculation? I mean, it's all accounted for essentially. As this is in the air, and it'll be a 1-hopper down to Mabeen. Just one. So, I mean, here's the thing. The power play is, statistically, it's not necessarily higher scoring than any other overs, based on what we've seen so far, over a lot of data. The reason is, okay, it favours the batters because of the field, but it also favours the bowlers because they got the brand new ball to play with. They're generally bowling their best bowlers, so all kind of comes out in the wash. Short, and this one will be called a wide. And, not sure if this is for height or for width. Maybe it was for width. We couldn't really see where it passes the crease there. Also maybe for height. Yeah, it was called on height, I think. But you had 2 reasons to call that one, I think. This one across and edged. But Stoneman, Miguel Stoneman that is, will clean up. And it's the end of the over. The score at the end of 4 is 33 without loss. Very warm welcome to you. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, and it's great to have your company here. Of course, we're missing you, Corey. Corey Rutgers is not feeling too well today. It's nothing too sinister, he assures us, and hopefully he can rejoin us on Monday. But hope you're enjoying your rest, Corey. And I think you'd agree with me. If you were here, you'd say that this is the final that you wanted to see. Awarish, the hosts, and a team which has a bit of a new look, but they are here, and they have made the final for the first time in the FanCode European Cricket Series. We're taking on Marlow. Marlow have 3 trophies, 3 ECN trophies already to their name. And I know that they want to make it a 4th right here, but you can say this actually might be their toughest test yet, because both these teams have been really good. They've only lost the 1 game so far in the series. Here's Nippo in the 5th. And spin did kind of change the momentum of that first semi-final today, because it looked like Gorka were getting away. Did score pretty freely in the power play before spin came and shut the gate a little bit. I really enjoyed watching Nippo go about his business. He's certainly full of enthusiasm. I just hope we get an appeal, because that's always entertaining. Yeah, 38 came off the first 3, but then only 30 off the next 5 overs. And this one, this is edged back down onto the foot and up and over the stumps and over Jaunjat as well. So, left-arm spinner versus left-hander. You'd say maybe Zulfikar will enjoy that matchup and try and go over the leg side. Nippo, he's just tall, kind of rangy left-arm spinner. The wind's slightly right to left on your screen, so keep an eye out for that. Mysam goes back and can't deal with the bounce here. And Nippo, you'd expect he will get some bounce. Just getting away from Mysam. Not sure if there's a little edge on that or not. Hard to tell. Next one's the arm ball. So clever bowling from Nippo. He's the master of variation. Also, the character, perhaps the facepalm emoji was based on, because I tell you what, he spent a lot of time grabbing his face today, Mohamed Siraj Nippo. This one doesn't spin, you see. It just comes in, maybe a bit of natural variation, or maybe hitting the seam and coming back. He was hoping to crash into the stumps. It didn't, but still, very good over so far. Just 2 runs off it and 2 balls to go. Pushes this straighter. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with that, but you can see already the difference that Nippo makes when he comes into the attack. This is a big ball now for me. Mysam had a bit of a crossroads. He's 19 off 21. He's used up a lot of deliveries, had a lot of the strike. He's got one more ball, this over from Nippo. Wants to go after it, and I think this just sneaks in. So that's a really good over from Nippo. We'll have a look at the last one, but only 2 off it. That's the end of the 5th over. And the score is 35, no loss. This one, again, doesn't spin. Look, looks like it will, but it doesn't. If anything, it just comes back. It's more in than out. And Tyrone Peters says, yeah, I'm happy with that. So maybe a line ball call goes the way of the Swans. Halfway through this first innings, and no wickets, but still, the run rate not really motoring for Marlow. As they are going at 7s at the moment, 70 pace, and you just know that they're going to have to start taking some risks. They've got 10 wickets in hand. They've got a long batting lineup. Got Najam Shahzad, the national team captain, coming in next. You've got players like Zaib as well, who's had a lot of success at a high level. Then players like Azim Sawa. Saim Ali's listed at 6, Amdeep 7. Amar Ikram, he can whack it around. He's listed at 8 for me. As Mobeen Tariq is coming on. And first one has worked away. So we've seen quite a lot of these finger spinners not actually spinning the ball a lot, but I think Mobeen Tariq, some he'll try and turn left to right, some he'll just kind of let go with the arm. Let's have a look at some of the top formers. And you see, Francois Stoneman actually has more runs than Greenshields now. He's not quite averaging as high or scoring as quickly, but Badenhorst makes up the top 3 batters for Werush, from Marlow, Shahzad, Shah and Mysam. So, again, the top 3 for both teams featuring in the leading run scorers. They go after Tariq, and this one won't quite carry down to one of the players I just mentioned, Francois Stoneman, or Faf, as he's known. He's been his kind of patch down there, hasn't it, during this series at deep mid-wicket. So, thank you to everyone who's saying they're enjoying the outfit today. It's a bit of a Portuguese theme. As this one will be the first wicket, and this is one that goes with the arm from Mobeen Tariq. And I think Zulfi just said, enough's enough. It's time to start going for some shots. He never quite gets to this one. I think that Tariq takes a little bit off it, and he might see Zulfikar coming. So he bowls a little bit shorter. You see, he lifts his head. He's really not in a good position to execute that stroke. As Janjat ends up catching the stumps as they come hurtling towards him. That's the first wicket of the final. In fact, it's the first wicket that Marlow have lost today. It's 37 for 1. Zulfikar Shah ends up making 10 and a run a ball in the final. Just the one boundary. Didn't have a lot of the strike, to be fair, as Mysam has been doing most of it. Probably not a bad wicket to lose. I think that's smart from Zulfikar. Doesn't look like a very good shot, but it was time, I think, to get the captain to the crease, and that's what we're going to see halfway through the 6th over. Najam Shahzad, a player I've got a lot of time for. Plays the game the right way as well. There's quite a lot of rivalry within Portuguese cricket for sure, but I think at the end of the day, it's a community which is thriving, and it's a community that's growing. And certainly think that these two teams, at the end of the day, there's a lot of love between them. So here is Mobeen Tariq, who gets the opportunity now to take a big fish. Najam Shahzad coming in at number 3. This one a little bit short and whacked away. That's Stoneman territory down there, but this time it's KP. That'll cut it off, so they've kind of reinforced that zone, haven't they? And that's probably all about the potential turn that Tariq will get. Occasionally, if he gets a bit short, he gets whacked away over that leg side. Mysam goes back and tries to hit it straight, and he gets this one pretty good. Maximo! You see there, Tariq, once again, just giving a bit of length, and Mysam's had enough. He flat bats this and has plenty on it. So 6 runs, and the counter-attack coming from Mysam, who after a bit of a pedestrian start last time, he certainly motored to his half-century. He'll be hoping to repeat that here in the final. And last ball this over, Tariq, despite that 6, it's only gone for 9. Now, he hasn't got this one. It's the arm ball, and it won't go anywhere. Now, they're going to go for 2. Good throw might have him in trouble here. I think this might be gone. I think Mysam's run out here. And so they take on the second. Well, he got lucky in the first place because I thought this might have gone to hand, but he mishit it and it landed in the infield. Doesn't go more than 25 yards from the bat. And here, you see, he gets it down just in time. Well, you can see how much there is in it. It's not a lot at all. Probably 5 centimetres. But he is gone here, Mysam. And so the LRS is called for. TP, he chops the air, he chops the rain. And it's Janda that chops the stumps, and he's going to chop down the innings offside Mysam, who's going to be run out for 27. And there's the signal. So Mysam goes just as he was starting to get going. He's used up a lot of balls. Did hit 3 4s and a 6, but he goes at a crucial time in this innings. It's also the end of the 6th over. It's 45 for 2. Oh, it's an excellent piece of fielding as well. And a good bit of keeping from Janda. Had to be super quick there. Sometimes as a keeper, you do have to rush and maybe cheat a bit on your technique to get the ball down quickly. And you see, he didn't have a lot of margin for error at all. Graham Holmes saying, very good fielding it was. And guess who? It was Faf Stoneman that fired into the throw to Jaunjat. Into the over. So it will be Shazad on strike to Nippo. Again, 2 Portuguese nationals go at each other. And it's Nippo that gets it. And his fingers are all over the place. Well, I think it was pretty obvious it was out, but if Tyrone Peters didn't know originally, he certainly saw once Nippo. He had the eye of the tiger in his eyes as he goes absolutely nuts. He's knocked over Shazad at a big moment in the final. Marlowe captain has to go for just one, and he goes second ball. This one angled in, took a little something on the way through. And Nippo, wow, not the first time we've seen that kind of reaction, but he's fired up. This one just flicks the back hip, I think, on the way through. And Najam Shazad, well, he's frustrated. And Nippo, well, he's animated. And why not? Doesn't get too much bigger than this. Werash in their first ECS final. And they have the big wicket of Shazad, 45 for 3. Werash, players coming from everywhere to get on Nippo. Well, it was a slippery Nippo delivery. And it just got through Najam a little bit quicker than he thought. This will bring another left-hander to the crease. We did see Zulfikar Shah earlier, but now it will be Azim Sawa, who's a pretty good batter in his own right. And I know they've got plenty of wickets to play with, but it just feels like a big moment whenever you see Shazad going, because he just can be so destructive, and he can do it against good bowling. So now we'll have left-hander to left-hander as Nippo comes into Sawa for the first time. It's a pretty good delivery. If he misses that, he's stone-cold LBW, but does get some bat on it and gets it away for a single. Les Bickley saying very hearty appeal. Well, it was. And it was more of a celebration, I think, because he saw the stumps already castled. And so Nippo now gets to bowl to Amir Zaib, who's facing his first ball. He came in after the run out. He got off the mark immediately. So, yeah, these wickets, super important, I think. People say in T10 the wickets aren't important, but I think it's the calibre of the batter that you can send back. Certainly 3 very good ones back in the shed already for Marlowe. Nippo, he's just been so economical today. He's got 1 for 4 halfway through his second over. You can see now the batters are a bit gun-shy to him, and you can imagine why, because they have lost 3 wickets, and they don't really want to lose a 4th here, even with the overs running out. But, I mean, Nippo's just been so good here. Let's see if they go back to Mubin Tariq or whether they try somebody else as well in the 8th. I'll be tempted to maybe try someone else. I'll tell you why in a second. This one comes back again off the pitch. And they think about a second, but let's just say that Zai wasn't exactly motoring through the first. Look, the reason I might try someone else in the 8th is that it keeps your options open. You can always bring Mubin Tariq back in the 9th if you want. They've got Carlo Butchamatsa that hasn't bowled yet. Nice throw. Waste of a direct hit, though. They've also got Miguel Stoneman up their sleeve. And if you do bowl maybe in Treek now, then you're forced to bowl 2 different bowlers in 9th and 10th, which they've done before. They're not too bothered about it. But I suppose if you bowl one in the 8th that bowls really well, you can always come back in the 10th. As this one, not really hit well at all. It'll be a simple catch for Green Shields. So Nippo finishes the tournament with another wicket, and he's off. Will somebody find him? Because he's run halfway to the boundary. And it's Green Shields who was up in the circle. And I think they were challenging Azim Sarwat to go over mid-off. It was Conrad, clever captaincy, as he keeps himself up in the infield. You can see that he's there waiting for it, and he was hoping for a miss hit. He got it, and there was no way he was dropping that, and there's no way Nippo was ever coming back as well. So, Mohammad Siraj Nippo, great pickup for Awarash. He's going to finish with figures of 2 for 6. And yeah, the 2 wickets are handy, but what about the fact that he's only gone for 6? So once again, spin changing the game and quality spin. As Nippo, only 2 came off his first over, and only 4 come off his second. He only went for 6 singles in his spell as well. Let's have a look at what's coming up on Monday, and we are making the journey north to the Netherlands and a little bit east as well, as we will be in Rotterdam, and Sparta will be the host club. They're up first against Voorburg, or VCC as they're known in the Netherlands, and then Salland, first time we've seen them in an ECS. They're taking on Kampong, the reigning champions. Kampong last time, they came from nowhere, so they are defending champions in that series. And Sparta, I do expect a pretty good side from them. Plenty of international stars playing in that one as well. Could be another wicket, and it is. So nothing going right for Marlow at the moment. They lose 2 wickets in 2 balls. They do decide to stick with spin, and it works. Mubin Tariq coming up with a wicket here. It was attempted lift over the leg side, but Zaib doesn't make the contact that he wants. And a very safe pair of hands. Faf Stoneman decides to take it, fingers pointing up. And Warish right now, they are looking the goods. They decided that they wanted to field first, and they wanted to get into Marlow. At the moment, it's a bit of a merry-go-round there. Batters coming, batters going. You see a bit of nervous body language from Marlow, the defending champions. They're 49 for 5 and just can't get anything going here in the final. They're only on 68 pace at the moment as well, and that is with 2 new batters essentially at the crease. Neither has faced a ball. Very good player, though, coming in for a number 7, Amardeep Singh. He's out there with Amar Ikram. Both these guys can hit a big ball. I think they'd have to not worry about the wickets lost. I think they still need to be aggressive and counter-attack here. And he does. He goes down the ground, and he goes really good. I mean, that's 6 on any ground. Well, the scorers, if they didn't see the signal, they know that's 6 because that one almost took him out. Well, there's Marzi. Always happy when he gets a bit of camera time. But this is a really confidence-boosting shot from Amardeep Singh first up. A very good player. He's better than your average number 7. So, hit that one almost to Mars. So you know it's a big hit. That's a good counter-attack. Wasn't a bad ball at all from Mubin Tariq. I think it's kind of a challenge delivery. Go after it if you can, and if you miss, hit it. A 6 wicket is very valuable, but basically costs them 6. Now he wants to go again, and this time it's just out of the grasp of the fielder. It's Badenhorst, and now they're going to go for 2. Miguel Stoneman, just slight fumble, and then can't get anything on the throw. So it's a little mini counter-attack. That's Nippo, in fact, who ends up turfing himself. You see that he was flying. And, I like that kind of effort. Slight fumble from Miguel Stoneman out of his natural habitat and a deep third man. Well, this one goes the other way, and this could be trouble. As this one, actually, I think it hits the seam, to be honest. And this goes the other way. I don't know if it's the dues, right? If it is, Tariq's just learnt a new skill. But this is one that actually significantly goes away from Janjat. Maybe you could say he hadn't really made any footwork over there, but he was expecting it to come back. So a bonus, and that just adds to this momentum that you feel that Marlow are getting here. Remember I said they were on 68 pace a second ago. Well, now they're almost there. Now they're up to 83 pace into the last quarter of the innings. This is another one. And what's going on here? It's another one that significantly moves away. So 6 wides in the last 30 seconds. And this one does hold its line as well. It's Alex Macy, the puppy, that will do the fielding. So yeah, I mean, this is the highest scoring over in the innings now. It's worth 15. Still 2 to come. And this is the approach. I mean, you can't be too conservative. Even seeing those 5 wickets down, you're running out of time to put a score on the board. Goes for this and misses. And Path's pretty confident he's got him here. And you see the big L for the LRS. And sometimes you can go on the keeper's reaction. You've got a really good look at this if you're a keeper. And he's not out there. He is a little bit there. And he is gone. Yeah, you can see there's daylight. There's daylight under his foot. I think this will be given. And it's just a perfect bit of timing. I think that's a really good bit of work by Janjat. Again, he'd be a little bit concerned. A couple did something unexpected earlier in the over. That can knock your confidence a little bit. And there is the decision. So Janjat does really well. And he had to have fast hands there. You see, it was just a microsecond or two that the foot was in the air. So this game's having some ebbs and flows. And Ikram's going to have to go for a golden in this one. And that is another wicket for Werush. 64 for 6. And that partnership, this is T10 cricket for you, it was worth 15 in 4 balls. But the first one that Ikram faces, he has to go. Well done to Tariq, who will finish. In fact, he won't finish his spell. He's got 1 more to go, but he has some pretty decent figures himself with the 3 wickets. But yeah, 25 he's conceded. So this will be Saim Ali coming in at number 8. Carrying a bit of a hand injury, so we won't see him keeping in this game in the end. It'll be Shan Malik behind the stumps for Marlowe. Here's Tariq's last ball. And Saim Ali decides to go the sweep. And hits it pretty well, but he just gets the single. KP cleans up. It's the end of 8, and the score is 65 for 6. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. I'm going to try and catch up as much as I can. Hello to Joey Marples. Nice to see you in the chat. And to Alan De Mesquita and Andrew Boucher and everyone else. Thanks for coming in. I know that you can pop in and pop out as you like, but it certainly pays to be here for the final. Once again, a few get-wells for Corey. And we did have Corey Fangirls in earlier. Disappeared now. Vinny Fangirls was in, but no sight of Vinny Fangirl for a while. Some people think the lack of competition keeping Vinny's Fangirl away. Anyway, would love to hear from you, Vinny's Fangirl, if you are out there. And let's not forget that I had 2 Fangirl accounts during the tournament, and Corey only had 1. So we'll probably get a graphic up to kind of illustrate that 2 is double what 1 is. Kalu Butchamatsa on the field is going to come on in the 9th. And they will have to use 2 new bowlers. And I think they will go Butchamatsa, Stoneman, 9-10. Lily Panda, if you missed it. We have had a Corey's Fangirl account and a Vinny's Fangirl account appear. It's a bit of a mystery. Vinny's Fanda. I think that Lily Panda has changed her name to Vinny Fanda. Well, that's the best thing I've ever seen. Oh, this one sneaks down. It's going to be a wide, you know, but it could have been out. This is a real tough one as a keeper because you're blinded. But this was actually a chance to get Saim Ali. In the end, it'll go down as 2 wides. Can get stumped off a wide. And you see that Janjat, he does get there, but these either stick or they don't. I'm not saying it's an easy chance, but it was a chance. This one's hit, and Carlo will just concede a single there. The key there is establishing your feet early. And Janjat will be disappointed, but he does make the block. I mean, they can also go for extra runs, and perhaps even to the boundary. Butchamatsa was so good this morning. 2 for 1 he took. 2 big wickets when he bowled his only over. On the leg side. So, just a single. So, Marlowe, can they find another kick? And it was Amandeep that was kind of providing it, wasn't it, when he went after Mabim last over? But yeah, that stumping late in the over, just changing momentum back. And now he goes for this and he blasts it, but he doesn't get all of it. Greenshields is backing back and it's going to be 6, or it was already 6 in the moment that he touches it, because I think he steps on the rope here. So Amandeep, well, it was a line ball, 1, wasn't it, to Greenshields. In the end, he just runs out of real estate, 6 valuable runs. It's a big swing, isn't it? See there, he's on the rope. So when he takes off from there, it's always 6 from the moment he touches it as it is. Does get over the line and well, still enjoying what he's doing. A real teaser for Conrad. We'll have the right of reply, of course, in the second innings with the bat. Fancy footwork. And this will be a wide, no decision given from the umpire. So Carlo going the other way. Probably could have just still tried to sneak it in. It would have been hard to reach. Just sneaks back, and good decision from Malik as well. So Carlo Butchamatsa going for a few off the first half of the over. 11 in fact. Let's see if he can pull it back. He's going to have 3 more balls to bowl here in the final. This is hit on the leg side. Bit of work for Miguel Stoneman. They got the Stoneman wall now on the leg side boundary square. Butchamatsa, the older brother of Paolo Butchamatsa, who was the kind of instigator of this ground. A beautiful cricket ground it is as well, and looks better every time I see it. Third time we've had an ECS here. And this one's a slower ball from Butchie. And will they try for 2 here? I'm not sure they will on Green Shields. He had to make a short throw. You don't want to necessarily gift a run out at this stage, I don't think. That's one that Conrad probably could have gone either end. Maybe ended the threat of Amandeep Singh, who's just changed the game slightly. 91 and 91 were the 2 first inning scores so far today on finals day. Last ball for Butchamatsa. Except it will be a wide. Pushes it a little bit too wide. You can see he's pretty conscious of getting too straight. He doesn't want to get it whacked away over the leg side. Doesn't really want to get banged straight either. So he's just trying to sneak it in. See if he can get out of this over. Remember, 11 came off the first. It's actually first half of it. Does get straight up. This could be out, and it will be. In fact, yeah, it's about as plumb as it gets. I know he's advancing, but hits him on the foot. Hits him in front of middle and off. I think this is a good decision. And so Carlo maybe injures himself in the celebration. He probably won't have to do any more bowling in this tournament. That is his last wicket. You see this one just comes in, and he gets the big wicket of Amandeep, and that one hits him on the big toe, and it hits him in line with, well, I think, off stump, even though he's got a bit of room to still travel before it hits the stumps, but I think there's no doubt that was crashing in. Good decision. And so ends the little counter-attack, and I like the knock from Amandeep Singh. I've liked his work. He's a good fielder. He's a good off-spin bowler as well. Maybe we'll see him feature in the second half of this match. But for now, he's got to take a seat after scoring 17 off just 7. 2 big sixes in there. It's the end of the over as well, 79 for 7. So we go to the last over now. It will be Miguel Stoneman that will bowl it, and it will be Saim Ali who's on strike. So Marlowe just kind of a bit of a counter-attack in the last 2 overs. I mean, they were 49 off 7, but they've got 30 off last 2, so they're up to 79, and here's the last over. It's flicked away by Saim Ali, and he's going to get 4. Well, that's a good piece of timing. That's not easy to do at all. He kind of generates a bit of pace on this, uses the wrists. See, he's taking a bit of a risk getting across. He wants that leg glance, and he gets it. Kroot can't get down, and so 4 to start the 10th. Just have the feeling this is going to be a really interesting final. I know Warish have looked pretty composed at most times. There's going to have to be a few nerves around, in the top 3 in particular, I think, in the final. And Marlowe, they are the incumbent, aren't they? Never lost an ECN trophy in Portugal. As this time, Miguel just drags it to the left for a wide. And he can't be too bothered about that first shot. I think the issue was that it wasn't full enough. So, I mean, it allowed Saim Ali to flick it kind of across the line or flick it behind square. If he gets that in block hole, and there's a real good chance for an LBW. So a bit of length as well. Saim wraps his bat around it. It won't go too far. There's Butchie. He's looking a little bit ginger, a bit like his beard. I know that they do have the services of the 12th man, Diogo Martins, if he wasn't able to continue. Martins himself took a pretty good catch earlier in the week. It's one of the cult heroes of this tournament. So 85. I just got a feeling we can get 91 again. That's what they had in the first game, and that's what the first team batting got in the first game, and what the first team batting in the second game all got 91. So will we have 3 of a kind here on finals day? Third game, we didn't quite see a 10 over innings, so that one can't be counted. Gondal has come in. And he's batting 9. Can't get this away. Just feel this kind of a total is going to make for a really good contest in the second half. This one will be a wide. Just gets away. Miguel doesn't like it, but it was a wide. You see here, as it goes past the crease, just the bit of movement taking it, and it grabs a fair piece of that tram line. And that's how they umpire. It's consistent. And yeah, I was hoping he could get away with that one, but he doesn't. So still 3 to come. He goes short. It's not a good delivery. It's a Gundy ball from Stoneman. Maximo. Gondal cashes in as he hooks this one over backward square for 6. Stoneman, it's just been a little bit too short in general in this over, and I think this one he drags down. Gondal, well, he might be batting 9, but he'll certainly take that. He's still a good cricketer. So forget the 91. We're past that. 92 on the board now. It's been a good comeback from Marlow. 35 in the first half. And in the second half so far, they're up to 57. So they certainly have raised things, despite losing a few wickets along the way. But they had those 10 wickets in hand at the halfway point. Well, now he gets it wrong. It'll be a no ball. Good take by Janjat as well. So yeah, Stoneman just struggling here. This one, I think, slips out. It's kind of chest high. Tyrone's quick to call it. So maybe they've got visions of the 100 still, because that one will have to be re-bowled. So it takes up to 93. There's a free hit coming up as well. So just a few little leaked runs at the end of this innings. We'll look back at the last 3, I think, at the end and say they were pretty expensive. As Stoneman decides to pull out, and I think maybe it's just a bit of a hint. He does go through with his action, which you couldn't even go back and take them at this stage. Maybe he just pulled out of it. Give him the benefit of the doubt there. Better ball. These little things mattering. And so he gets out of jail after bowling a bit of a moon ball. He does escape further punishment on the free hit. Good young cricketer. And the Stoneman brothers moving from Coimbra Knights to Werrish this season, making an impact. Last ball coming up, 93 on the board. You can see Stoneman just having a few problems with his footing, I think. Okay, so last ball coming up, 93 plus this. As he goes straight, and he goes pretty good. This is going to be out of the ground, straight as the day is long. Maximo. Gondal comes up with a dozen, and, well, that one went all the way to Mars. Here's Mars and Mahel, who are in the scorer's cube. And so once again, Stoneman doesn't hit the block hole. He's probably a metre short, and he knew straight away he walked away. And the final score will be 99 for Marlow. 100 even for Werrish to raise the trophy for the first time in a FanCode European Cricket Series. And Gondal, well, he came to the party with a dozen, didn't he, in the end? And that last over ended up going magical. 20 come off the last, and 50 come off the last 3. So you saw that Marlow were 49 after 7, and they do even better than doubling that score in the last 3. So they'll take a bit of momentum into the second half, that's for sure, and they do have some good bowling options. But I still think this game is very evenly poised here. It's match 48, the final. 2 teams, I think, deserve their spot in the decider. Early on, Meiser always looked the wrist to nick off, and he had the lion's share of the strike early. Got lucky a couple of times. That one was probably heading for the stumps, but he nicked it onto his back heel. And then the boundary started. And we're 4 of them in the first half of this innings. Some nice shots played. They got off to Conrad a little bit in his second over. Then Dippo came on in the 5th, and he shut the gate. He's so animated. Certainly one of the characters that we love to watch. Mabeen Tariq, well, he ended up getting the fruits of Nippo's labour as well, as he was able to remove Zulfikar's sharp, and then a sharp bit of work from Janjat as he took the throw from Faf Stoneman. The LRS confirms that it was just out, and Meister probably had a feeling that his number was up. And then this was the big moment. Shazad, he only makes one in the final, and Nippo, he was pumped to get his Portuguese national teammate off the little back leg of Najam Shazad, and then Greenshields held on to this, and Nippo, he was up and about at this stage as he took a wicket off the last ball of his tournament, it would seem. Unless we get to a golden ball, or maybe, then we'll see another ball from him. But Stoneman caught very well. It's Faf Stoneman taking the catch. But Amadou came and he was able to just get some momentum back for Marlow as he got after Tariq. And look, despite losing a few wickets, they did get 50 off the last 3 overs. Tariq just losing a couple that went bizarrely the other way. Amar Ikram had to go first ball. Sharp keeping again by Janjat. And this is another one. Could have gone either way. In the end, it just bounced off Greenshields. It was probably always heading for 6. And Carlo gets a wicket in the final as well. That was Plum LBW hitting the batter on the foot. And then Gondal, we had some counter strikes of his own. He's in mostly for his death bowling, but his death batting was pretty good here. As he sent one square, he sent one straight. And in the end, it gets him to 99. It will be an even 100. Where's Mian Shahid? Good to see him down, of course. Recently retired, and the former skipper of Marlow. He was the one raising the trophy on the previous occasions, and he'd love to see his club raising it here. And if they're going to do that, they're going to need 99. Just have a look at the wides, though. 19 runs in wides and a no ball. So there's 20 avoidables that were given away in this innings. And of course, some of them were multiple wides, but there were 14 individual wide deliveries. So something to think about as it will be the even 100. Let's talk about Myson, though. 27 off 25. He was the top scorer. He's had a good afternoon. Apart from that, we saw 17 off 7 from Amandeep Singh. He was important as well in turning things around. Gondal with a couple of sixes in the last. Got them to 99. With the bowling, I think Nippo, the best for me. 2 for 6. So accurate. So difficult to deal with, I think, in this format when they're always trying to attack, and they could only get 6 singles off his 2 overs. Picked up 2 wickets. Tariq got 3 wickets, but a little bit expensive in his second. 16 came off that one. Apart from that, the other wicket went to Butch Martza and Mikael Stoneman, who'll be a bit annoyed. They couldn't close out better than that, as he ended up going for 20 off the last. So we're at the halftime break. Always a quick turnaround in the last game of the day. The weather's holding, and both these teams just holding on. I think it's anybody's game here in the final. Big rivals, Marlow and Werash. When we return, we're going to the last. The last 10 overs from Portugal, just around the corner. It'll be an even 100 if the Swans are going to raise the trophy on home turf. Or will it be Marlow who win their 4th ECN trophy right here? It will be a very exciting conclusion. Hopefully you can join us in just a few minutes' time. We'll be back for the exciting conclusion. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're having a great finals day. Don't go anywhere. Back shortly with more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal for the final time in this very exciting 2-week series. We've seen it all, haven't we? Oh, I've seen sun and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. And this day has been a bit of a mixed bag. And we've seen some fire out there in the middle with the rain. And we've seen some big hits on finals day. It's day 12 and match 48. This is the conclusion of the series. The last innings coming up. And it's Awerish, the hosts. Well, they're near enough if they're good enough here. They need 100 runs even off their 10 overs if they're going to take the trophy away from Marlow, a team that have won 3 ECN trophies here, 2-day series, 1-night series. And they're also the Portuguese national representatives. We saw them recently in the ECL, of course. The winner of the domestic season this year, which they should know by probably the end of August. They will be the ECL representatives for Portugal in 2023. Seems a long way away, but it'll come around quicker than you think. Now, Awerish, I mean, their top 3 in particular are super important here in this chase, and they have to deal with some pretty good bowlers, including that man there, Najam Shazad. Couldn't really do much with the bat as he fell second ball, but you just know that he'll probably feature. And it looks to me like they're going to open with spin. So this is a pretty good tactic, I think, because we haven't really seen Awerish having to deal with spin first up in this series. So it will be Badenhorst, recently moved to Portugal from South Africa. He's had a pretty good series. Seems to be getting better and better. But this is the one that counts. This is the final, and this is the first ball. Faf, who's a really good runner between the wickets, will grab an extra here. So it'll be 2 to start us off, and that won't be a legal delivery. So I know that just chatting around the ground here, it's pretty much an even split, I think, as to who's ahead in this game. I think 100 today. We've seen slightly lower scores, I think, across the board. 100's pretty much par to win. Can you do it under pressure? Stoneman has been excellent. In fact, he's actually now the leading run scorer in the tournament. So certainly he'd be one candidate for MVP. I think he's also fielded very well. Haven't seen him bowling too much, but yeah, he scored now 318 runs in the tournament, averaging over 50. This one's not a great delivery from Sawa. Something I've noticed about him, he often bowls the loose first one. I'd be tempted to get him to bowl one as a practice to one of the other fielders and then get on with it, because he just seems to always start with a loosener. You can't afford to do that in this form of the game on a consistent basis. You can already say there's kind of a different kind of feel to the start of this innings compared to some of the other Awerish innings. And I think it is partly because of the change of place. Najam Shazad, very clever captain. In fact, 2 pretty good tacticians going head-to-head here in the final. Yeah, Stoneman will come down and meet this one. Pretty nice looking shot, but it does find Amandeep down there. Amandeep was key in the first innings, and he came in at number 7. It looked like the innings was just stalling, but he started a bit of a counter-attack that then Gondal continued, as well as a few bonus runs as well. They took 50 off the last 3. This time, Stoneman will drive, but not beat the field, so a pretty good start this for Marlow. A bit like the start of Marlow in their batting innings, in fact. Just a handful off the first so far. That's pretty good bowling by Sawa. Well, once he locks in, he locks in. And so it will be just the 4 off the first. And Awerish are 4 for no loss. That does push the rate up slightly. Around the 10.5 mark, I'd imagine, after that. So I'm going to say hello to a few chatters today. We had a few lurkers popping in before. Steve Cook, who said going Dutch next week. Honours even at the end of the week. Yeah, well, it is pretty even between these 2 teams. And I want to say hello to Vinny Fanda, which I think is Lily Panda in disguise. But Lily, it's good that you're up. I don't even want to think about what hour it is in New Zealand right now, but it's worth staying up for the final, or getting up for the final, I suppose. Shazad's going to come on for the second over here, the captain. He's just reduced his run. He's coming round the wicket now to Badenhorst. It's a little bit short. She's worked away, but into a gap. They'll get 2 here. And Stoneman You mentioned his run between the wickets. He does the fundamentals right. I think that's important. We don't see it enough really in European cricket. Hawk Moon thinks the Swans look like they've got another gear. I think they're peaking at just the right time. So it's a good observation there. And nothing matters really except for the next 10 overs, or the next 8.5 to be more specific. Hello to Kirsty Redhead saying, supporting some of the Coimbra Knights in this game. And now just be a single. So kind of need a boundary and over to keep you in touch, I think. Graham Holmes just noting, I noticed his comment about the wides in the first innings. And there were essentially 20 extra runs, 19 in wides and a no ball, inflating the score. This time that's cut away, and they want to go with the hit. And Faf gets sent back. He gets overruled by Buttonhorse. I think if this hits, he's gone. He is pretty quick, but he has to U-turn even quicker here. And if this throw comes in, he's short, despite the dive. Not easy to hit one stump, though. Haven't seen it too often. Luke Belgium, hello to you as well. This is a nice looking cut shot this time. Once again, can't penetrate the field, so they'll get one. And they're just frustrated at the moment. Let's see who they bowl in the third over. Will they go back to Sawa? I'd imagine you would. They only got him for 2 singles and a wide, or 2 wides essentially in the first over. Taking that warm-up delivery, they just got 2 off the next 6. So, yeah. Got to take calculated risk here. Remember, they do have Greenfields up their sleeve. They don't want to fall too far behind to put that extra pressure on him. See, this time Buttonhorse just runs out of ideas and dead bats it. So, Buttonhorse started the tournament batting at number 4. They tried Crip till top of the order, but Buttonhorse got the promotion. He hasn't looked back since. He seemed to be getting better and better, but this is his biggest test yet. No boundaries in this innings yet. Buttonhorse drives nicely, and they'll have protection here. And it won't be able to do anything about it, so it will be the first 4. And you see, they had the mid-off in place, but it just snuck around a little bit. And that's why it does get to the boundary. So nice shot by Brendan to finish the over. So in the end, Shazad goes for 8. Second over has been completed. It's 12 for no loss. Just a reminder that this has been the program today. And Punjab CC ended up in third after they knocked off Gorka 11 in the bronze final, the third place playoff. So they will feature on ECN debut in the medals. The gold and silver will go to these 2 teams you're watching fight it out right now. And Wawarash and Marlow both chased down 92 in their first game of the day. Did it pretty easily as well. And even though this is only a few more, you feel there's a lot more pressure in this chase. Sawa gets a little bit short, turned around the corner, and does get it over Saim Ali. That's good footwork by Stoneman. As he identified that one was a little bit short early, and he doesn't just get back, he gets across, and he opens up that leg side. Just have a look at his footwork here. He thinks, okay, he gets that back foot back and significantly outside the off stump, which means he can turn on it, and he gets 4. Good batting. You can see why he is the leading run scorer in this tournament. I've stuck with him at top of the order, and he's delivered. Oh, he just punches out. Oh, and now we have a misfield, and it's going to be 4. Well, did not see this coming at all from Amandeep, who's a really good fielder. I don't know if he gets a slight Tortuga, but this one was just a push from Stoneman. And Amandeep, who's one of the best fielders in this lineup, you think there's no way he's missing this, but the Tortuga, well, that's the universe being unkind. Well, he's scratching upstairs, and you can understand why. So 3 bonus runs. Stoneman faces up again and gets a big filthy full toss, and he drills it down the ground for 4 more. So, wow, whatever caterpillar that hit, that might be the moment that we look back and say it just sparked something, because it's been a pretty slow start, you'd have to say, from Wawarash. But now we've actually had 4 boundaries off the last 4 balls. And, well, Marzi, he's meant to be receiving the signals, but he's dishing them out as well now. And so now Stoneman will just get a single. Amandeep, well, he's probably a bit nervous when that one was coming to him. That's what makes it interesting as well. I don't mind the odd bobble in the outfield. I just think it makes it more entertaining for all of us that don't have to field. Badenhorst goes back and pulls. Yeah, this is the time I think, you're almost out of the power play. 4th or 5th over, for me, it's the ideal time for Conrad Greenshields to come in. And I think that should embolden Badenhorst to go for some shots. If it comes off, it's great. Gets him closer to the target. You're not always thinking that way, but just from an outsider's perspective, Conrad's averaging over 100. This one's worked away, but it's not going to clear the fielder, and this will be the first wicket. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean, he takes the catch and he puts it back in play, but then he runs over the boundary, and I know he's taken the catch. Easily inside the boundary, but have a look. He never stops running here. You see he's running back, and then he just tosses it away, but he doesn't stop. He should have been able to stop. Yes, that's out, but I mean, that's interesting. I mean, I certainly would have been stopping before I go over the line. Saim Ali, I know he's got an injury to that hand. I think it has been given out, but I mean, that's an interesting one for me. I suppose, it's out the moment he takes it and controls it and throws it away, but it's that further movement, and he never stops his momentum. So, yeah, I suppose it's out, but I'm only supposing. I think they are going to give it, so it'll be the end of Stoneman. And this is a bit strange because he throws it away, but it's 2 steps later he's over the boundary. It's probably not what I'd be doing in a final. I'd be pretty sure that I'm not giving any chance for the umpire to overturn the decision, but in the end, it will be a boundary. It'll finish the over. Bizarre scenes in Cartaccio. At the end of the power play, it's 26 for 1. Well, maybe not a bad thing either. You don't want to see the end of Stoneman necessarily, but it does bring Conrad Greenshields to the crease, who is averaging over 100. You see the 12th man, the 12th man even. Wally Damjad coming on. No, Saim Ali has been struggling with a bit of a hand injury. That's why he's not keeping. So after taking that catch, he's just run off for some treatment. Now Badenhorst will be facing up. I think they're just sorting out the bench. What do you think about that? Hello to Bajendra Yadav. Says he's going to miss my commentary tomorrow. Well, the good news is I'll be back on Monday, so you won't have to wait too long. I'll miss all of you guys. It's always such a shame when Sunday rolls around and I can't spend the day with you. It's I'm sure you'll find something else to do. Even the man upstairs rests on a Sunday. So here's Asad Mahmood, and he gets driven away by Badenhorst, but it's high. It should be caught, and it is caught. Amardeep Singh, well, it makes up for his little indiscretion last over, and this was a fairly simple catch. And so Badenhorst tries to elevate, but he can't clear the boundary. In fact, he barely clears the infield. You see it's off the toe of the bat. And Asad Mahmood, he's just got a knack for coming up with important wickets, and he does here. Well, a bit of the crocodile style from Amandeep, but it's effective. And so 2 wickets falling in quick succession. And now the score is 27 for 2. Both openers removed from the equation. And we're going to have to see somebody below the top 3 come and do some business. And this is a guy I've got a lot of time for. Parth Jaunjat. He's a bit of a 6-hitting machine, but he hasn't had a lot of time at the crease. That's mostly because their top order have been consistently doing the job. Pounder saying catch held, controlled release. Yeah, I agree with that. But you could also say that when you're really close to the boundary and step over. It depends what you call really close to the boundary. Yeah, Luke says, interesting to see what the call will be. I suppose it's right. I mean, he would say, well, I could have stopped. But my thing I'd be saying if I was the batter is, well, then why didn't you? So, Asad Mahmood comes on to Jaunjat. He's not going to waste any time. He drills this one down to Amandeep. He might be having a bit of post-traumatic stress about that other misfield, but he handles this one okay. Now we'll see Greenshields for the first time on strike. That run rate hasn't moved too far, almost up a full point, up to 10.8 at the moment. And Conrad leading Warish for the first time in this series. He will be a key as he gets a full toss first up and hits it pretty hard, and he gets 4. The fielding, I said it might be important. Well, that one ends up in a puddle. That's not great either with the cricket ball. See here, actually gets overrun by the fielder out there. And so it will be 4. Wasn't a good ball from Asad Mahmood, you'd have to say, but I mean, the fielder was there in the end. It was a bit slippery while wet. And Shazad just having a word about it, but yeah, these are things that could make a difference. Conrad Greenshields, the reason he's been so good and so consistent in this series is because he's batted fast, but while mitigating risk. And see, once again, he goes on the ground, and once again, he's going to get 4. So he's been pretty calculating, and he's been pretty selective about what he goes after. And this time, the fielder didn't have a prayer. As you see his setup there, he's on the front foot. He finds the gap, so back-to-back boundaries. So I can think of 2 times already that we've had ground ball misses that have resulted in 4s. And at least twice now that those times have created a boundary. The next ball as well, when it should have been the other batter on strike. This time, Greenshields goes back and punches, but he won't beat the field this time. There's Amir Zaib there. Janjat's an important one as well. I'd like to see him continuing to attack. He's the one that probably will take a few more risks. Does love to hit 6's path. And he tries here, but it's uncontrolled. It's going to be a simple catch, and Shazad holds on. Well, he wasn't going to miss that. Janjat just ran out of patience, despite it being a second ball. And yeah, just kind of lost his shape here. Ends up slicing it inside out. So Asad Mahmood gets 2 in the over. And so it will be 3 wickets in the last 7 balls. But still, Greenshields is at the crease, and we know that he's a man that if he stays there for any significant length of time, I think that the Irish fans will think that they can get this done. As they're chasing 100 right now, they're 37 for 3. It does mean we're going to see Junaid Khan at the crease. So, because of the change of over, we'll see Conrad Greenshields on strike. And, yeah, you can just tell there's a bit of tension there. They probably don't even need those chairs. They're wound up. And now here's Slade Mysom who's going to come on. And that's the thing, against Marlow, not an easy team to go double digits against because they've got some really good bowling options, pace and spin. We haven't seen Mysom yet, but he's coming on now. They've got bowlers like Gondal as well. I don't think we necessarily saw the best out of Mysom and Gondal in the semi-final this morning. There's first one, just played fairly comfortably by Greenshields. Make him hustle. Oh no, that's Conrad's zone. That's the place yesterday where he kind of ran into the edge of the pitch and almost injured his knee. Just that last step, you see, little slip. I think that's just literally the strain on the back as he slid as he was reaching the crease. That's the bowler's landing area. That's why it's a bit extra slippery there. Now Junaid Khan gets chance with the bat. And really, have not seen a lot of Junaid in this series with the bat. He's been in for his bowling. And really, we haven't seen Warish under wickets pressure that often at all. So yeah, this game very much in the balance. It's all about staying on the pace. Okay, so they want to be around 50 after this over. Yeah, it's a clever little deflection shot. It was the sort of ball that the batter in less form may just kind of block back and take a dot, but Greenshields able to manoeuvre it away, deflecting it past the keeper. Shan Malik, who's back behind the stumps, a bit like he was in the first game of the series for Marlow. They do get a single there, so eliminating dots is key as well. Can they build a partnership here? Well, Junaid's had enough, and he goes after his second ball, a bit like Janjat did, but he's going to get away with it. Well, luck's of fortune. I mean, Junaid just wasn't quite there. I think it's a bit of a rush of blood. And he hits this one halfway to the moon. And when it comes back in no man's land. It was a Bermuda Triangle situation. You see here, he's just early on it. And that's why it goes straight up in the air. And I think that's all tension. Early, he sees it, he reacts a bit early. So, lucky break for Junaid Khan. No other way to say it. Greenshields whips his way off his pads. Just get one here. That rate's just climbed up above 11 at the moment. Junaid Khan, I'm sure he had his heart in his mouth when that ball got skied, because I found it hard to believe it fell in a pocket that was unattended, considering how high it went. But last ball of the over coming up. Been a good over from Isom, just the 5 singles. And this, and then a good slower ball, but called a wide. And Isom, no real complaints for him. Seen a couple of these. They have been really harsh, maybe extra harsh. That's the off-cutter. Called wide, but to be honest, when it went past the crease, let's just say that Isom's a bit unlucky there. But game of fine margins. Last ball of the over, another off-cutter. So they get 6 off the over in the end. And so, well, fasten your seatbelts, guys. I think this is going to be a big finish. 5 overs to go. It is 43 for 3. So 57 will be required off the last 5 overs of this game. Comparative scores, we know that Marlow, they were 35 with that loss at this stage, and they were really able to put something together. But they did have 10 wickets in hand at this stage, whereas Werrish only have 7. Still some batting to come, of course. I think that's the man on strike. He will be the real indicator. If they lose him at this stage, it's a long way back. Hassan Mahmood, left arm slow mediums coming on. And he was pretty good as far as removing people in the 4th. Conrad did him for 2 4s as well. And he decides to go up and over, cover. He's probably lucky he doesn't quite get this. Ends up being a 1-hopper to the man on the boundary. And now they got a second. Well, that's not a good result for Marlow, as Conrad will get back for 2. So, yes, it's the extra run, but also I think that if Werrish going to chase this down, they want Conrad Greenshields to face most of the deliveries to come, at least half. So you've got the opportunity there. If you can keep it to a single, you can dot up Junaid a couple of times and just ramp up the pressure on Greenshields. I don't want to get too Greenshields focused, but he's been that good for Werrish. Now he hits this, but again, a bit fortunate. There's nobody patrolling the infield in that area. It'll just be a single. And despite the tension, a lighter moment there between Greenshields and Hassan Mahmood. This series has been played in very, very good spirit. Junaid unable to catch up with this one. He's a bit short of batting at the moment. And you wouldn't be human if you didn't have a few nerves at this stage in the final. Little things mattering. Okay, get some bat on this, but he won't beat the infield. They shy at the stumps. And now they're not going to get an extra. This time the fielder backing up comes in pretty quickly. Well, Hindi song in the chat saying, "Dear Marlow, please don't misfield and don't give extra run." Well, I'll pass that on. I'm sure that that message is being conveyed by the skipper, Najam Shazad, who's leading Marlow full time now after taking the reins from Mian Shahid. He had a really important role in shaping this side and their success. You see that Greenshield's still a bit risk averse with his batting. You feel like the time will come where he has to kind of take a few calculated risks. I know it's a difficult position for him. As the rate's gone to about 12.5 now. Junaid might as well go at this, and he's out. So it's a good over from Mahmood, who once again finishes the over with a wicket. So he was on target. Junaid, he just felt like it wasn't his day out there. They sent him up in at number 5, but he wasn't able to get too much going. He had a couple of close calls. This time he swings across this one from Mahmood. A little bit of seam movement in. Junaid is frustrated, but he's going to have to go for just 3. It's gone out 48 for 4 after 6. And so, yeah, frustration for Junaid Khan, but it will give someone else an opportunity to support Greenshields, who's up to 16 off 9. Keanu Nolan, hello to you. He said he's been lurking, and so he thought he'd come in the chat. Hello to you, nice to see you, and to Kitty as well, and Steve Cook and everybody else. Now, this is something that I've been watching, and I want to show it, because this is something special. We might see it at the trophy ceremony as well. It says Katja Butchamatsa, making a European Cricket Network cake. Well, thanks so much. And that looks absolutely delicious. I've got no idea how to eat it. I don't know if it's one of those ones you eat like a giant apple. I'm sure it'll be shared around, but I can't wait to get stuck into that after play. And thanks so much to the whole Butchamatsa family for their hospitality. And Takacha, well done on the cake. I think it came out amazingly well. Side Myson is going to bowl his second over here. They've still got 2 from Gondal. They've still got 1 from Shazad. So it's not going to be an easy 4 overs. As obviously not everything set just yet. Myson bowled a very good first over. 5 singles and a wide. That's all that came off it. We haven't had a boundary now for 14 balls. Since Conrad Greenshields hit those back-to-back 4s. This one, a little bit of extra bounce from Myson. And now we're seeing Conrad Greenshields getting a bit inventive. And I think the next 2 overs, they're going to determine this match. What they get in the next 2 will determine what they need in the last 2 and who they'll have in the last 2 to get these runs. Awarish just stalling. Always a bit of a risk if you're going to chase, especially in the final. But they chose it. Remember Marlow at this position, they weren't actually this many. But they didn't have the pressure of the chase. This one just cramps. Greenshields for room. And now we're going to see Krup Patel. Well, he's a man that started the tournament as the opener, but had a couple of issues with illness and yeah, a couple of cheap ones. Saw him down in the middle order. What a good time for him to come good for Awarish. But he's just really short of batting. That's the thing. And like I say, these last 4 overs, they're going to be bowled by very, very good bowlers. Krup, it's a fair bit of this one. Greenshields, well, this is really good by him. Fundamentals from Greenshield. This is what I see in his game. You see, he's got the bat in his correct hand. He goes straight away, he goes hard. And even though that's pretty much hit straight to the fielder, he does get down there for a run. He's pretty much at the stumps by the time this ball whistles in. No. I think it's go time now. It's up above 14. Greenshields, he's averaging over 100. He traded all for a win here. And he kind of fakes out Myson with some fancy footwork. Hello to Rico, who's joined us. Hello, Rico. I hope you're well. I know that you're tuning in for the final. I know you're very busy in there, trying to get things organised at home before you rejoin me in about a week's time. Here's Myson, a man we know very well. Slower ball, picked and hit well. Gets past the infielder, and that's 4. So, well, we saw a couple of turning points, didn't we, in the first innings? And once again, it's a misfield that does it. This isn't an easy one. I think it takes a tough bounce. But the result, 4 carreras. Nothing too wrong with the ball from Myson. He's so good at hitting that block hole. But it just bounces the way that Asad Mahmood didn't go. So it's almost like a goalkeeper sent the wrong way. So frustration from Myson. Is that the start of something for Awarish? Kind of need 2 boundaries and over to stay in touch here. And there's one of them. It's the first boundary that we've seen for 17 deliveries. Now he just gets a bit funky. He wanted the leg side, but it didn't get the ball he wanted. And he was probably in even more than 2 minds there. You see, he sets up thinking he might be able to get something leg side and then changes his mind at the last moment. Frustration as the dot comes after the 4. Now, I think he's smart just to take the 1 and try and keep the strike. You feel like Greenshields has got to get on a run here if they're going to get close. It's the last ball for Myson, who's only conceded 12 in his spell. And we'll get the 1. It's good cricket IQ from Greenshields. And even though they fumble, there's no way he's coming back, except when he walks back, because that's the end of the over. 7 overs down, now 55 for 4. 45 required in the last 3. Well, speaking of the Netherlands, these are the fixtures. It's a 6-day series, Monday to Saturday. We will be in the Netherlands, and that Sparta Cricket Club will be the host club. Be great to be back there. They're up first as well. Monday morning, get your case of the ECS back on, as they'll take on Voorburg in the morning session. Saland on ECS debut. We'll be taking on the defending champions Kampong. But we know that there's a lot of good players playing in that series. It all starts Monday morning, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for another exciting week and another exciting location in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello to all of our Dutch viewers as well. I know a few are tuning in. Steve Cook likes to look at the cake. I have to agree with that. And CJ Sharp saying they wouldn't mind picking the seam on that cake. Well, you'll have to beat me to it. Just please don't use any saliva to shine the ball. Just make sure that it's on your plate first. So Gondal's coming on. He's got 2 to play. And this has been their go-to in ECS cricket. And, they're taking a while getting here, but they are going for Mysam and Gondal typically as the death bowlers. And so now, they'll only get 1 here. Now Crute, it's a tough position. I mean, Crute's not the quickest between the wickets, that's for sure. It's kind of getting to that time where they need to take the occasional iffy to try and get Greenshields back on strike. Or KP could always come up with a flurry of boundaries. But he's just a little bit short of cricket at the moment. But there's a reason he was at the top of the order at the start of the tournament. He's very capable. He's a powerful man. Here he is facing Adnan Gondal. Gives him a bit of length and cut away. So, well, this one hits the stumps. Well, let's see what the result is. I felt he was home. He says he's given the thumbs up. Now, I feel he's home here, but I'm a long way away. We'll see when the throw comes in. He's made it. Still a really good piece of fielding. And normally, when you're on the field, you get the memo pretty quick. And they were overexcited. And, well, maybe they're just excited about the direct hit from side on. Should get extra points for that, but Greenshields, he judged the run well. And he survives. So at the start of this innings, we did a poll, and about 2/3 thought that Werash would chase the runs down. Probably feel like it's probably swung the other way now, because they've left their run very, very late. Again, it's too early for post-mortems, but in fact, they conceded 50 in the last 3 overs. I feel like that's coming back to haunt them at the moment. They shouldn't be chasing this many. So this is the contest that'll determine it. Gondal versus Greenshields, and this one gets past him. And so Greenshields just backing away. He wanted the leg side. Gondal hasn't bowled too many Yorkers today. He does like to bowl a heavy length. We saw that in the ECL as well. Can get it through. This one comes back at Greenshields, and he has to sway out of the way as he tries to deflect that one away. I think he'd be smarter staying in his crease or even going deep in his crease to Gondal, who has been bowling length today. I'll probably have the opposite tactics. Maybe back and across. Time to take a risk, though. 43 off 15. He does, and it's going to be away from the keeper. It's going to be 4 and a lucky one. A deflection from Greenshields. So, I mean, these two know each other really well. And this one just up and away and over the keeper. And Greenshields, well, he's quick to go up to Gondal and say, well, you beat me all ends up there. And well, KP said, I'll take the runs. You just keep doing that. So now we're at the stage where you kind of need, I'd say, 12 to 14 runs and over in boundaries, which is very possible. We've seen Greenshields going at a very good strike rate during this series, but he's running out of time. It's a lot of work still to do. And now he plays an uncontrolled pull, which is cut off. So for me now, they don't want a one here. They have 13 balls to go. They'll have one more ball in this over from Gondal. For Crute Patel, you might as well try and hit a boundary. It's such a tough position for him to be in at this stage. Again, maybe I feel they're running out of batting, but yeah, this is a ball that is a bit of a bonus ball for Werash. And Crute can't catch up with it, so it'll be the end of the over. And a long way home now for the hosts. Werash, after 8 overs, they're 62 for 4. And Marlow, and they just seem to be experts at timing their run, don't they? I mean, last time we saw them not in great form early. They don't really like Mondays. I remember in the ECL, they were bowled out for 33 on a Monday. And right now, they look in the box seat. We'll have to see something remarkable. And we're going to have to see it all happen in the 9th for Werash. Otherwise, you feel like Marlow once again will reign supreme in Portugal. Rico Full saying, yeah, I think they need to target the next bowler. Be aggressive and look for the balle. Well, that is true, Rico, and hello to you. I mean, not easy against someone like Gondal. And the thing is, in this innings, there's only been 2 double-digit overs. In the last 4, we've gone 6, 5, 7, 7. So pretty consistent, but not near where they need to be. Shazad versus Greenshields, captain on captain. Greenshields eyes off the leg side, and they need something special from their captain. And all he's able to do is drive it for a single. And you feel like they need to get it under 20, I suppose. But I won't say it's impossible while he's still there, but he just hasn't quite been able to get on a roll. And also, to be fair, the bowling to him, it's up a notch, let's be honest, compared to some of the other bowling we've seen in the series. Crute swings and misses straight through this one. Greenshield saying, we'll go that way. Because you know, it's going to be on that side of the pitch. And right now, they're running out of time. Past the point of no return. Marlow firming his favourites here. This one's going nowhere. And Shazad will allow the leg by. So, Shazad, credit to him. I mean, a lot of hype about some of the player movements and some of the other teams. Of course, Gawker 11 came hard at Marlow early in their campaign on Monday morning on day one. I've got a lot of time for this Marlow team. We saw them representing Portugal in the ECL recently. They'll be hoping to do that again next year. Greenshield's got to go now. And he does. And how much has he got? That's the question. Well, he does get a boundary. Nice. Lifted away into the gap. Again, not quite out of the middle. Again, not quite gone yet. Werash. They're going to need a big finish. But a big finish needs a big player. And Greenshields, he's been the outstanding player, in my opinion, in this tournament. And yeah, sure, there's been a lot of contenders, but he has delivered for his team. Don't need more of that. The issue is also, how does he score the boundaries and keep the strike? 32 off 8 now. He goes offside and slices away, and this will be 4 more. That doesn't quite carry. He would have been hoping that would carry. But in the end, he does get another boundary. And so gets the 4 he needs off that ball. Now, here's the awkward one. This is where you say, okay, well, take a single and keep the strike. But I don't think you can burn a ball here. I'm not trying to hit a boundary. You need 4 a ball. If you take a single, 27 is a lot to take off Gondal. I think you throw caution to the wind and go for it and hope you can scramble something maybe off a wide in the last over and get the strike back. Anyway, we'll see. He goes and he goes well. He gets 6. Maximo! Greenshields. Well, talk of the impossible chase. This is impossible territory. Shazad just shakes his head and said that was a good shot. He was in the slot, and Greenshields does get the 6. And he absolutely nails this one. So now he's on the run. He finishes 4-4-6. But is it too late? That's the question. And again, you just look at the runs that Marlow were able to scramble in the last 3 overs. 20 came off the last, and 50 came off the last 3 overs. So 22 off 6, but it's Krut Patel on strike. I would actually consider, see this first ball, I would actually consider maybe trying to find someone faster if you find himself at their non-striker's end, because then I think you're trying to keep Greenshields on strike at all costs. You've got to be innovative. Gondal, he'll be hoping he can put this game to bed. I think that even if Krut Patel misses this, they're going to have to run. Maybe Krut Patel can kind of stay at home and sacrifice himself to get Greenshields to the striker's end. You've got to be smart. It's 22 off the last over in Portugal. Here's Gondal. And it's going to be skewed, and this isn't a good result if it's caught. It is caught, and it's going to be a wicket, and I think that could be the final nail in the coffin as Gondal goes short, and Krut Patel goes with the pull stroke. He's laid on it. It's a good catch by Shan Malik, and what that's important for is that it means the new batter will have to be on strike. You see, they do cross comfortably, and again, under the regulations, they'll have to cross back, and that's the reward for taking the wicket, for taking the catch. And Greenshields, I just feel like he's got that sinking feeling at the moment. He'll have to wander back to the non-striker's end. And that's 22 yards from where he wants to be at the moment. Well bowled by Gondal. Reward for him. He bowled a very good first over, only conceded 7. And now he has a wicket, 1 for 7 for him. And the score is 78 for 5. And Niju, just mentioning as well, that's what makes the difference in the new rule. And I think it's spot on. I know the Aware supporters will be hating it, but the value of the run wasn't that important there. The value of the wicket. But what is important is that the new batter is on strike now. There's just a bit of movement behind the sight screen, which is fair enough. I know the crowd's getting pretty boisterous, but I mean, it's important that you have stillness behind there. And so, where's the equation now? 22 off 5. Well, I think now you just hope for the best. You need to get Conrad down there. Nippo might as well have a go at it. He might get lucky, but he doesn't want to miss it. Basically, Greenshields needs to face the next ball after this. Nippo slices away, and it will be the 1. All right, here we go. So, going all the way down to the last over. Gondal's pretty confident. He flashes the pearly whites and the thumbs up. This game's not done yet. 2 6s, 2 4s will tie it. But if this doesn't go to the boundary, then I think it's going to be a game over. Also, they probably have to go for 2 here. If they do, they'll get 19 off 3. I mean, it seems like a long shot, but you just got to go one at a time. We already saw Greenshields hit his last 3 balls to the boundary or over. So, boundary or bust for Wearash. He does, and has he got it? He hasn't, and he's going to have to go. And Marlowe, well, now they can taste it. And look, nice moment as well for Greenshields as he goes over and pats Gondal on the back, saying, hey, well done, you bowled well, and you can see why Marlowe are such a tough team to beat. They just keep coming at you. They found a way to get to 99 in the first innings. And Amandeep, who's been a really good addition to their side, he takes the catch. And once again, I know that there's a lot of rivalry and competition between these teams, but you also got to hand it to these characters because they do play the game in the right spirit. So you do feel that's the one that kills the game. And Miguel Stoneman, well, he's a good young player. And I know they got after him in the 10th, and he probably didn't quite execute his death bowling skills as much as he would have liked, but I hope that he's not discouraged because he's had a really good tournament. He's out there with the bat now. He'll be facing up. And Gondal, well, credit to him. His last 5 balls have been 1 dot, wicket, 1 wicket, and now he gets the big one of Greenshields, who does get 43 off 23 in the final, but he just doesn't get a lot of help here. In fact, no other Wearash batter has reached double figures. So now, Gondal just needs to keep it straight. Michael Daub saying deserved winners now. Well, no doubt about it. I mean, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Marlowe have been the best in Portugal over the last couple of years, no doubt about it. Stoneman will just push and he'll get a run here. Miguel Stoneman this is. So Nippo will get the chance. And oh, I know it's hard. It's a long time before the circus rolls around into town again. And again, we might have a night series later in the year. I think that would be great. If we do get back to Portugal, another opportunity for some silverware for all of these teams and players that we've seen, and perhaps some of the new ones as well. But when it came down to it, Marlowe, they've just found a way. They say winning's a habit. And they're going to get over the line. And Wearash, they're going to kick themselves, particularly those 20 in extras in the first innings. Right now, they're 20 short of the target. Gondal comes in, a dot ball. And yeah, you just feel that the life's been sucked out of this game now. And I'm sure that Wearash are hurting. But Marlowe, look, credit to them. They have been ecstatic. They have had a really good day. They didn't lose a wicket in the semi-final. They went through 7-1 in the group stage. They swept aside Friendship, and then this morning, Punjab CC. Now, Wearash, the host, they have provided stiff competition, but ultimately, it will be Marlowe that will get the job done. Here's the last ball from Portugal. Well, it's not, because it's a wide, so we'll have to do that again. Oh, well, why not? And look, credit to everybody, and thanks to all the helpers, the ground crew, particularly everyone at the club here for making us feel so welcome. We love coming to Portugal. Mehmet Daub said it earlier today. We're made to feel part of the Portuguese cricket family. And that's 4 trophies to Marlowe coming up after this ball. Thanks to all of our viewers as well. Make sure you join us on Monday because we do have more cricket coming away. Also, the trophy ceremony. We'll be out there presenting the trophy, so stick around for that. But now, here's the last ball. And it will be hit by Nippo for what looks to be a boundary. But it will be Marlowe that will once again be champions, as they will win this one by 14 runs, and there wasn't much in it. 2 champion teams, but only one could raise the trophy in the end. Match 48, the final. And it is Marlow 99. It's Werush 85. And congratulations to Marlow. There they are. And why wouldn't they be ecstatic? And a lot of chat, like I said, about how even this competition is, and that's for sure. I mean, every time Marlow have won, I think it's been a stronger competition. And you see a lot of good feelings between the teams. And, in the end, cricket's the winner, I think, in this 2 weeks. We've seen a lot of entertainment, but at the end of 48 matches, it's Marlow. Once again, they win their 4th trophy on the European Cricket Network. Congratulations to them. Just a reminder, we do have the trophy ceremony coming up. And hopefully you can join us for that as we salute the champions. Marlow, once again, they are the champions here on ECN, and worthy champions at that. And led by their captain, Najam Shahzad. Again, even he personally wasn't able to contribute with the bat in this final. He had a bit of help, and his opposite number didn't. And then they really put on a good defence job. And Marlow, well, they are thrilled once again. They are the winners here in the FanCode European Cricket Series, just like they were 6 months ago when we were here. And it was Fighters CC. They beat in the final on that occasion, after sweeping aside Gorkha in the semi-finals. And they will be the winners. And they will get the trophy coming up very, very shortly. So stay with us as we go to the highlights. And it was an even 100 needed. And Stoneman, well, we thought he might be the key as well. He was able to get this one away. A bit of a signature stroke. He's been playing shots all around the ground. And that one has a slight Tortuga. And Amandeep wondering what exactly had happened. And Stoneman just didn't have enough on this to get it over Saim Ali, who then went to go and pay the jungle a visit. That meant the 12th man came on. Waleed Amjad. Amandeep, he was able to grab that one. So redemption came pretty quickly. And so Greenshields came to the crease, but just felt he had a lot to do. He lost his regular batting partners in Badenhorst and Francois Stoneman early. As it's just some slippery business, but we did get the games here on finals day. Junaid Khan, couldn't just get anything going, and he was a bit short of batting. And Tyron Peters, he's quite a character. I think the players love him as well. And we'll see more of him in the next couple of weeks. This one went the wrong way for Asad Mahmood. As Conrad, he was trying his hardest. In the end, he does strike 1 6 and 6 fourths in his innings of 43 off 23. And there's his good friend, Najam Shahzad. He knows really well. This was a close call. It wasn't a really enthusiastic L from TP, and that's how you knew it was probably in, and sure was. As Greenshields, it was last man standing stuff really, as he was able to hit 3 consecutive boundaries, including that one, which was maybe the shot of the game. 6 over extra cover off Shahzad. And then this is the first ball of the last. Kru Patel, who wasn't able to get the timing right on that. And Conrad just knew the mountain was climbing, and he wouldn't be able to scale it in the end. Amandeep then removed Greenshields, and then you knew that it was done. And look, already you see such competition, but cricket once again is on the up and up in Portugal. And once again, Marlow, they are the champions of the FanCode European Cricket Series, which will continue into the Netherlands, as we will be here on Monday for you on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and also on FanCode in India, with those matches and 4 matches a day, Monday to Saturday. A 5-team series should be a really exciting one. We'll see some high-quality cricketers. I also think, with a bit of luck, we might be able to get Ryan Campbell when he returns to the Netherlands next week. So stay tuned. Corey Rutgers, hopefully he's feeling better, and he might be joining me. Hopefully he will be, because we have more cricket coming your way. Cricket never stops here on ECN, except on a Sunday, so you can take the day off and maybe look forward to the Dutch series. And of course, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, to find out more about that. Have a look at all the fixtures. In the reply, it was 100 to win, and Conrad Greenshields was the main participant in the chase. He scores over half the runs, 43 for him off 23 balls. 15 for Stoneman, the only other player to reach double figures. But have a look at the difference in the extras. Remember, 20 extras, 19 wides and a no ball in the first innings, and only 5. So actually, if you count the runs off the bat, it's actually tied at 80 apiece. So literally the extras the difference, but I suppose you'd say that there are a lot of things that could have gone differently. Asad Mahmood, well, he gets the figures, doesn't he? 3 for 16. In those middle overs, he was pretty important, making sure they couldn't really mount a serious challenge, but all the bowlers performed well. Nobody really got the treatment. Also 2 wickets to Gondal, who was excellent, held his nerve. 1 for Sawa, who bowled well with the new ball. And Syed Meisom, also to say that he did a very important job. Didn't take a wicket, but he did only concede 13 off his 2 overs at a pretty key time. So there's confirmation of the result. 99 to 85. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Well, it has been a bit lonely in here today. Thanks for my guests for coming in. I know we had Meta Daub earlier. We had Toby Marriott. And today we talked about the big shot, which is something that I'm really excited about, our collaboration with Cricket District. So it takes us to a whole new audience on a consistent basis. It'll essentially highlight all the great bits about European cricket and the bits that some people might have missed. So I'm really excited to work with Toby more closely and welcome him into the European cricket family. I also want to thank Tyrone Peters, who joined me for a quick one as we get ready for the trophy ceremony now. But Tyrone, thanks for your umpiring. And not just Tyrone, but all the umpires. I think that Malik to Buck Stoneman as well, and to Barry and Mita for helping out, to the officials, to everyone else. I'll be thanking everyone very shortly in the trophy ceremony. But I have to say that I was really thrilled about how this series went. Of course, after the disappointment of Khartoum and the fact that we had all the games washed out there in the last 4 days. It was great to get back on the horse and get some more cricket back to you, and it will continue on Monday. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go to some of the highlights of the day, but please stick around because in a little while you'll see me out there on the ground and we will have the trophy ceremony, and that's always a great moment thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. Of course, we'll be acknowledging these 2 teams that you just saw, but also Punjab CC, don't forget that they picked up bronze on debut in the European Cricket Series. Just quickly, I want to say a big thanks to all the viewers. Without you, it's not possible to do what we do, and certainly have had a fantastic time chatting to you in the live chat, to Iggy, who I see has turned up, to Kirsty as well, and everyone else. It's been great to see a few new faces as well. It's always great to see that during the FanCode European Cricket Series. I'll see you out there for the trophy ceremony. One more thing, a very warm welcome and warm thoughts to Corey Rutgers, who I know isn't feeling too well today, but he said he's feeling a little bit better, and hopefully we see him on Monday morning in the Dutch series. I'm looking forward to that, and you can see there, I haven't replaced you with a fly, Corey, but it has got a bit of camera time, so more than you had today. So hopefully we see you back on the horse, and we'll be travelling back to your home country tomorrow, Corey. But thanks to all the viewers. See you shortly for the trophy ceremony. It'll be in just a few minutes. But until then, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you have a happy and safe weekend, and I'll see you shortly for the trophy. But then, of course, on Monday for more FanCode European Cricket Series. For now, we'll show you some highlights of Finals Day.
Everybody, and welcome back here on the European Cricket Network. We're at the beautiful Cartacha ground, and we have just seen the final day of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Portugal. It's great that you are able to join us. Of course, whether you're here in person or whether you're watching on our network, it's great to have your company. It's been a really exciting 2 weeks of cricket here in Portugal, and it's great to be back as well. I mean, now it's actually the 4th time that we've had a trophy on ECN. It's our 3rd day series here. We've also had the night series last year. We're very hopeful that we can get some more night cricket later on in the year. I'm sure you guys would love another opportunity to show what you can do. And well, I really enjoyed this series. It's the biggest series we've ever done in Portugal as far as the amount of teams involved, with 10 teams involved for 48 matches. The fact that we actually got 48 results as well, I think is fantastic, considering the weather was a little bit inconsistent at times, let's say, especially today on finals day. So look, I just want to give a big thank you to the players as well. Firstly, I think as a European cricketer, and I've said this before, but there's a lot of sacrifices that come with it. I know to work, to family, travel, expense, I know that it's not easy. And hopefully that you enjoy this moment to shine in front of the world. And we certainly enjoy being invited into your community and feeling a part of your community. So firstly, I want to say thanks to all the players, not only the ones here, but all the players that took part during the series. So big round of applause for you guys. Thank you. Of course, I do have to give a big thank you on behalf of the European Cricket Network to our partners, and we certainly value them. Without them, it's not possible to do what we do. And to our ball sponsor, Kookaburra. We did lose a few Kookaburras in the woods, so if you would like to go and look, you might find a few practice balls there over the next few weeks. Also to our trophy sponsor, Local Lifestyle. They are responsible for the fantastic trophies and medals that you will receive today. Also to our travel partner, Bizaway. It's not easy to get us around Europe, and I know that over the last couple of years, that's very, very much true. And they'll be scooting us away to the Netherlands tomorrow, of course. And look, a big thank you to a group of people that I think you'll agree, they have been outstanding. They've taken the magic that you've done out there and turned it into a really, really watchable product. So thanks to everyone at Spring Productions, to Kirill, to Karina, and to Kristaps. So thank you so much for making such a difference to the coverage. And I really have enjoyed even some of the lighter moments. I think you'll agree that they do such a fantastic job. Look, I also want to give a bit of a thank you to the Blue crew, or the ECN crew, led by me at that time. And I won't mention them all because there's too many of them, but you know who they are floating around. They've been kind of thrown into a few different roles at times as well. So they work really hard. They're long days, but I think you appreciate that they go about their work with good humour. I know sometimes that they have to make you do things that are a bit annoying, like stay in the area and all these things. But thank you so much to all the Blue crew for your efforts. So big thank you to you guys. Right. A great bunch of people to work with. I'm sure that we won't forget Portugal for a long time, tell you that much. And also, I want to give a big thank you to someone that isn't here today, unfortunately, but he's not feeling that well. It's nothing too sinister. Let's just say he's a bit upset that he wasn't able to make the finals day. But to Corey Ruckers, who was my commentary partner during this last 2 weeks, Corey, we are missing you. It is true. I hope you get better soon, and I hope to see you on Monday. So big shout out to you, Corey. Nice work. Yeah, Corey, of course, was my partner for several of the matches this time. And look, also, I want to give a shout out to a new member of our crew. Kind of officially today, there was an announcement that Toby Marriott from Cricket District is formally partnering with us as part of what we do and bringing our message to the world and communicating that. It's really exciting. It's part of the Big Shot project. So, Toby, big day for us and welcoming you officially on board. I do want to avoid the rain, so I'll try not to take too long, but I do have a couple more people I want to thank. And look, I do want to thank everyone that helped as part of the ground crew. And look, particularly I'm talking about Paolo, to Conrad as well, the Stoneman family for your help as well. The little things you're doing, getting the pitch right, marking the pitch, all these things for your fantastic help. And everyone really that helped out from the host club. Thank you so much to you guys. You made such a difference. I also have a special kind of presentation I want to make to a couple of people that really, I think, went above and beyond, making us feel so welcome. And to Emma and Bruno, I know Bruno's right behind me, and there's Emma over there. I want to give you a special thank you. And we don't normally do this, but we have a little token of our appreciation for Emma and Bruno. So thank you so much to you. Part of our family. There you go. And Emma, come on. There you go. There you go. Okay, thank you so much. And Bruno is patient as the day is long, but I know actually that he runs quite a tight ship as well, doesn't he, Bruno? So thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you again. Also want to mention another group of people before we get to the trophies, and this is something that I think it looks very easy until you get out there in the middle. I really do appreciate the pressure they're under, and often they're noticed for the wrong reasons, but I think they had an outstanding series, and to be honest, I think it's one of the best crews we've ever had. I want to give a big thank you to the umpires. I know that they're behind us, and our full-time umpires there, to Tyrone, to Bucks, to Malik. Thank you so much. I think you'll agree, probably every time we've had a series here, you probably notice the standard of umpiring has gone up. Am I right to say that? I think that, you know, absolutely the consistency, the decision-making under pressure, even in the rain, I think it was fantastic. And big thank you to Sir Rob Kemming as well, the tournament referee, as I know that he's spent many hours in the cube analysing them. I know that he had great reports on the umpires. And I have to mention a couple of umpires that made their debut in this series. To Barry and to Mita, thank you very much. I think I know they've been going around mouthing off saying they didn't make any mistakes, but that's very easy when you just do the odd game. But congratulations to you guys. You were fantastic, and I hope to see more of you out there in the middle. Okay, so now let's move on. And I do want to start with the trophies now, and I want to give a big thank you to these guys. The first time I've seen you guys as a unit, although I have met some of you before, and I was really excited about the way you entered the tournament, especially when you cracked 130 plus in the first game against Wild Panthers. It's like, wow, these guys are exciting. And then the next game you got bowled out for 60, and I said, wow, these guys are really exciting, because you never know what you're going to get from them. And it seemed to me, I think I said this morning, they had one fit player left. I didn't think anybody but Parveen could walk, but I want to say that I really enjoyed the way that you dug in. I know you didn't get the result this morning, but you had a really thrilling win to even be here by one run yesterday over Brothers, who I thought were a really good team as well on debut. Obviously, this morning's result didn't go the way you wanted, but you really showed some heart in a difficult game. Rain reduced, rain affected against a very good Gorka 11 side. We know how good they are. So congratulations, you guys, in the medals. Congratulations, the bronze place, or the third place, the bronze medals go to Punjab CC. And if you guys would like to go up, they'll be presented by the Federation rep, Akbar from Portuguese Cricket. So thanks very much. Congratulations to Punjab Cricket Club Amadora. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Keep it going, guys, for Punjab. Okay. Well played. Good on you. Well played. Well played, man. Congratulations. Enjoy work. See you again, hey? See you again soon. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Hey, enjoy. Have a good season. Hey, well played. Okay, see you again soon. Okay. And a special shout out to their captain, Imran Rao. Give him a big shout out, and congratulations to Punjab Cricket Club. Excellent. All right, well, that's third place, and they did get there over a Gorka side. Well, I do want to mention Gorka 11 as well. Of course, they were impressive. They made it all the way to finals day, just didn't get the results today. I want to congratulate all the quarter-finalists as well. Unfortunately, they missed out yesterday, and even to the Fighters and the Knights. I mean, if you started the tournament again, those are teams that could really push for contention as well, and we know that pretty much anything can happen in the T10 format. So a big thank you to all 10 teams, and I think it's fantastic that every time I come here, there's new new teams, and the game is growing. I think it's a really, really healthy, positive sign. And I know that sometimes it means that players are moving around and these things happen, but to me it's a sign of a really healthy ecosystem that teams are breaking away and forming new clubs. And really, when it comes down to it, you guys, you want more teams, don't you? And you want competitive cricket, and that's what we've seen over the past 2 weeks. Okay, now we're going to move on to second place, and what can you say about these guys? Bit of a new look lineup. I know that we had some pretty animated discussions last time we were here in the Awarish camp, and about how they could move forward, and I know that Conrad's taken the reins now for the Swans, and really like the way you guys gelled. That was the question I think everyone was going to ask about. How are you guys going to come together as a unit? I know you've got a few players that have moved clubs over the last few months, but I really loved your team spirit. I think I could relate to it. It's the kind of cricket that I like to see. It's hard, it's competitive, but it's also played with a bit of humour and played with enjoyment. And I think that you had a really strong batting and bowling lineup. I think your fielding was a feature as well. I love to see the young players coming through, particularly the Stomans. Of course, the more I see of you guys, the more excited I get for Portuguese cricket and see the next generation coming through. But yeah, a really nice mix of experience and youth in the side. So I know you didn't quite get there. Coming second's always hard, but I think when you look back, you'll see that this is the start of quite a special journey for you as a playing group. So big special mention as well, Diogo, the most popular Portuguese player that we saw this week. You were fantastic, and congratulations on your wicket. Nice to see you out there. And so in the end, of course, they just lost the one game until the final. Marlo just getting over the line. But congratulations once again for a great tournament, and I'd like you to come up and collect your silver medals. The second place goes to Awarish Cricket Club. Congratulations, guys. And these medals will be handed over by Mr. Buchimatsa Senior. So I'm sure that's a nice moment as you guys collect your silver medals. Good on you, Brendan. Thanks. Good enough, Mace. Well played. Good on you, Nippo. And path. Well done, mate. Keep going with it, okay? Good on you, Junaid. Cheers, buddy. Go on, Miggy. Well played, mate. Good to see you out there. Good stuff. Good stuff, Mabeen. Well ball. Keep at it, mate. Excellent. Well played, mate. Had a great tournament. Good stuff. Good stuff, man. Your stop was amazing.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
It's coming later. Hey, well played. Bad luck. Okay, so now we just have a couple more presentations to go, guys. And again, thanks for you joining us again late in the day here, as we are coming to the conclusion of this tournament and this trophy ceremony right now. Okay, we do have one more award before we get to the winners, and there's always an MVP trophy up for grabs. And you can see it here, thanks to Local Lifestyle, and it resembles the crown, so it's kind of meant to be the king of the tournament, if you like. And we had a few contenders this time. I want to mention a few different players, but really I could probably mention 13 or 14 others just off the top of my head. But I want to mention kind of the shortlisted ones. Muhammad Adnan from Gorka 11 with 13 wickets, 8 catches and 232 runs. Really liked his contribution. I want to say to Francois Stoneman as well, who finished with 332 runs, including 6 catches. Great to see you kind of finding another gear with your game and finding your feet. I really loved what you did, and also safe pair of hands most of the time. And also I want to mention Najam Shazad, who is a player that I really love to watch. Naji, he had 227 runs and 5 wickets. And again, tactically, I really love what you bring to the table. And I'm sure, hopefully, guys, you enjoyed your ECL experience. It's great to see you out there again. More about you guys in a minute. But firstly, I also want to mention one of your other players, Syed Meissen, with 14 wickets and also some really crucial runs at the top of the order. So, fantastic work. I love watching Syed and Adnan at the end of the innings. It just makes it so hard to score. So even though on paper sometimes you think the other team, the run rate required isn't that much, but you guys just give nothing away. And I think you guys are raising the standard. It's great stuff. One guy who you just can't keep out of the game, Mohammad Siraj Nippo of Warash with 15 wickets. He's actually the leading wicket taker. So Nippo, congratulations. And he also set a new record for the longest appeal in the series. And what's more, it was actually bowled, so it didn't need to appeal. And also, I want to mention from Punjab CC, Ranasawa with 271 runs. So congratulations on a really, really good series. A lot of good individual performances. But now I do have the most valuable player award for this FanCode European Cricket Series, Portugal 2022. And this man, well, what can you say about him? He took the reins of his club this time with 9 wickets, 10 catches. He was swinging the ball around corners, but he also had a really important job too with the bat. He ended up as the leading run scorer as well in the series with 348 runs. And I loved his captaincy as well. Tactically, I think he brings a lot of experience and cricket expertise to the table. And I think Portuguese cricket is very, very lucky to have this man. And I want to say congratulations. The MVP of this series is Conrad Greenshields. And it will be Sir Rob Kemming that will hand over the trophy. Congratulations. Great series, man. Great to see you. There you go. Smile for Dennis. So congratulations, Conrad. And I often say that, you know, to get your game to the next level, you have to have more good players in the system. And I think I love the sprinkling of talent between the teams. And even the teams that aren't standing here right now, I think there's a lot of talented players. And there were just no easy beats in this format. I think it was really exciting. So congratulations, Conrad. And certainly something that was well deserved. As we head to now the business end of the ceremony, and now let's talk about the winners. And again, their team, a fairly settled lineup, but I did like seeing a couple of players I hadn't seen as much of, like Amandeep, for example. I think was very, very, very impressive when he got a chance. Like, it's not easy when you've got such strong depth in your lineup. I look at you guys and I don't just see 5 bowlers, I see 6, 7 or 8 bowlers that could probably all do the job. Same with the batting. Not easy, so I know that must be difficult for you guys to not always get opportunities because you are such a strong team, but you are a team as well. And I enjoyed watching your journey during the European Cricket League. Of course, I'm sure that was a great experience seeing Portugal represented for the first time, and I know you had a bit of a rough start. I know you don't really like Mondays, but after that you really did improve. And look, it's no disgrace when you saw about who that was that did that to you in that first game. So it showed me that you guys were really proud as a club. To Najam, obviously taking over full-time as captain, following on from Mian, it's great to see, has had a big role in shaping you guys, but now it is time, looks like you're moving forward, and I just want to give you guys big congratulations. And all the way through, you didn't do too much wrong, just dropping the 1 game on the Monday morning, but after that, you couldn't be beaten. And when it came down to it, I think it's the final that we wanted to see, but ultimately, you guys just found a way to get those runs on the board, and once you did, you just weren't going to really let them into the game. You defended so well, and you took those opportunities, you got those key batters out, and look, on another day, the result might have been different, but on today, you guys certainly showed why you are the champions. You win your 4th ECN trophy. Congratulations, the winners are Marlow Cricket Club. I'd like to invite the Federation rep, Akbar, from Portuguese Cricket, to hand over your gold medals. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations once again to Marlow. There you go, Syed, and you can stand behind here. There you go. And I'll let you guys gather behind there as well. At the moment, And this trophy, it will be presented by the Federation rep, Akbar from Portuguese Cricket. Before we go though, I do want to mention something, and it's just quickly before we go, that of course, if you've enjoyed this series, it doesn't stop here. We'll be travelling to the Netherlands on Monday. We've got a quick fire bunch of tournaments now. We go Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania. We spend a month in Sweden, then we head into Central Europe. We really hope that you join us as part of our community, and we always love it when you watch. If you can pop into live chat, let us know you're around, because it's all about connecting the dots around Europe. And let's not forget that U3 clubs and plenty more, you'll be contending for the domestic championship this year, and it's a big prize on the line, a spot at European Cricket League 2023 early next year. And as these guys will tell you, it's quite the experience. You get to pretty much party like a rock star and play some cricket as well for a week and get treated like pretty much professional cricketers. So it's a big prize on the line. I think, judging by what we've seen so far, we're going to have some really interesting cricket and really competitive cricket as well. Last thing I want to say before we get to the trophy, I really love the way, even though there's rivalries, it's played in good nature. And I saw a bunch of moments today where even in the heat of the battle, you guys just seemed so happy to be out there and treated each other with respect. And I think that's really important, even when things get competitive, that you play it that way. And I think I'm going to give you a round of applause. I really like the way that that you played the cricket in the right spirit, and I implore you to keep that up. All right, well, now's the time. Marlo, they gather behind me, and I'd like to invite Akbar to come up and present the trophy, because Najam Shazad will be stepping forward and collecting it. And the winners of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Portugal, Marlo Cricket Club. You can all... Once again, Marlo have done it. They 3, now it's 4 for them, and they just have a real knack for performing when it counts. So if you can join us Monday morning, we'll take the day off. You don't have to. You can join us on our website, europeancricket.com, also our social media, and check out the big show, which is coming your way on Monday morning. We'll be in Holland. Corey, well, he'll be back on deck as well. Mr. Maximo, for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network, hope you have a happy and safe Sunday. See you on Monday for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.